jìnnà sí wọn bí sọmọ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o, mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o, àgbà ẹ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo pọ́n wọn lé, mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o, mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé, ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí omi kọ́ tó yẹ ọ̀la ni, ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o, màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá gbẹ́ran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí wórí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹ̀yin forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ́ àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyànmọ́ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí orí lọmọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun rẹ lápò Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí. Mi níjà o. Olórí lálàbàrò. Lálàbàrò. Olórí lálàbàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè mo máa sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o Olúwa gbé wa níjà o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì bàbá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now if make I join this National Stadium. President, my sister, brother. We be the Mogo. I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, we be the Mogo. I be the master. The refinery, navigator. The contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring ya. You be the Mogo. I be the master. When do you go play one? Then go say that you style. What countryman do you go? You know the shot. Kill and die. Whatever you go back is greedy. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my temple, I go show them fire. National airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother. You be the Mogo, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. You be the Mogo, I be the master. I be the master, oh.
Well, here's a video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful, again, a town hall, different from Blue, Bulaba.
leather jacket. No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time way you got the shake. You dey feel like you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you say you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop pass, something way be top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he said on a short vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't they smile, feel like say your head is on bug. He said he they feel the way I just they go, the flow is dope. He said he don't they feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me say on a bad. Who be this your fight baby like this ready for your band? Fine girl, what's up? Papa come now, make we talk now. I know say this if you play with man, but make it no come be like say me say go for your hand. Make we interact one on one, did they get them out? Or this your get you fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody don't they feel I'm they know say he bad. Everybody don't they see them, no say yes he dope. Collect the fight, my guy, you said God you know you joke. Collect the fight, make it no come they make me hungry.
Now my mama be this so we no get another one. Now my mama be this so we no get another one.
Now your mama be this so.
Only me Tinubu.
Now your mama be this so.
Now my mama be this so we no get another one.
Now your mama be this so.
Now my mama be this so we no get another one.
Now your mama be this so.
Now my mama be this so we no get another one.
Now your mama be this so.
Only me Tinubu.
Now your mama be this so.
Mama Nigeria.
Turanci ko turawa, gyara zami don kowa, ba ma shakka.
Lallai ba ma shakkar 'yan ganye.
Duka ɗauka,
Ku faɗe mu faɗe doka ɗauka solaye.
to sai mi marka.
Sai Tinubu kauce obe baya.
Aya, olore tuyen, olore tusanju, bola a shiwaju. Omologo, omologo,
Aṣíwájú,
omologo, omologo.
aṣíwájú, olórí olóòótọ́.
Olórí tuyi.
Do you come with two teachers? You were not informed too? Continue. No problem. God will see us. There is God. There is God in everything we are doing. Those bloods that are sharing in Bronu will answer. What of two teachers, what of two teachers that can tell us that they conducted that exam? Do you come with any? Principal? No, too. Only you waka come. Okay. Now the first lady is calling you, come, I want to help you. Come to find your child, your missing child. Will you keep quiet? No. Child. There is God, oh. There is God, oh. The blood we are sharing, there is God, oh.
tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún èyẹ ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jóye ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa akíntọ́lá ọmọ ogun wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
And pardon me, and there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, may God never depart from you. So amen to that. Àdúrà ńlá ni a big prayer. Àdúrà ńlá. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, amen o, àmì ẹ̀ pọ̀, àmì ẹ̀ ó pọ̀. So there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, may God never depart from you. Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button if you would, please. If you are not already subscribed, we're looking for 10 new subscribers for this session. So if you're listening in watch back and you're not already subscribed, or you are listening in real time and you're not already subscribed, then please do subscribe. We're looking for 10 new subscribers in the course of this session. We're looking for 10. So yes, the protocol. Click on like, click on subscribe. As I said, click on share the hyperlinks just as widely as you can. So copy the link to the stream and then pop it into your wherever it is that you mooch around on social media. So copy the link and share it just as widely as you can. So do that. Like, share, subscribe. And then Kabiru, are you sharing? Yeah, Alpha Kabiru, good to see you. Gladys, I see you there. Say hello as you're coming in the comment section so I can say hello back. So yes, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Follow the example that I just set there and super chat towards the stream. Minimum of 5 super chats as we've agreed. Ayo sets it off as it often does. So 4 more super chats to come. So super chat towards the stream. Like, share, subscribe, super chat, and all that. So let's just get started, shall we? We just get started. Yes, if you're a new voice, by the way, yes, if you're a new voice, please come join. Not especially, but because we want to expand the conversation. You know, we are constantly on the hunt for new voices. That is the only way that to keep the place. That is the only way to keep the place continuously refreshed and engaging. So if you're a new voice and you've never been on before, then look at that. Rational mind defects to APC. Hell will burn. Hell will freeze over first before rational mind defects to APC. So yes, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Click on to come and join me on the screen and all that. So let's just get started, shall we? Presidency blows hot as Pat Utomi forms shadow government. So that's where we're starting from. You know, it's really just, you know, we see a lot of this, by the way. You see, you know, this world now, the world that we're living in now is an attention-led world. We're in an attention political space, and politics always, of course, about attention, but the economy that drives the world at the moment is the attention economy. And that attention economy propels everything. Even what we're doing now is within the attention ecosystem. Do you understand? This live stream now is still within now this new paradigm that the world is in, which is the attention ecosystem. So when you see people like Pat Utomi making all these sort of outlandish movements within the political space, that is only to tell you then that he wants to continue to remain relevant. And if you want to continue to remain relevant, you do something outlandish that will flash your name up in the news cycle. And that is exactly what Pat Utomi is doing. Presidency blows hot as Pat Utomi forms shadow government. So I'm not quite sure. At least it's not a parallel government or an alternative government or a government in a diaspora like a Simon Ikpa or all this kind of nonsense. So what does this mean? Right, where do we start from? President Bola Ahmed Tinubu led federal government has kicked against Professor Pat Utomi's shadow government. Utomi inaugurated the shadow government composed of members from various opposition parties. So this is how he's attacking the 2027 election. So he's not part of a coalition, so he comes out with his own innovation. So that's what that is. Presidency blows hot as Pat Utomi forms shadow government. So let's go through it at speed. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu-led federal government has kicked against Professor Pat Utomi's shadow government. Utomi inaugurated the shadow government composed of members from various opposition parties. Big Tent Coalition Shadow Government launched Big Tent Coalition Shadow Government launched virtually on Monday evening will function as a credible opposition force, highlighting the failures of the Bola Tinubu administration whilst offering ideas for better government. So there is no illegality about this, by the way. It's not forming a parallel government. It's not forming an alternate government. It's forming a shadow government, which is, especially within the United Kingdom, that's the form of governance within the United Kingdom. So you have the governing party, and then the opposition party forms what they call a shadow government. They appoint, so the equivalent of a minister in Nigeria is a secretary here. So the secretary to this and the secretary for that. So they will appoint ministers to mirror the ministers of the sitting administration in order then for them to shadow them and pay a special attention to them. So if the government has a minister of finance, the opposition will have a shadow minister of finance whose remit is to monitor very closely the activities of that minister of finance. So that's just the format here in the UK. And I think it's somewhat along those lines that Pat Utomi is inferring. Presidency blows hot as Pat Utomi forms shadow government. Let's go through it at rapid speed this time. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu-led federal government has kicked against Professor Pat Utomi's shadow government. Utomi inaugurated the shadow government composed of members from various opposition parties. Big Tent Coalition shadow government launched virtually on Monday evening will function as a credible opposition force, highlighting the failure of the Bola Tinubu administration whilst offering ideas for better governance. as reported by correspondents, whilst reacting to Utomi's shadow government, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, described it as an aberration in a federal system of government. So I'm not quite sure if it's an aberration in a federal system of government because they don't run a federal they don't run a federal system of government here in the UK. They run a parliament. What sort of system do they? They run some sort of a parliamentary sort of system, which is different from the presidential sort of system that we have in Nigeria. So what's the system called again in the UK? I can't quite remember. As reported by correspondents, whilst reacting to Utomi's shadow government, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, described it as an aberration in a federal system of government. At a time when our nation is set to celebrate 26 unbroken years of presidential democracy, the idea of a so-called shadow government is an aberration. Nigeria is not a parliamentary system where such system is practiced, and there is no provision for such in our statute books. The minister said opposition politics must be practiced within the bounds of propriety. This idea of a shadow government, sadly, does not pass that test. Our bicameral legislature amply features members of the opposition, and it should be the right place to contest meaningful ideas for nation building. Justifying his move, Utomi said Tinubu's policy missteps had worsened poverty and driven multinational companies out of Nigeria. The prominent economist and political activist added that Tinubu's policies had also intensified terrorism in Benue and Plateau, alongside rising insecurity and corruption nationwide. So I'm not quite sure that Tinubu has amplified insecurity anywhere. Insecurity has been very much contained under this administration compared to what obtained under Buhari. I think everybody universally agrees on that. But this is part Utomi now, trying to come out then to say, I am still here with this now. I wonder who the member of those of that shadow cabinet is. So there's that. Federal government kicks as part Utomi forms shadow government. So I think it wouldn't get past just today being in the headlines. I don't think anything. I don't think anything will or can come out of this. Prominent economist and political activist Professor Pat Utomi has inaugurated a shadow government composed. What's happening there? Oh gosh, what that? Is that all right? I don't think that wants to be read. My antivirus system has picked it up or something. This is coming from the Punch. All right. So pretty much the same as the one we just read. So all right. Let's read it from here. Actually, I think this may offer a little bit more. So let's read it from here. Where is it? Yes, federal government keeps as part Utomi forms shadow government. Right. Prominent economist and political activist Professor Pat Utomi has inaugurated a shadow government composed of members of various opposition parties. According to Utomi, the Big Tent coalition shadow government, launched virtually on Monday, will function as a credible opposition force, highlighting the failures of the Bola Tinubu administration whilst offering ideas for better governance. But in a swift reaction, the federal government kicked against the move, describing it as an aberration in the federal system of government. In an interview with correspondents, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said, at a time when our nation is set to celebrate 26 years unbroken presidential democracy, the idea of a so-called shadow government is an aberration. So let's see if this offers anything more. Let's pick it up from here. Yes, okay, let's pick it up from here. Utomi, however, justified the move, arguing that the policy missteps of the current federal government has worsened poverty, driven multinational companies out of the country, and intensified terrorism in Benue and Plateau states, alongside rising insecurity and corruption nationwide. They don't express concern over what he described as the government's resort to propaganda and the suppression of opposition views. The recent spate of defection to the All Progressive Congress provides further evidence that all is not well with the democracy in Nigeria. The imperative is that if a genuine opposition does not courageously identify the performance failures of incumbents and offer options and influence culture in a counter direction, it will become complicit in subverting the will of the people. So that's a difficult read, actually, somewhat stilted. It said the shadow cabinet made up of members drawn from several opposition parties was created to respond to what he called a national emergency. Today, I bring this pioneer body. Today, I bring to this pioneer body the desperate cries of people troubled by how their reality seems bound for serfdom. So serfdom is some form of servitude. I challenge you to awaken these people who wrongly believe that everything is fine as long as they can manage to share what little still trickles down from the crude oil sales, Utomi said. Our human rights lawyer, Dele Farotimi, was named head of the Ombudsman and Good Governance portfolio. So Farotimi is part of the setup. Others are pointed to the policy delivery unit, include Ogene Momo, Cheta Nweze, Daniel Okuanobo, Halima Ahmed, David Okonkwo. So it looks as though it's an Igbo thing. David Okonkwo and Obi Ajuga. Others are Dr. Adebayo, Dr. Peter Agada, Dr. Sadiq Gombe, Chibuzo Nwachukwu, Salvation. So I'm reading the names just to see what the ethnic leaning is, and it looks as though it leans ethnically to the east. So that's our part to Tommy then forming this own government. The wonders will never cease within the Nigerian space. Wonders will never cease, just casually like that. He forms his own government. What do we even make of that? It's just ridiculous. Yes, it's an ego thing, I think. All right, from that to this, more serious matters. Senate passes tax reform bill. So this happens quietly then under the radar of what goes on within the news cycle. The Senate on Wednesday passed 2 of the 4. Let me bring this closer to me. The Senate on Wednesday passed 2 of the 4 tax reform bills proposed by President Bola Tinubu. The 2 bills passed were the Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Bill and the Nigerian Tax Administration Bill. The bills were passed after the senators reviewed the report of an ad hoc committee chaired by Niger East Senator Sani Musa. The committee was constituted to address controversies and disputes surrounding the proposed reforms. On Wednesday, the content of the bill was debated and considered at the committee of whole. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio announced passage of the bill after a majority of senators supported it through voice vote. Mr. Akpabio said the Senate will set up a committee to harmonize its decision on the bill with the version passed by the House of Representatives in March. Once harmonized, the unified bill will be transmitted to President Tinubu for assent. The Senate President said the remaining 2 bills, the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill and Nigeria Tax Bill, will be passed on Thursday. So there it is right there. The tax bill scales through, And it looks as though now within the next 4 to 6 weeks, it will be law. So within the next 4 to 6 weeks, it will be law. So that and still, let me send the link actually. Like I always say, if you want the conversation, you have to come in. It's a participatory sport. So if you want the conversation, then you have to come in. Let me send the link again. So anybody that wants to hop on can hop on. So there's that. Senate passes two tax reform bills, remove contentious clauses, retains 7.5 VAT. So I hope the bill is not too watered down for it not to serve any purpose. So that's the tax bill scaling through. Court admits evidence of Nnamdi Kanu calling for killing of Tinubu and Wike. So this is you remember when we couldn't talk about anything other than Nnamdi Kanu, and there was a lot of chest beating and red heart waving all over the place. Now Nnamdi Kanu has faded into the background of the noise. So the noise now is about Peter Obi and whatnot. But Nnamdi Kanu now left to walk his own journey by himself. Court admits evidence of Nnamdi Kanu calling for killing of Tinubu and Wike. Right. Do we need? I think we read something similar yesterday, didn't we? So that's the Nnamdi Kanu space right there. All right. Let's just a few paragraphs. I'm not reading very well today. I don't think so. I don't want to read too much. A prosecution witness in the ongoing trial of Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has said Kanu confirmed making broadcast in which he called for the assassination of President Bola Tinubu and the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemsen Wike. The witness, an official of the Department of State Services, DSS, said Kanu also confirmed making a broadcast in which he placed 100 million naira bounty for Wike's head. Kanu also called for the burning of all federal government properties in Lagos and assets belonging to Tinubu. The second prosecution witness, PW2, who was led in evidence by the prosecuting lawyer, Adegboyega Awomolo, said Kanu made the confirmation while his statement was being taken on July the 17th, 2021. The witness, whose identity was shielded, said he took statement from Kanu and that in the course of the exercise, he played some recordings of the defendant's past broadcast, which he made via his radio Biafra, inciting his followers to engage in violence and killing. The witness, who was identified as BBB, said after listening to the broadcast, Kanu confirmed making them. Shortly after the witness identified copies of Kanu's recorded broadcast, which were saved in a flash drive, the court admitted it in evidence, following which they were played in court. The court also admitted a letter of complaint dated June the 10th, 2021, by the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, to the Director of the DSS, demanding an investigation to the alleged terrorism activities of Kanu and his followers. So there it is. So the recordings have been admitted by the court. That's the main thing, which is to tell you that it will be given consideration then when a judgment is being made. So very difficult to say that you are not a terrorist when you are calling for the burning down of Lagos and the killing of prominent Nigerians, and a lot of actions that succeeded that call indicated that people listened to what you said and they acted on it. So, like I said, if they were to go strictly by law, Nnamdi Kanu cannot escape a capital punishment because he has killed too many people, or he has facilitated for the killing of too many people. So if it was strictly by law, that guy should, it would and should hang. In the first recorded broadcast that was played, Kanu, who wore black blazers, white shirt, black tie. Oh, has he changed his outfit? In the broadcast, I suspect. Hold on. All righty. Hold on. Somebody just sent me something. Oh no, I can't play that. Sorry about that. I can't play that. All right. All right, let me take it from the top again, and then I'll go at speed because I think there are too many pauses. Court admits evidence of Nnamdi Kanu calling for killing of Tinubu and Wike. A prosecution witness in the ongoing trial of Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has said Kanu confirmed making broadcasts in which he called for the assassination of President Bola Tinubu and the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemson Wike. The witness, an official of the Department of State Services, DSS, said Kanu also confirmed making a broadcast in which he placed a 100 million naira bounty on Wike's head. Kanu also called for the burning of all federal government property in Lagos and assets belonging to Tinubu. The second prosecution witness, who was led in evidence by the prosecuting lawyer, Adegboyega Awomolo SAN, said Kanu made the confirmation while his statement was taken on July the 17th, 2021. The witness, whose identity was shielded, said he took statements from Kanu and that in the course of the exercise, he played some recordings of the defendant's past broadcast, which he made via his Radio Biafra, inciting his followers to engage in violence and killings. The witness, who was identified as BBB, said after listening to the broadcast, Kanu confirmed making them. So there is no deniability there. He cannot deny it anyway, because when they are interrogating him, they are also recording it. So it was a recorded interview that he had with DSS. Shortly after the witness identified copies of Kanu's recorded broadcast, which was saved in a flash drive, the court admitted it in evidence, following which they were played in court. The court also admitted a letter by Malami, etc., etc. So that's Kanu then. I cannot see him getting away from the clutches of the law. So from that to this, why Labour Party suspended Governor Oti Kingibe order? So a lot of you will know, of course, that Julius Abure has suspended. I wonder if that opens the. I wonder if that opens the opportunity for Alex Oti to defect. Then, why Labour Party suspended Governor Oti Kingibe orders? The Labour Party faction led by Julius Abure on Wednesday announced the suspension of 6 prominent members, including the party's only elected governor, Alex Oti of Abia State. Correspondents report that this decision, which has raised eyebrows within the political circle, was made public in a statement issued by the faction's national secretary, Umar Farouk, in Abuja. I wonder if I could still get Abayomi. I can't be making promises of guests and not them bringing them on. They are ready to come on. I've just not been able to facilitate that. But we'll see if we can bring Abayomi Arabambi on. So maybe I'll call him tomorrow. The full statement reads, recall that last Friday, 2nd of May 2025, the National Executive Council of the Labour Party set up a 5-man disciplinary committee headed by the Deputy National Chairman, Dr. Ayo Olorunfemi, Alhaji Umar Farouk Ibrahim, the National Secretary, and 3 others to investigate Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti and any other party members over allegations of anti-party activities. The disciplinary committee has concluded their assignment and has submitted their report to the party leadership. The national executive of the party met today, the 7th of May, 2025, and after exhaustive deliberation in line with powers donated to it by the party constitution, not powers donated though, but powers vested. The national executive of the party met today, May the 7th, 2025, and after exhaustive deliberation in line with the powers donated to it by the party constitution, has ratified the recommendation as submitted by the disciplinary committee. Consequent upon that, the following members of the party have been suspended from the party and all its activities indefinitely and with immediate effect. Number 1, Dr. Alex Oti. Number 2, Senator Ireti Kingibe. Number 3, Senator Darlington Nwokocha. Number 4, Honorable Victor Afam Ogene. Number 5, Honorable Amobi Oga. And number 6, Honorable Sheyi Showumi. By this suspension, these former members of the, so they are not former members of the party if they are suspended, by the way. They are only former members of the party if they are expelled. So it's just a lack of education, isn't it? By this suspension, these former members of the party will no longer act for or on behalf of the party. All concerned institutions, including the Nigeria Governors Forum, the National Assembly, INEC, and the security agencies, amongst others, are to take note. It will surprise Nigerians and party faithfuls that the name of one Nnamdi Usman was conspicuously omitted from the list of the suspended members of the party. First, we have said repeatedly that the said Nnamdi Usman was and is not a member of the Labour Party, being not a card-carrying member of the party. We are aware that she's a member of the Obedient Support Group that worked and is still working for the party's presidential candidate. We will therefore not honor her with any sanction, being not a member of the party. Again, we are aware that Ms. Usman recently, in a well-televised occasion in cohort with the former Kaduna State Governor, joined another political party where she pledged loyalty to the party. So it looks as though this Nnamdi Usman has followed El Rufai to SDP. We are clearly confused where Usman Nnamdi's loyalty lies. The party's leadership is also surprised that Nnamdi Usman is talking about corruption when indeed she's the head mistress of corruption. Nigerians are already aware of all the EFCC cases against her, and we expect Ms. Usman to come out and explain to Nigerians the story behind her plea bargain with EFCC and all the properties she allegedly forfeited. She should also tell Nigerians how she acquired her radio station in Kaduna, all her properties all over Nigeria and abroad, her companies in Cameroon, including her plantation. Nnamdi Usman lacks moral capacity to commence any probe or talk about corruption. So these are the people coming to sanitize Nigeria, all looters, all of them. Unknown still goes, but there's that right there. So there is that right there. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants to come in. So if anybody wants to come in. No one in at the moment. Let me go on from that to the next one. Yeah. So VeryDarkMan, he's come out of prison. Lawyer Deji Adeyanju clarifies Femi Falana's role in VeryDarkMan's arrest. So VeryDarkMan, of course, has been released now from the DSS facility. So let me play you a clip of that release before we go into the readout. Let me play you a clip. Where is it? Do I even have it? I thought I downloaded it. Yes, let me play you a clip.
Criminal. How do you put money laundry for best when don't get money?
You don't launder your own money now.
Who broke?
You not criminal now.
I don't to do charity. They didn't wonder how. They don't know how they use debt to do charity. Anyways, we're outside with my lawyer, of course, and you know what we do. We can never get inside when we have our lawyer by our side. So right now, by strategy, you are going to survive me with at least $3,000 first for the starts.
So that's Vincent right there. VeryDarkMan, just been released by the DSS, not the DSS, so the EFCC. Lawyer Deji Adeyanju clarifies Femi Falana's role in VeryDarkMan's arrest. So this is the guy that was calling out Falana. That why is he not speaking out on VeryDarkMan? Adeyanju disclosed in a statement released on Wednesday, April the 7th, that Falana had taken an active role in the situation, calling the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission multiple times to express disapproval of what he called VDM's illegal incarceration. I can now confirm, contrary to my earlier statements, that our respected leader and mentor Femi Falana SAN has reached out multiple times to the EFCC, challenging the legality of VDM's arrest and continued detention, Adeyanju said. So I'm not quite sure if this even has any meaning for who even cares about all this, but we have to care because it's ricocheting in the news cycle. It's the most talked about thing. The clarification comes after Deji Adeyanju had criticized Falana in public for supposedly keeping quiet in the face of mounting criticism and protest, calling for the release of VeryDarkMan. The nationwide reactions to VeryDarkMan's arrest have been overwhelmingly positive, particularly on social media. However, it says yes. However, musician Davido is amongst the prominent people who have expressed support for his release. Young demonstrators calling for his freedom were also spotted in Abuja streets. So there's that. So that's I wonder if that tantamounts to an apology. What VeryDarkMan just said there. I wonder if that amounts to an apology. So let's go on from that to this actually. So this was going to be the headline. State of the Nation, Peter Obi tackles Nigerians who protested during Jonathan's time but refused to do so now. So rather than read it out, let me just play you a clip because I got it on video as well. So let me just play you the clip.
Obi, but we call him Utomi.
Your Excellencies, and our dear Father, Your Excellency, and my dear elder brother, Jonathan, let me respectfully stand on all due and existing protocols. Where do we start talking of our dear Father, Clark? For somebody like me who has just been part of this 2023 election, he lived a life of courage, a life of sacrifice, a life of justice, a life that is valued. But most importantly, he's continued living that life to the end. I listened to my brother Mike when he talked about, may the labor of our heroes past not be in vain. I'm sorry, I'm happy that Jagawan is here, and I'm happy that Jonathan is here. But I can tell you, their sacrifice is in vain. They've sacrificed for nothing. We're in this country when people were protesting when there was no need to protest under Jonathan. Where are those protesters? Have they died? Where are they? So why are we saying it should not be in vain? Jonathan increased fuel from 87 naira to 120, and people were protesting in this country. And when it was 900, they were not protesting. Are they dead? So why are we saying it should not be in vain? People protested when Naira was 180, and when it was 1,005, they're not protesting. Are they dead? So let's not say it should not be in vain. I spoke a few days ago, and people said I'm demarketing Nigeria. When is truth being demarketed? One bank has just shown that 75% of Nigerians in rural areas are poor. Is one bank demarketing Nigeria? UNICEF 2 days ago released that Nigeria now have over 2 million malnourished children, the second highest in the world. Are they demarketing Nigeria? Let's face the reality. Their labor is in vain. We have a country now that is not democratic. We are not a democratic country. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Is the election that happened in Edo, is it democratic? Just the last election in Edo is the most undemocratic election. Everybody knows who won that election. So why are we keeping it and saying, let their work not be in vain? It is in vain. So we can start picking the pieces now, because they've destroyed everything people have sacrificed for. Look at what is happening in Nigeria today. Above all, Jaragowan sacrificed everything. The country people sacrificed has turned into a crime scene. All we do today is stealing. You know, and we have to do something. All we need to do is live a courageous life. May God Almighty that called him home grant him eternal rest and grant us the courage to look into what our Father did for and start picking our pieces. May God bless all of you.
So that was Peter Obi right there. So that was Peter Obi right there, responding to Sanwo-Olu's criticism of him that his pattern of behavior is disturbing. That was what Sanwo-Olu said about Peter Obi, that his pattern of behavior is disturbing and is going around the world demarketing the country. So he is going around the world demarketing the country. I wonder if this strategy, we'll see in 2027 what just this strategy means. It's a one-track strategy, which is almost certainly doomed to failure. But after 2027, hopefully we'll see the end of Peter Obi. We will never hear from him again after maybe March, April 2027. So that's Peter Obi responding to Sanwo-Olu right there. And also in that little clip that we saw there, we saw him eulogizing Gowon, that's the country that Gowon built. So are we saying that the sins of Biafra are now forgotten? All those are fabled 3 million people that they keep telling us got killed. Nothing like that. The whole of Biafra didn't lose up to 100,000, and the totality of that war didn't really take 100,000 is still a lot of people, but the totality of that war didn't take up to 120,000 lives. And about 20,000 from the Nigerian side, about 100,000 from the Biafran side. But it looks as though all of that don't matter anymore. Peter Obi is now telling us that all sins are forgiven. So still in that appearance, he threw a lot of acerbic bullets in different directions. It was aiming at the Nigerian youths, asking them then why they are not rioting against Tinubu. So that's a dog whistle right there. And it should really be picked up by the DSS for that. But it threw in so many directions. Peter Obi knocks Soyinka, Bakare, Falana, other Occupy Nigeria protest leaders over silence on current economic hardship. So this is an ethnic dog whistle right there. So you can see the ethnic undertone in this commentary. Soyinka, Bakare, Falano, etc. So it's a Yoruba sort of Asabic broadback. Is it broadback? So it's not broadback, but broadback. Peter Obi, the leader of the Labour Party, has taken a jab at prominent Nigerians, not even prominent Nigerians, so at the Yoruba race is really where he's jabbing at. Peter Obi of the Labour Party has taken a jab at prominent Nigerians and others who ganged up to protest against former President Goodluck Jonathan when he pushed for fuel subsidy removal in 2012, but are now silent as President Bola Tinubu implements the same policy. At the memorial of late Edwin Clark on Wednesday, Mr. Obi described the statesman as one who sacrificed for Nigeria, but berated other prominent Nigerians like Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka, Tunde Bakare, Femi Falana, and others who led the protest that shut down the country over Mr. Jonathan's fuel subsidy removal more than a decade ago. I listened to my brother Mike when you talked about may the labors of our heroes past not be in vain. I am happy that Jonathan is here, but I can tell you their sacrifice is in vain. They have sacrificed for nothing. We are in this country when people were protesting, when there was no need to protest under Goodluck Jonathan. Where are those protesters? Have they died? Where are they? Mr. Obi said, making reference to the historic hashtag Occupy Nigeria protest of 2012. Mr. Obi said, Jonathan increased fuel from 87 naira to 120 naira, and people were protesting in this country. And when it was 900 naira, they were not protesting. People protested when dollar was 180, and when it was 1,500, they were not protesting. Are they dead? The hashtag Occupy Nigeria protest broke out in January 2012 in response to Mr. Jonathan's move to scrap fuel subsidy, forcing a reversal of the policy. Over a decade later, Mr. Tinubu, who was a staunch opponent of subsidy removal, announced fuel subsidy removal on May 29, 2023, the day he assumed office as Nigeria's 16th president. The announcement saw fuel prices skyrocket from 145 naira to over 1,000 naira and later dropped slightly to 950 naira. Days later, Mr. Tinubu also announced exchange rate unification, a policy that saw the Nigerian naira collapse from 750 to the dollar to 1,500 to the dollar. The dual policies of the Tinubu-led government have triggered unprecedented economic hardships, forcing Nigerians to hit the streets in protest. Those some prominent Nigerians who participated in the hashtag Occupy Nigeria protest have remained silent. Thousands of Nigerians shut down the country in a 10-day protest in August. So that's Obi right there, so throwing acerbic remarks in the direction of prominent Yoruba figures. Self-acclaimed president of National Association of Nigerian Students, Atiku Abubakar Issa, has said the claims he made against President Tinubu's son Sheyi are false. So this is the guy that claims Sheyi kidnapped him, isn't it? So it says Nan's president apologizes to Sheyi Tinubu. So it's just a ridiculous story anyway. A self-acclaimed president of the National Association of Nigerian Students, Atiku Abubakar Issa, has said the claims he made against President Bola Tinubu's son Sheyi are false. In a statement on Wednesday, Atiku addressed the claims which he made in a video that went viral on social media. In the video, he alleged that Sheyi Tinubu and the Minister of Youth and Sport, Ayodele Olawande, invited him to Lagos, where he was offered 100 billion naira to support President Bola Tinubu. He stated that he rejected the offer. leading to his abduction on April the 15th, 2025. So why would they offer him 100 million naira to support Tinubu? We're not in the election phase now. So to support him what? To do what? To get elected? We're still a good 2.5 years to the election. So what is the 100? It's just, even the story itself rings ridiculous. In the video, he alleged that Seyi Tinubu and the Minister of Youth and Sports, Ayodele Olawande, invited him to Lagos, where he was offered 100 billion naira to support President Tinubu. He stated that he rejected the offer, pardon me, leading to his abduction on April the 15th, 2025. According to Atiku, so this is not Atiku Abubakar, although his name is still Abubakar Atiku anyway, but I think that's the only name they have in the north. According to Atiku, after he was abducted, he was stripped naked and thoroughly beaten up, adding that the managing director of the Nigerian National Television Authority was aware. He said he was also taken to the NTA, where an involuntary statement purportedly abdicating my position as NAN's president was obtained under duress. However, in an apology letter to Seyi Tinubu shared on his Facebook page, Atiku described his claims as untrue. So I'm not quite sure. So should he be allowed to get away with that? Of course, if they pick him up now, they would say that they are stifling free speech. Just a categorical lie. This was as he shifted the blame for his allegations against the president's son to the duly elected NAN's president, Ladoja Olushola. He said, it has become imperative to note that the offer of 100 billion naira, which was allegedly made to me to support President Tinubu, was clearly untrue, as Ladoja Olushola, who was desperate to get me out of my legitimate position as the duly elected president of the National Association of Nigerian Students, fed me the lies and half-truths for the sole purpose of achieving a selfish agenda of taking over the reins of the students' body through the back door. So what lies did whoever this other character, Olushola, what lies did he feed him? Did he feed him the lies that he was abducted and beaten up? So he wasn't aware if he was abducted and beaten up or not. And Ladoja Olushola fed him the lies that he was bribed and abducted and beaten up. So I mean, how does that even rhyme in anybody's head? It has become imperative to note that the offer of 100 million naira, which was allegedly made to me to support President Bola Tinubu, was clearly untrue, as Ladoja Olushola, who was desperate to get me out of my legitimate position as the duly elected president of the National Association of Nigerian Students, fed me the lies and half-truths for the sole purpose of achieving a selfish agenda of taking over the reins of the students' body through the back door. It was also Ladoja Olushola who warned me that Seyi Tinubu could order my killing and thereafter instructed the Inspector General of Police to bury the matter. Also, Atiku also described his claim that Seyi Tinubu led talks to the venue of his inauguration as false. He said, I made these claims owing to the picture of Seyi Tinubu painted to me by Ladoja Olushola, who swore to me that Seyi was doing everything to ensure I am not alive to serve my tenure as NAN's president. In fact, I later found out that Seyi Tinubu was nowhere near the venue. Meanwhile, in a chat with correspondents, NAN's public relations officer Samson Ajasa stated that it is absurd that Atiku wants the world to believe that he took advice from the same person he formed a faction against. Of course, it is natural for him to shift the blame after realizing that his allegations against Seyi Tinubu could not stick. How can you base your claims on an advice allegedly received from the same Ladoja Olushola you formed a NAN's faction against? I am glad the media can now see him for who he is, Ajasa said. So, It's just ridiculous, isn't it? I think Tinubu should take this guy to law. But that's that. So that's the readout. So that's the readout. Do we have any clips that we want to play? Let's play a clip of Soludo welcoming Tinubu to Anambra.
I can never forget this man in my life for what he did to people. Our dance is working. Our dance is working. Our IGR is working. Our IGR is working. I can never forget this man in my life for what he did to people. Our dance is working. Our dance is working. Our dance is working. Our IGR is working.
So there it is right there. So that's Soludo welcoming Tinubu to Anambra. It will take something, for Soludo not to end up as the president of Nigeria at some point in his life.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Failati kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So, fresh from licking his wounds, Baba joins us. I wasn't having any expectation of Baba today. Sorry about that, Baba. What happened earlier on? These things happen.
I told you, no sweats. We don't lose. We learn. We learn. That's all. I mean, my expectation was low. Out of the 4 semi-finalists, I knew we were the weakest. You can play Champions League semi-final without a proven striker. In Europe, no, you must be daydreaming. I'm just only taken aback by our fans. The generality of our fans, particularly the English fans, who, without crossing the semi-final line, they already licking their lips for the final that will never be. I learned that lesson back in 1998 World Cup, when after Nigeria beat Spain, I think we drew with Paraguay, and then we were to meet Denmark, and then also we were to play second round with Denmark, and then the trajectory was we were going to meet Brazil at quarterfinal level. That was World Cup 98 France or so. And we're just talking about Brazil, and we wrote off Denmark entirely. And what happened? Denmark walloped us 4-1 or so. It was a rout.
All right. It's just what Patrice Evra said about us now, that it's a bit like watching Netflix. You always have to wait till next season. So another trophyless season for us now, but never mind. Newcastle won a trophy, by the way. But
after 67 years, congratulations. I was still a toddler when you won one last.
Yes, I was thinking about you actually as I was watching the game. So that's Baba. Baba joins us. So thank you, Baba. So Choma, of course, the elegant lady herself. There's Choma right there for Tai. Is in the house. Always a delight when he's here. That's Prince Daddy right there. So always a delight when Prince is here. Dev Stark, formerly known as Emmanuel. So that's the list so far. Yes. I'll yes. The people asking about Ajale Koko. We have to always remember Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko has abandoned us. But so that's Dev Star, artist formerly
Yes.
known.
Let me continue. I'll take my place. Apology to the lady on the panel today. I think we have a lot to unpack, so I will want to. That's why I arrived early. So sorry, lady. I think the main topic is this Utomi thing. I think they just have to rest it. If they don't know how to run opposition, I think they should go learn in other climb. They should go and learn in other climb. You don't poke a ruling government in the face, in the eyes, all the time and thinking there will be no repercussion. We run a presidential system. We run a presidential system bicameral legislation. We are not doing the Westminster thing. It's the Westminster system that tolerates shadow government. In fact, in a Westminster system, what they meant by shadow government, the opposition will form their own government, ministry for ministry. And they will, of course, be countering ministry for ministry what the government is doing. That's the beauty of the Westminster system. But in a presidential system, it's winners take all. There is no place for shadow government or governance. It's not tolerated. Our constitution did not allow it. So why are you bringing this up? Because you are frustrated. That's just simplicity. You have nothing to offer. You've shouted yourself hoarse.
Sorry, Baba.
No,
Pastor
yeah, go
is not
ahead.
an attorney. He's not a lawyer.
No, he's a professor of economics.
Okay, so I guess we should excuse him then.
Well, he knows everything. He's master of all that encompasses knowledge. So he cannot claim ignorance of the law or the dictates or diktats of the Constitution. So on this score, even if you look at those he mentioned, those are ragtag army. Subversives are the people he wants to bring into shadow government, noisemakers, who lives practically in the cyberspace, not wanting to tolerate anything. I mean, the coalition is not working. When they have ED in the bedroom, it's the fault of the government of the day. Every of their machinations has not worked so far. Has not worked so far. And they are at a loss at what is happening to them. Then they come up with this. And when because something akin to this was when MKO went to Ekpetedu and declared himself the president of Nigeria. Perfect excuse for Abacha to use. and say, aha, who made you president of Nigeria? Who declared you? And of course, he reeled him in. And we never saw MKO again. So in a presidential system, there can never be a shadow government. They are just mischief makers. And if come to think of it, look, even a dead clock that is not working for many, many years, in a space of 24 hours, that dead clock is correct twice. That dead clock is correct twice. So whatever this government is doing, you cannot, in totality, 100%. So they are not doing anything because that is the comfort zone where they pack their thoughts. They don't want to hear anything because they don't want to disturb or destroy their illusion. But most of them are living in illusion. So anything that would disturb it, they don't want to hear it. So it has to be total. It's not working. They are not doing anything. Let me regale you rather. If you have pen and paper, because I don't want to be interrupted until I finish this. The government that has not done anything in about 24 months, they have never owed salary to any government worker. Never. Only Obasanjo achieved that. I wouldn't say Yaradua because I can't even have a relative remembrance of what that government looked like. Pay salary promptly. Fact allocation, they disburse immediately, every month, constantly. The foreign reserve has gone up. Are we forgetting that Buhari claimed they left 30 billion? But Morgan, what's the name of the bank now? The bank in America said, no, we don't have it. All you have that is not encumbered here is close to 4 million. That's all Nigeria is worth. Please, don't bother us about this. That same thing, this government has built back to about 35 billion in 24 months. The NEL fund we're talking about yesterday, they did it. Like everything, new policies, there will be teething problems. But we have lots and lots of testimonies from our boys, our girls, our children enjoying these funds. And that had removed pressure from parents. From parents. Of course, we talk about loans now. They are giving to SME. The SMEs are having loans. Nobody's talking about that. They themselves, they are quiet. That's the small and medium enterprises in all states, including Southeast. Fact check all this before you come up and start talking otherwise. The local government autonomy, it's not taking root yet, but it's the law. It's the governors that are fighting it, just like the fourth Jonathan, and depleted our savings, which was almost like 22 billion. And they depleted and chopped everything. That's what they are doing to the autonomy. But because it is the law, there is nothing they can do. There is nothing absolutely they can do about it. The law will take its course, will take its route. And of course, the AFCFTA, the African Continental Trade Agreement, also, the government has removed it from the normal nomenclature of the tariff. So it's a flat rate tariff of 10%. If you are trading within Africa, whether export in, whether import in from another African country, all you have to do is 10% of your pro forma invoice. Flat rates for everything. Of course, we have the PMS. When Buhari was there, we were hearing 65 million consumption of PMS every day. That is petrol. 65 million. It was disproved that countries like Indonesia that have more cars than Nigerians were using just about 30 million, half of that. Nobody said anything. People were living large. We are in a country where people without enterprise, portfolio companies, we are having 3 private jets, 2 private jets, living large, earning everyday money. But today, that the imports has reduced and is on its way out with Dangote working and other modular refinery coming on board, saved a lot of money for the country. Of course, produce exports. With some countries now, we have trade surplus. We have trade surplus with many countries. We have trade surplus with many countries now. Check it out with Netherlands. That is one of the countries. Check it out with India. And of course, there is the Zonal Development Commission. It's no more NDDC thing. It's no more NDDC alone that will be enjoying that. Every zone now have their own commission. And I said here a couple of weeks back that Southeast alone, the takeoff fund for that development commission was 25 billion. We know who is heading it and supervising it. And now we have Cocoa Board. We have Cocoa Board. Because cocoa sells now for $11,000 per ton. And people in Akwa Ibom, in Calabar, everybody's going back now to plant cocoa and raking in money. So they have to now say, okay, if you harvest it, yeah.
Sorry, Baba, let me just insert a 1 minute thing to what you just said there.
Establishment of the National Cocoa Management Board.
As you all know, cocoa is the highest non-oil revenue contributor to the Nigerian GDP. FEC graciously approved the memo, and we're going to submit the draft bill to the Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Council also approved 2 critical policy documents.
I never knew cocoa contributed that much to the GDP, but that's just to agree.
What do we know? What do we know when the noise makers are always telling us nothing is happening? So that is that for Cocoa Board. More universities. In 2 years, 10 universities have taken roots. Prominent among them is the one in Ogoniland and the one in Kaduna, Southern Kaduna, which Reverend Kuka is the VC at the moment, organizing that one. In 2 years, that more university. And CNG, of course, it's not everybody. In a country where you have alternative, if you think petrol is killing you, convert to CNG. It's as simple as that. Most taxis in, if Larry is here, you can come in later when I finish to fact check this, that uses CNG in Abuja, they pay is just about half the rates. They charge the taxis, the vehicles using CNG in Abuja. And of course, there is a legacy project. Sokoto Badagry, Lagos Calabar. Imagine how many states this. Somebody sent me a picture of
sorry, Baba, did you know they completed 10 kilometers of the Sokoto Badagry? I didn't even know they had.
Oh, they've been doing this from the northern side, so we are not even aware of. A lot of people are not aware of that. They are doing it side by side at the same time. They are doing it. Those are legacy projects. I mean, if we say at the time they did the Third Mainland Bridge, there wasn't much money. But those who wanted it, the states that wanted it, the people that wanted it, practically begged IBB, let's squeeze water out of stone and do it. We know how they did it. Almost 30, 40 years thence, we are all enjoying that bridge. If we had not built that bridge that time, imagine what it would cost. We all talk about Lagos Rail today. If we are not to be the coup of Buhari, the Lagos Metro line will have taken place during Jakonde's time. Then it was just $500 million. Was $500 million the Metro line? But look at the Green Line alone today is costing $3 billion. That is Marina to Lekki. $3 billion alone. So if not now, when? So because procrastination is a thief of time. And the oil sector, you understand, I can go on and on and on. So, but these are the just list. I can go on and on and on about all of these achievements, which they say they are not seeing anything. Of course, if you have glaucoma, you don't see plenty anyway. You just see in shadows. That's why they want to form shadow government. So let me go to Peter Obi today. On the clip you saw, I saw him with that mixed smile. And I realized, okay, this is where Oseluka caught his gene from. So I'm not surprised. Okay, this is it. And that effeminate voice is talking about telling us that go on, pandering to go on, that go on built Nigeria, the Nigeria that you built. What hogwash. What hogwash. And you are asking people, dog whistling, to go to the street and protest, forgetting that those who protested, who showed their chest during Jonathan's time, they are the people in the corridors of power today. So if you are desirous, Peter Obi, of taking power, show your chest, go to the street, lead from the front. Don't dog whistle. Don't be a coward. You think power will be handed over to you on a platter? It's not done anywhere in the world. You fight for power. If you are desirous of leading Nigeria, fight for it. Okonkwo challenge you. Maybe now you are gaining strength. Come up with more. Talking is not enough. Action it. Go to the street. Go to Eagle Square. Gather people. They will follow you. You claim you have obedience. Let them follow you to Eagle Square. Let them follow you. You talk about UNICEF, talking about 2 million children suffering from malnutrition. We know the region where the malnutrition is. I don't see malnutrition in Lagos. I don't see malnutrition in the East. We know the seat where they are today. They are the people that are wanting not to wait for their 8 years. 2 years into 4 years, first time alone, they're already shouting, they are tired because the feeding bottle have been taken from their mouths. So they are shouting. That's where it's coming from. But he forgot to tell us that 3 days ago, IMF gave us a clean bill that we don't owe them a sou. A sou we don't owe IMF. One of the few countries in Africa that is not owing IMF. This government achieved it. And why? Sanwo-Olu came out, mentioned your name, asked you a question, why are you demarketing the country? You came into a podium, somebody said, I don't like coward people. Say Sanwo-Olu Call his name, because you know there are consequences. If you call his name, you live in a state, don't you? Whether we call it Nigeria or not, you live in a state, and is a first citizen of that state. You know what you have in that state. So I yield. I beg, one man.
All right, brilliant. I was just about to say 3 more minutes, Baba. So stay there, Baba, because they've passed now 2 of the tax bills, which is now awaiting the presidential assent. So
I didn't want to go too
talk
far.
about
I have
that in a
more,
moment.
about 6 more things to talk about they achieved. I've not even spoken about the tax bill. That will be passing before the Friday.
Yes. So we'll go to that as well, because that's the most important thing that actually happened today. Forget about Utomi and his silliness, but that's the most important thing that's happened this year so far. But we move the conversation around and loop it back to you very, very quickly, Baba. Choma is up next. So Choma, floor is yours. What do you have to say to the politics of the day? Choma.
Oh, good evening, one man. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
Good.
Are you on your way to the kitchen? What are you getting? Get me an orange juice whilst you're there.
Huh? No, so yeah, I just came in. First of all, this your headline is not giving what it's supposed to give, because those 2 people, obviously Tinubu and that other guy, really not trending. They're not on the news. I mean, can you just stop pandering to this administration and focus on the real news? The real news is Peter B's speech, number 1, and Very Dark Black Man was released. Those are supposed to be on your headline. Who are these people you're putting on this screen? Anywho, so I saw the Peter B speech today, and as an obedient, I was very, I was very concerned, because it was showed us this was like a sign of weakness, and I don't know. He shouldn't have made those statements. It's not good. And I was wondering, like, where was all this big dick energy when they declared Tinubu, the winner? That was when I expect like obedience and P2B to protest, way before the inauguration. I was thinking we were all going to march down there and stop the inauguration. But he told the obedience to remain calm. That's the problem, because I don't know when peace has brought any solution to justice. You get my point? So we that was a missed opportunity. 2023, right? Yeah, that 2023 election, that was a missed opportunity for Nigerians, to take back their country, to fight for their rights.
You mean
liberty.
You mean he should have rolled Choma, you mean he should have rolled his people on the streets?
100%. He should have been like, showing.
Shortly after the elections.
Yes, go straight to the Lekki toll gate. I mean, burn down the whole place. That was what I was expecting from Obedience and P2B, but he told us to remain calm. Remain calm for what? I mean, do you think this is Nigeria we're talking about, And not only that, it's Tinubu of all people. There's levels to this. You can't get anything by remaining calm with a whole Tinubu. One man, a whole Tinubu. You want to remain calm? It's Tinubu. So that was a really missed opportunity for Nigerians. I mean, we would have been in heaven by now had we fought for our civil liberty. You get my point? Even like when Donald Trump was rigged out in 2020, right? Do you know what the MAGA people did? They marched down to Capitol Hill and held those senators hostage. Now that's what I'm talking about. You get my point? That's how to get your power back. And trust me, they will
what
not
did they
try
get as
that
the result of
trash.
that?
Look, who's my president? Boo boo. Who is my president? What's his name? Donald J. Trump. Don't play with it. Period. You know, you march down there, as Pansat would say, you fight back. I miss Uncle Pansat, one man. But you know, you get the gist, right? You can't get justice by just staying calm. I mean, this is Nigeria. I don't. Nigeria is not a country where we gain anything by, remaining calm. It doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't work in that country. Honestly, you have to have a thick skin to live in Nigeria. So what makes P2B think that, remaining calm with, I thought it was Adama. Oh no. Okay. So yeah, I'm just so disappointed that he's making these type of statements. I mean, it's like a show of sign of weakness, and he shouldn't be saying this at this time. Nigerians, they know how
hold
to.
on, Choma, can you hear me? Hold on. What about what Baba said, that if Peter Obi feels so strongly, why can't he lead a protest? The people that he was calling out, they led protests. So Tinubu led a protest against Goodluck Jonathan. Wole Soyinka led a protest against Goodluck Jonathan. So if Peter Obi feels that the situation is dire enough for people to take to the streets, why he led a protest as well? So why doesn't he lead a protest if he feels that strongly about it?
So he feels strongly about it now because it's apparent that things are going to get more tougher. Like for the 2027 election period, it's going to get tougher for him. He was not desperate enough in 2023. I mean, he was young and, everyone was on his side, so he probably thought the Nigerian justice system would be in his favor as well. But, it's a shame. I don't like the statement that he released today. It was not good. It's not presidential, and leaders shouldn't be hyping people up. I mean, Nigerians, we know how to persevere during our adversities. So I don't understand why he think we're still in the past. People have moved on. Nigerians are trying to make it during these difficult times, and they're stronger. So he shouldn't be hyping them up to do anything for him at this point. It's too late. We should have done that in 2023. People have moved on and they have persevered. We Nigerians, we believe in struggling and smiling, right? Right, one man. Is it true?
Suffering and smiling is the phrase, but like you said,
yeah. So they have forgotten all about that. They have moved on. So he shouldn't be making that statement. It's not safe at this time. There's so much going on now.
All right.
I'm very disappointed. That's what I came to say. I'm an honest person, and
Can I ask you a question, Chioma?
Oh, rational mind. My favorite obedience. How are you?
I'm not obedient. I told you here on this platform.
It's an honor to speak to you.
It is same here.
It's an honor to share the panel
it is same here.
Tonight.
But can you hear me? I want to say this. I'm not obedient.
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm not obedient. I've always said it here. I'm not. I'm obe-leaning.
Yes,
I lean towards it's okay. Whatever you want to say is up to you. It's up to you. So my question is this. The question I want to ask you is this. What has Obi said that is triggering all these people, including yourself? What did he say? What was it that he said that is making hyping this Agbado and woman and everybody? What is it he said?
He's just opening He's just opening old wounds, you know, and he's hyping, you know, people to go and protest and, you know, fight
Yeah.
for
Did you not do
democracy.
that? Did
But
they
it's
give
too
this?
late.
It's
But
too
this,
what?
look, it's too late for that. You know,
What is too late? Is there any time that anything is late?
we're in a new season.
Is there any time anything is
It's
late?
too
That's what I'm
late.
asking.
What are we fighting for now? This is like one man said yesterday. This is not election period, right? It's too late. We should have been doing this in the moment, in the heat of the moment. That's when we should be fighting. You know, it should be
These guys,
balls everywhere. Not now.
Chioma,
Everybody's trying to.
hold on. It took these criminals that are now occupying that house on the rock there. It took them 3 good years to plan what it did in dislodging this guy, Jonathan. So if any opposition is planning from now to start their own protest, I mean, I think Jonathan was just even fresh in his government when they staged out the protest about the fuel self-subsidy. So if these criminals that are now occupying that Aso Rock today now, if it took them 3 years to form the opposition and continue hammering it on the minds of Nigerians until they were able to kick him out in 2015. So what stops any opposition to do the same today? So when we come here, we always do this. Oftentimes we have to like criticize people. We don't look at history. We don't look at patterns. We don't look at antecedents. It just baffles me. So if he is doing what they did to Jonathan, even he said it that even you, Jonathan, that is sitting here, they did it to you. For me, I see that at this point in time in the history of that country, anything would work. Anything you can use to put into the consciousness of the Nigerian people that this government is the worst government that country has ever had. And Nigeria should realize that going into 2027. But I don't know why these Agbado people are always triggered. It's because I know if you people know, my mom used to say something. If you do something that is good, at least your head will tell you that you know what you're good. You won't even be triggered by somebody's accusation. Well, like they say, what they say, something.
Are you asking Chioma a question or taking over a slot?
Oh, okay, all right. I'm just putting that's my position to you. I put it to you, Chioma. Over to you.
All right, Chioma, respond to that and then bring it home, and then we'll move it around.
Okay, so I just think that people are trying to deal with, the situation as it is now. They're trying to deal with the inflation and just, getting themselves together. I don't think we should be urging anyone to protest. I think there should be a moment in Nigeria where there should be peace. Right now there's no significant protests. So let's just leave it like that. I don't know why he wants us to be protesting and, killing and shooting. I don't want that anymore. Like, I want us to just go through this period of peace, because I know during in 2027 it's going to be more drama, that will unfold. So let's just have this moment of peace. P2B should not be urging young youths to go, because it's going to be the youths that will protest. And its innocent lives will be lost. He shouldn't be urging anyone to be protesting for him. He made a big mistake by telling us to stay calm. I would have been in Nigeria protesting, if he didn't tell us to stay calm. I would have been in Nigeria, in Lagos, protesting for, P2B. So it's all his fault that, he's coming to the realization that, people have moved on. People have moved on, unfortunately. So, yeah, but he needs to, resist the urge to, try to fight back now. I think he just needs to remain calm, like he asked us to. Just remain calm and just wait for 2027.
All right.
No, it's not all right, woman. Chioma, what are you talking about?
I want to move it around.
Yeah, one man, stop telling us to move it round. We're not done with this. Is a trending news. It's not.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second, Chioma. There's a lot of people waiting. They're waiting to have their turn as well. So once we've gone round the panel, then we can open it up to a broader conversation.
No, Adama, let Adama
hold on.
interject.
Just hold on 1 second. When people wait too long, they get fed
we're
up.
not going to hold on. We're going to leave. This is not going to be okay. Just let Adama have this moment to interject.
Hold on. Let me just say one thing. So let me moderate. That's one. And then let's be fair to the other panelists too. That's two. And then let me guide how the session goes. That's three. So Achoma have Adama have that interjection. You bring it home and then we move it around. We cannot just leave people in abeyance when they're waiting to speak. Adama.
Oh no, woman, that's fine. You can go ahead. Please, I understand people are waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, brilliant.
I'll get her later. Yeah, go ahead.
Girl, she's getting in the comment section. This is weird.
All right, brilliant. All right. We'll do 5 minutes monologues just to visit through the room, and then we open it up to a more robust conversation. We kicked up the 7 minutes monologue with Fatai.
Hello, Wama. How you doing?
Adeo, how about it?
I did, Wama. I just want to. Sorry, I don't know. I'm a little bit. Let me get myself together. I want to basically conclude a conversation I was having with Ola. Should I say yesterday yesterday basically. But before I do, since we're already here, there are some topics for today. So I just talked about this World Bank group and Utomi situation that's going on there. So I think where is Doopsie Baby now? So I was on Doopsie Baby when they had this women night. I don't remember the title. And so I was saying there that the Tinubu government would be better off without these World Bank group people. So it is this same World Bank group in Nigeria. Personally, I've seen better World Bank, reports. So when I was these two reports I read about them, I was even excited to read it until I opened it up. It was a waste of my time, So since then, I don't really value them that much. They just particular this World Bank group in Nigeria. They were also the people that SAP. They were also the people. Olufalaye, I don't know his title, whether doctor or something. I don't remember. I don't know. He was there. They can ask him how they came about SAP. So this World Bank group in Nigeria, they are just a bunch of pirates. They just copy paste. So anywhere the wind blows, they go. Is it not this same World Bank group that was saying not some weeks ago that Nigerians should be enduring for 15 years? So all of a sudden now they don't know that time say there's a problem of poverty in Nigeria. So they are just copy pasting this conversation around Babangida time. That it would be very nice if if they could lift, it would be better celebration if they were lifting millions of people out of poverty. So they just hijack it to write their name on it. That's it. There's nothing. It was some useless report they write. What is this? Is it NBS? They wrote a better report on the Nigerian situation around poverty than this nonsense these guys in the World Bank group in Nigeria are writing. They are copy paster. They are pirates. They don't know anything. I don't know if Nigerian government is paying them so much money for advisory services, because that would be so disgraceful for these people. So they are talking about poverty. How much money are they earning from Nigeria? They could donate that money to the poor Nigerians. If they are earning, I don't really know, but I know they have advisory services that they get paid for, around the world. So I don't know if the Nigerian state is paying them millions of our money for some nonsense advisory services that is just a copy paste of what Nigerians are talking about. You are copy pasting Nigerians writing it under some letterhead of some world body, that is theft. This is a very unethical World Bank group. This World Bank group in Nigeria is very, very unethical. Their words don't count for nothing. They had the same word, so anywhere below face, now them be. So the same World Bank group was writing their report that the Tinubu government has distributed 25,000 naira to some millions of Nigerians. But how do you know that? How do you know that? So now they find the sexy thing called poverty. Now they want to hijack it and it's their own program. It's a nonsense report. Of course, there is poverty. The condition is very bad in Nigeria. But it's not what this World Bank group, they are not going to win Nigerian minds over with their copy pasting. Okay? It's not them. Leave it to the politicians. Let them fight it out. It's the same thing also this Utomi people. So Utomi could do a better job helping his candidate, whether it is Peter Obi, to get specific. That is the way to fight. Okay? Talking general everywhere, going everywhere. I remember when I first came on this platform, one of the first thing back then was leading this thing, diaspora voting. I don't know if you remember, we were laughing so hard that day. So there was this Austrian embassy in Nigeria that they were turning to a restaurant. So I'm like, look at these people. So you want to be doing the diaspora voting. If we don't even have structured embassies, your embassies are turning to restaurants and you are talking about diaspora voting. He's forgetting about that. So whatever a shadow, one man you were saying in the UK, they shadow government, but that is part of the government. You understand? That is good. The government forms a shadow government. It's not some private body saying they are forming. I think they just put the headline there, shadow government. You understand? You can form your coalition or whatever it is and assign.
No, that's the word he used, Fatai. He used specifically shadow government.
It's just a nonsense thing. It just doesn't mean anything. You can form your coalition and assign duties to people. Okay? You can assign duties for people to this one. You'll be monitoring what the minister this is doing, what that one is doing. That's fine. But what's the point of putting shadow government? Okay, there's no point there. Okay, you can do whatever you are doing, you can do it without calling it shadow government. You understand? So all these general sexy trend, everybody, fashion now, everybody is trying to be sexy. They are looking for sexy language, sexy thing. Okay, all of these, they're not going to promote anything. They're not going to move the country forward. They will be better off if Peter Obi is their candidate because a politician sometimes, everywhere in the world, by the way, a lot of politicians just have the general talking. Okay? So it is the people around them that helps to particular this general something. Okay, if you want to say consumption to production, fine, but get particular, get specific. This is what is interesting. This is what general talking. Okay, for how long are we going to keep talking? For how long? Talk, saku. Everybody.
Sorry, Fatai. Sorry, Fatai. Apologies. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to head to bed. Adama will bring it home. Super Tata is Ayo. Adama, just move it around. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
So that's what I wanted to say about that. I think they say, I'm not sure whether he actually studied the political economy. I think he studied mass communications. I stand to be corrected. I think even his PhD was in some media or mass communication. But I think because he worked in banks, they gave him some honor as political economy in political economy or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, Nadem Sabi, this is not really my thing, but I just wanted to make that point. All this general, everybody just talking general. Everybody, even the government, even the opposition, even everybody, general. So the same thing they are criticizing is the same thing also they are doing. So there is not really stand out anything. So if you don't like the government or the opposition also is not standing out. So it's like you don't even know where to fall. You understand? So that's the point I wanted to say about that. I was talking with Ola yesterday about these EFCC arresting people for Naira abuse. And I was totally, I came to a realization that, okay, there was a point Ola took the conversation to the backstage. And, hey, hello, Adama, how you doing?
Greetings, Fatai. Greetings.
Hello, sorry, I was talking away. I was, I wanted to
No, that's
get to where I
that's
wanted to
okay.
talk about. Yeah. So I will be, I will not be able to believe it. I will not be able to believe it if all of these arrests for Naira abuse is based only on CBN Act. So the most important thing, because that would be tremendous lack of comprehension that is beyond belief by government, by central bank, people running central bank, people running EFCC. You cannot use CBN Act to be arresting ordinary citizens. Okay? You can, your CBN Act, if the CBN governor, that time it started under Emefiele. If Emefiele organized the various law enforcement to implement something in the CBN Act, okay, maybe to arrest bankers doing that thing. So maybe hypothetical doesn't exist. But let's say after the bankers, the teller, they count your money. Instead to give you in your hand, they spray it on you. And so that law will make them to be subject to arrest. But you can't be arresting ordinary people. The CBN regulations, law, even I don't what's the name? I think Arogidigba. I didn't understand the whole conversation, where the whole conversation was going. The act, an act is a law. Law is a general name. An act is a law, so I don't know what difference it was making. Anyway, I didn't understand a lot of things. The way what it was coming, which angle it was even coming for all through yesterday. So the CBN Act is not meant for arresting ordinary citizens, okay? Except maybe there is an underlying crime. Let's say maybe somebody is spraying money, but you know you have intelligence that money is spraying to the musician. It's a form of money laundering. Okay, fine. But pure dry spraying money, except you transfer it into the criminal code. So I just want to take your platform, one man, to even ask our Nigerian government everywhere, are they really arresting people based on CBN code, where CBN Act, without enabling the law in the EFCC Act, in the criminal code, in the police act, whatever it is for the citizens? That would be so mind-blowing. That would be so mind-blowing. This abuse, they are calling Naira abuse, as I was talking with Ola yesterday, as a matter of fact, is actually a tool of controlling inflation, because every money that is damaged, the banks takes them, those money are out of the system. Who are you arresting people over? What people are doing makes better economic sense than this your high horse, oh, I am in suits, all those village people, they are barbaric people, they are spraying money. What is your problem with people enjoying their life? The people enjoying their life when they go to Ijebu or wherever is they come from to make party, they are transferring wealth or whatever, however small it is, from the urban city to the village places. So what is the point of arresting people? So I just wanted to make the point that I don't really understand why they are arresting people for Naira abuse. I think it's a tremendous not understanding what even the role of the CBN is, So that's the point I wanted to make.
But what are they arresting? Arresting what? I didn't get that part.
No, they arrested Bobrisky. They arrested Imani. I think they questioned Iyabo Ojo lately. So for what? Naira abuse is not in the if it's not in the criminal code, I hope to God it's in the criminal code. Otherwise, I don't get it. Personally, I don't get it why they're arresting people for Naira abuse. So that's what I wanted to say about that one. And so basically, I wanted to just, because the conversation went offline, so I didn't really understand the part where it went offline. So that's what I want to say. I don't know about today's topic, Adama, or if my 5 minutes over, then that will be all I would say. I hope they are not arresting people based solely on CBN Act. There's an enabling law in the criminal code that's allowing them to do it, because that's illegal. It's illegal. So that's what I want to say. Thank you very much, Adama.
You're welcome, Fatai. Baba, greetings to everyone in the panel. Baba, have you spoken?
Yeah, I
Sir?
spoke first. Thanks, Adama. How are you today?
I'm doing good. I
Great.
guess it's going to be Rational Mind, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think, yeah, the Rational Mind
I'm
or
yet to
Prince
speak.
Daddy, if
I'm yet to speak.
Prince Daddy is available, I
Oh,
think.
Agama,
has
answer your
everyone
question.
else okay? Who is it supposed to speak now? I'll call you
B1
Rational.
or Prince Daddy, then RM, and then Larry, I think.
I know, but
Okay.
Baba would never
B1,
pronounce that
can you
name.
please go ahead, sir? Could you
Huh?
please
Rather, you
unmute?
would say RM, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Go
because
ahead, you have the floor,
Rational
sir.
Mind is
Thank
too
you.
long for me.
Yes, sir.
All
All right.
right.
Whoever wants to
B1,
let
we
them
can't
speak.
hear you. I think you're muted.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Okay, that's BT. BT, how are
Yeah.
you?
I got it, sir.
Shalafiani.
Mama, I'm going to
Adubadolo.
ask you to. I'm going to ask towards the end of my time here about the tax bill. I think you raised that point towards the end of your submission earlier, but you didn't have enough time to talk about it. So maybe the past few 2 or 3 minutes of my time, I'll let you speak about it. Okay. So,
Okay, let me just quickly give me 1 minute. The tax bill, two of the legs, there are 4 legs actually. 2 has been passed. That means they cancel out the old FIRS and give it the new nomenclature. I can't remember what it's called now, the tax board. And then they rejected the 7.5, is it 10%? 10% VAT. So they put it at 7.5 and things like that. So remaining the orders to be passed tomorrow. The meat of it, they will pass it tomorrow. Those are the 2 aspects they passed. And I think they outrightly rejected one. I can't remember that one now.
the breakdown, you see 30% for derivation and
30% for corporate tax. Yes, they approved 30% for corporate tax. Yeah.
Right. Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to to talk about Ogun State for a minute. I know I've been very hard on Dakpo on this program for the past 3 to 4 years, but the moves he's made in the past 3 months, it's been outstanding. I got off the phone with a friend of mine earlier today. It was at the governor's office. He had Stella Industries. They signed
That's Emzo.
Yeah, they signed a deal for $4 billion. So we're gonna get our own steel plant industry in Ogun State.
Oh, okay. Sorry, not Emzo.
Also,
Emzo is coming with 30 billion investment in pharmaceutical. I wonder why did she take it to Anambra?
Also, Codex is also coming to Ogun. They signed a deal today, so they focus more on hypertensive, diabetic medications. So
And
in diagnosis,
and you are blaming Dakpo.
like I said earlier, I said I've been hard on him, but let me give the man his flowers now. I was hard on him.
Beats him is waking up. We love him.
Yeah, this year it's really shocked me. Like he's beating the Lagos Songo for Papalato. I'm like, what's going on with this guy? Now also Ogun is now the leading state when it comes to lithium batteries. Like we're doing a great job. They signed a deal a few weeks ago. Alluvial gold, like we've always dominated limestone, obviously. But don't forget, this is the one that really got me. JBS is coming to Ogun State too. That deal was signed 2 weeks ago, $7.6 billion. JB controls about a quarter of the world's, like when it comes to, when you go to the store, you see all this packed meat and stuff. They're Brazilian company, but they control almost a quarter of the world's supply.
But I will Ogun State. Everything you are always giving the first offer. Even Dangote refinery, if not for the stupidity of the other
previous
man,
administration. But the point that I'm trying to make in regards to JBS is that solves our Fulani herdsmen's problem, because they're going to then bring in their expertise on how to package, process meat. You don't need any guy. You don't need any dinner up and down anymore. Those people will just go away. You don't need to. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to force them out of the market. You're supposed to price them out of the market. And when these guys come in with the investment, that solves that problem. I mean, at least it helps. I would say half of the problem is solved. Also, Wasil is coming to Ogun too. They are the biggest when it comes to soil, the soil market. That would be the biggest.
You people don't do Awuri.
So you have Allied Gold also coming. You have Codex. You have Stella. Of course, the Dangote refinery
and Emzo
as well too. You have a couple of power plants being built as well. So and today, by the way, Ogun also has an interest in the purple line. I know Lagos is making a move with the green line. I saw that report today, but they're also partnering with Ogun on purple. That was getting serious. Larry, the work has resumed on the red line in that Songo area that we were complaining about. That I saw. So I saw some pictures today.
Okay, the extension into water.
Yeah, finally they're gonna make that. It's also following up on the blue line as well. So blue line, purple line, and that red line. Ogun's waking up. So the past 3 months has been amazing for Ogun State. Kudos to Dakwa Abiodun. Let me just stop right there. So I had to, because I've been very hard on him for the past 3 years on the show, but I have to give him credit for this past 3 months. I mean, this is about.
You guys should give us a template of the Awureo so that we can use it too.
Hey, we're neighbors, so it will benefit Lagos obviously, and we also working on our own seaport as well. A smaller size, of course, for that investment market in that, because half of this thing is mostly in Ogun East, the Jebu side of Ogun State coming in. So my black people should also wake up. And yes, our airport too, Baba, we have our airport too running now. They have flights coming in. So.
Yeah, I know. I was one of those who thought that it would not be effective, but it's working.
All right,
and even the dry port too that was legal issues. I think they've resolved that now, and that could also be a thing.
Yeah. So was finally waking up to his the governor. Have been impressed so far. So let APC continue to rule the state. God bless Ogun State. Thank you, guys. Adama, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you. I'm going to come to Larry. Larry, could you please unmute? Is you there? Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Adama. I'm here.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah,
it's your turn, yes.
So BT, I think it's actually...
Adama, is there a coup going on? I mean,
no. Okay, Prince Daddy, you can go.
You're trying to keep me by all means.
Okay. I'm sorry, Prince Daddy.
No, the man is from Ogun State now. I mean, you claim to be from Ogun State. Let the Ogun State. Okay, go ahead, Prince. I mean, you claim to be an Egba man, but allegedly, but yeah.
Allegedly. So BT, yeah, kudos to Dapo. I think Dapo has been doing a lot, right? And I think he's always opened his hands for investors, and it's kind of like taking the Benga Daniels template. Benga Daniel was also like that. It was open to everybody because there's a whole lot of things that Ogun State can actually benefit by their proximity to Lagos. Everything cannot be in Lagos. Ogun State can. If Ogun State wakes up, then Ogun State is kind of like an avenue for Southwest to really get to that level that people really want it to get to. And I think Odua Corporation too. I think they are doing some collaboration with Ogun State.
Yeah, because they're partnering with the newly formed Joint Commission. The one that Lagos joined last minute. Baba, the one you joined last minute.
Okay. I think what I actually want I think they should just focus on power. They have the capacity to generate and distribute power. Because that's one key thing that I think Ogun State is really going to benefit from. Because there are major factories in Ogun State. And if they can, if any of them, that or whatsoever, if they can just achieve that. I know at a point they were having some talks with WAPCO, this Ewekoro Cement, you know,
Right.
I think.
Oh, the one in Ifuabi?
Yes, but I'm also actually fucked that thing up. Because at that
Amosu was
point,
there. You know that guy. Yeah.
Ewekoro had SS and they were ready to give that SS. The SS
They still have.
Yeah, they still have. That's at that time, the SS they had could still take the whole of Abeokuta. But you know, I'm also a very greedy man, right? Everything is all about what's the cut for me. If he doesn't get the cut in it, he doesn't even care.
But Larry, sorry, I thought the Joint Commission is focusing more on rail and power, right? For the Southwest. That's their main two priorities. Or are they doing something else?
Yeah, they are trying, but as far as I'm concerned, I think the state should.
You see a plan one the Joint Commission. I've not seen anything else.
No, I don't know. For me, I just think the state has the capacity to, you know, they've been generating a lot recently in terms of IGR. So I think they should just focus on one key thing, which is power. If you can solve the power issue in Ogun State, I'm telling you, Ogun State is really, really going to benefit because the factories are in Ogun State. You know, Lagos is more of a financial hub, not an industrial hub. So when you have an industrial hub in Ogun State, and if Ogun State can focus on power, so what are we saying? So that's exactly what we're saying. So yeah, BT, that's for that. So let me say one or two things about about Party Tommy. You see, the problem I have with all these people, particularly all these afternoon professors, because Utomi has always been, there's development economics and all these things. And I'm happy that Fatah actually, put it out. A lot of people do not know. Utomi, people respect him. They see him as some people kind of like, probably if you give somebody like Utomi, Minister of Finance, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. And a lot of people just take this, ignore, they are economics and all this. Utomi is nothing more than a mass communicator. Mass communicator, and they go with all these buzzwords and, like they know all those things.
No, Larry, I think it's much more than that. With this Lagos Business School, LBS.
Baba, leave Lagos. Anybody can say, Baba, that's the problem I have. That's the problem. And these are the same thing, right? You see, these people, these are the same thing. They come, they give you economic policy, people run away with it as if they're
Like, why do you take the moron? This is that I told us they should be planting trees in Abuja. That's the way to create jobs for the youth. Remember this clown with this? It has insane economic policies.
No, the problem of even the problem of Nigeria today is those people, and I'm happy that Fatah actually picked it up. This issue of SAPA, when SAPA and all these things, these were the people that were pushing. They were pushing. That's going to be this, blah 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 blah. These are the people. They will push all sorts of things and
yeah, that's true. Ike Okogu, Idika Kalu, Idika, and Patutomi. Chief Ulufalaye. I can go on and go on and go on. All of them.
The problem we're having today, that's the genesis of the problem. We all know it. But a lot of people, they come and somebody would, sometimes when you look at their background, right? I'm not saying, anybody can be economics, right? But when you look at their background, you look at what they've done within the space and look at that to be able to determine who they are. And this is this is the kind of person Utomi is. He comes and people, they hide his background and everybody's saying, no, he's a political, economics, management, this, management, that. Because this whole thing, shadow government and all those things, see, I don't have a problem if you are against the government. It's normal. Everybody can be against the government. You can do this. Try and look for a way to help your candidates. Wait for election, campaign campaign, and if you win, good. If you don't win, good. And if you're a professor, what can you really bring to really help the country? Nothing. Most of these guys, they do not have anything to help the country. As far as I'm concerned, you may not like Tinubu. Like I said yesterday, there are a lot of great policies that this guy is actually bringing. This guy is actually handling things, handling root cause of most of the problems that we have in Nigeria. But, him too, I think most times he's always carried away with politics. He does a little bit of politics and other things. Yeah, for me, he can do politics, but the ministers he has in some of these ministries, like I said yesterday, if those ministers can at least, genuinely work for him, not all these ministers that are
Larry, there will never be any policy without Tinubu's politics. Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Tinubu can't just go play policy. It's not going to work.
Yes, that's what I said.
Has to come first.
Yeah, that's why I said.
But Larry, why do people continue to listen to Pat? Remember Pat and Brazilian government when it got
people do not.
The guy helped them with their policy in Brazil. That was a disaster. It never worked anywhere.
Babati, the problem of Nigeria, let me tell you.
Don't we read in that country?
The media in Nigeria polish people. If you see the way media polish people, they will polish them and they will make them look like, oh, these guys are, the best. They have the solution and everything. They do not have any solution. And that's part of the problem that we are in Nigeria today. I like what Fatai said, copy and paste World Bank, all this World Bank, copy and paste, somebody will just come and everything and probably, something working so place, let's copy and paste and bring it to Nigeria. And there's a lot of media thing and all those things. There are a lot of things. What would work in Nigeria is just normal traditional economics. It's not all this, they are blah, 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 that they come with their buzzword and everything. Everybody knows the problem of Nigeria, right? We know our problem. Our problem is basically, this is a country that is not productive. We are not productive. And what magic do we want to do? We just need somebody that is ready to just focus on that aspect. If countries like China have listened to all this World Bank, they won't be where they are today. And that's part of the problem. They put all these people, as if they are this, they are that. At the end of the day, if you look at their background, most times, the media try to hide their background and push what they want to push. Oh, they are this, they are that. So, there are people I respect, right? People in finance that personally I respect. I love listening to. And unfortunately, Pat is not one of them. I see Pat more as probably a media, somebody go on media and start throwing some buzzwords,
Larry, good question. Show me one local government, state government, or any country where its economic theories have worked out. Just show me one. Just one. It failed in Brazil.
What are these economic theories you're talking about that Pat Utomi has championed over the years?
Yeah, it has this. So no, it had Larry. When Larry thinks, I will chime in when Larry's done, so you know where I'm coming from. Yeah, Larry, go ahead.
And then I want to talk to Larry. I mean, Larry, this way you just painted this guy, it just makes me wonder. I just sat down here and just wondering, what are you talking about?
Okay.
I mean, in the sense that this is the same guy you're saying that he came with the World Bank kind of a theory, economic theory, but yet your Tinubu maybe not your Tinubu, but Tinubu that is there is subscribing to their agendas in trying to bring out Nigeria from whatever doldrum that it is they say Nigeria is. Is that what they are following?
No,
is that what they are getting money from the IMF?
No, see, let's tell ourselves one truth, all right? World Bank or no World Bank, we all know our problem. Subsidy has always been our problem. Nigeria has always been deceiving, Nigeria as a country, we'll be deceiving ourselves. We felt Nigeria is rich and Nigeria is not rich. Basically, what we've been doing is we've been painting ourselves differently from what we were. We all know that we can't sustain some of all those things. All we needed, that's why every president that comes in sees that as a big problem. But in order to face that problem, it's difficult. because you can't be popular. You can't push some of those policies and be popular as a government. So if somebody is taking the bull by the horn, doing it, the only thing I can always say is just that, okay, fine, what are the aftermath of taking some of those things? Because we can't keep, oh, why did he do this? See, this is a problem. This is just like they say somebody has cancer. And that person, every time you see that person dresses well, that person is good. Outside, everybody believes that this person is so healthy, but this person has cancer. Why not face the cancer? Because basically, major problem we have in Nigeria, we all know it. And these are cancers.
But the point I'm making is, I mean, you just said all of this. But then the point I'm trying to make is, what is it that this guy has said that is similar to what IMF said or World Bank said? That Tinubu is not himself, is not following. What is it?
See, one man, no, not one man. Rational mind. It's not today. It's not today. There is nothing. Part has always been everything. Parts. If you take your time and go and listen to Pat, it's not just probably what Pat says today. I've been following Pat. I know the kind of person Pat is. And these people, right now, you may be friend to Pat was formerly friend to Tinubu now, and I think the problem of Pat started with Buhari. Pat felt he wanted to, okay, probably at that point people were hyping him to probably be the Minister of Finance, and he didn't get it. Then he left the Tinubu camp. So those are all those things, right? It's not because some of all these guys really love the country. So people may not really like Tinubu, and I've always said it here, right? It's not really for a president to be popular, but the major thing that guy has actually done, those two policies, if he can, aftermath of those policies, if he can have his minister execute things very well, in the next 6 years, Nigeria will be better. That's what I just said. I've looked at it with the way we are kind of like going with the progression and everything, what I'm saying. This guy is basic, Nigeria has always been living on loans, right? And this guy is basic, you can now see states. Was it yesterday? I was looking at states, how much most of the states have actually paid back. States are now beginning to stand on their feet.
They are not even borrowing money anymore.
Yes, which is, I was so happy. Like most of the states, some paid 50% of their loan, 60% of their loan, which I think is actually good, right? States can plan well compared to what prior to this time, if they have a budget, most of the states, almost 80% of their budget comes from borrowing. So economic policies are not really things that, immediately you start seeing the effects. But it takes time, and it takes a lot of work, a lot of effort for us to start getting some
states are paying back loans, which is great, just like you said. But from where so you're saying the states are generating revenue now to be self-sufficient? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
or they're paying the money out of the IGR that they get and pay back part of it for their loans.
No. They are getting more money from FARC, and some of them are even doing better in terms of IGR. They are doing better now compared to what they were doing before. Because during Buhari, most of the states, like I know Ogun State and some other states, even some states in the north, they hardly even pay salaries. They were borrowing money to pay salaries. So if states are now beginning to, pay some of those loans, and at the same time they can pay salary, and they can do some other things. I just wish, Nigeria, the problem I have with Nigeria is just that by 2026, everybody's focused on election, nothing like governance again. We'll still be there. So for me, if we can have the same way we're actually having it, everybody just focus. In the next 6 years, I see Nigeria coming out better. If we can keep maintaining this momentum, we'll definitely get it right. Because policies are right. We just need people that are dogged, people that are ready to face things in terms of implementations of some of these policies.
And Larry, aren't you happy for our students? No university shut down in the last 2 years.
No, those are part of the things, right? Because
So
those are
4
part
years
of
is 4
the things.
years.
Because those are things that really help us to plan. Because you can't plan when there are a lot of uncertainties, a lot of fluctuations, right? There are a lot of things. So for me, I think I like the way it's going. I know in terms of welfare, probably the government should do more. You know, they should do more in terms of welfare for people, at least for people to have more access, right? More access to money for them. So government should do more in terms of that. Probably if Tinubu's government need to look for ways to work a little bit on inflation. At least people should be able
Larry,
to.
and sorry, Larry and Baba, there's something fundamental going on that I'm not getting yet. So, it being power, everybody's complaining the economy is bad, but you're telling me or telling us that the states are paying back their loans, getting more IGR or getting more, you know, money from the feds. Um, Things are working out somewhat. So, I
Even they
guess
are paying pensioners, their backlog. Pensioners, they are
okay.
paying, states are
So
paying.
So in the midst of all this so-called financial debacle or struggle that you're going through, where's the revenue coming from? Or what is going on in the
Exactly.
background
Thank you.
that we don't know?
Okay.
Okay, I even have a question I have to ask Larry. I was reserving the question now for many days for Emeka, but I can ask Larry too. Look, 1 month ago, 1 month ago, 3 weeks ago, Manufacturers Association, they said they have about goods manufactured locally. Not once, not twice did the DG said that word. Lying idle, no bias. So my question is, if we are not manufacturing, how come we have goods worth $1 billion stacked in warehouses that people are not buying?
Baba, the
Did you
problem.
hear that news too? Did you
No,
hear
I did. I heard
Okay.
it. I heard it. The problem, right? Nigeria, it's more of a mindset thing, right? And profit. There, everybody's kind of like profits inclined. You believe that rather than selling at loss, you want to keep some of all those things. But one thing I know that is currently the people that are really making it big in Nigeria now are people that are into agriculture. They are making it big. Because prior to this time, right, and this issue of weak naira is really helping a lot of those people that are more into agriculture, because people are now beginning to look at West African markets. I have some couple of friends that that are doing big in agriculture in Nigeria, exporting most of the African markets. People, though, they don't even think about Europe and all those places. They make a lot of money from African markets. And I think that man, if I don't know if it's the same interview, said it that, because when you have weaker naira, weaker currency, I think
It encourages export.
the basic thing is to really take advantage of that weaker currency and benefit your economy. So for me, whatever the case is, whatever Tinubu is doing, I think his ministers should just help him. If the ministers can help him, I'm telling you, we're going to get a lot of benefits. They shouldn't just, because some of the ministers are even playing politics. I know some of them are interested in governorship election. Some of them wants to be governors and all those things. I think Tinubu should just read the riot heart to them now. If you want to, they want to work with him, if they want to go for governorship and all, they should resign. They should resign and focus on the government, right? Focus on the government, focus on helping Tinubu to succeed. Whatever anybody is saying, probably opposition and anything, I think everybody is really interested in Nigerian working. Not, because you bring this person, if you bring, no matter who you bring, they are not going to do magic. Let's not deceive ourselves. Somebody tells you, probably if it's this person, they come, Nigeria is going to be like Eldorado. Nigeria is going to be probably like, no, nobody's going to do magic. It's the same problem. Probably they can say, oh, they will be more aggressive, you know, with the notion that every other thing will be constant. Because every politician you listen to in Nigeria, they tell you that, oh, they are going to do this, they are going to do that. They forget that there are several other variables that sometimes outside their control. They assume that all those variables will be constant and they will be able to do things. So for me, I'm more interested in Tinubu's government being successful, because once the government is successful, it's going to really help the country. If it's possible, right? If they can do a law, if it's 8 years, let one government do 8 years, let another one come in another 8 years, so that we can have that flow of policies, right? So that nobody is even disturbing themselves. Because the problem is with Nigerian system, that 4 years, I'm telling you, it's a problem. Because averagely, any government that wants to work in Nigeria works for probably around 2 years. The other 2 years is election, politics, and everything. Probably that's one of the things. If they really want Nigeria to be good, National Assembly should make a law. If it's 8 years, we'll know that in 8 years, you are just focused on 8 years, focused on governance.
You know, they would never agree. And the best you can get is about maybe if you do a 6 years.
Yeah, even if it's 6 years.
6 years will make more sense. But 8 years, no, I don't think anybody will agree.
Yeah, even if it's 6 years, I think 6 years is better, right? Let's.
So it sounds like a good idea, Larry. But the assumption behind that proposal, I mean, you're making an assumption that the government you're talking about would be effective and work for the people. I'm a little bit skeptical about that, really.
That's a problem, because if it goes the other way and they are terrible, that means you're stuck for 6 years as well.
I mean,
yeah, you
exactly.
can.
4 year is an opportunity to vote out a government that doesn't work, at least. But I totally agree about the politics. After 2 years, it's a waste of time and resources that the country doesn't have. I think it's a waste of time. Maybe a 6-year term would be ideal. Who knows? 1 6-year term might work.
Yeah, for me, probably.
Adama, what is going to be our turn now? Are we now in the
okay? Yeah, I think I can actually round off from here. So rational.
No, answer the question he asked you.
I might be no. By the way, bye. We lost today. Arsenal lost today. I just wanted to.
But I didn't raise my hope. Honestly, you were not here. I didn't raise my hope. I mean, I've learned my lesson long ago.
I was hoping that somehow maybe God will help us, but
you can't win a Champions League without a proven striker.
Go and buy experienced players.
I know, Larry. I know.
No, but no. In the last 2 cycles, we spent over $500 million.
Yeah,
I think apart from Chelsea, we are number 2.
I mean, on strikers, we need. We don't buy.
Arteta made that mistake, and this injury thing was unprecedented.
Okay, so Larry, have you finished that?
No, I'm all right.
But I think you didn't answer that question where you asked about where they're getting that revenue, that suddenly they are now being able to pay their loans.
Okay, where they are getting their revenue. So, in terms of revenue, I think one thing most states have actually done recently is to get better with their internal revenue service. A lot of states, and most of the states are beginning to model Lagos, LIRS. And most of them are now beginning to digitize their tax policies. So like Ogun State, I don't know of most states, but I know more about
even some outsource it anyway.
Yes. So they are beginning to now, do all those things, and they are beginning to now generate more. So aside the fact, the IGR in most of the states have been better. And I think some of the states are now beginning to focus on their, on their comparative, what they are more competent on. Particularly those ones that are more of agricultural states.
Like Niger states and Taraba.
Like Niger states. And some of the states now also are beginning to focus, those ones that have resources, like Nasarawa. Nasarawa is focusing more on bitumen, on lithium. So I think the states are also doing good, and there are several other things. There are several other things that they are doing. They have more money now, and so that's what I think they are doing.
Thank you so much, Larry. Prince Daddy, could you please unmute? You're next. Prince Daddy, are you there?
I'm here, but let Rational mic go, please.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot has been said, but I just sat down here. I wonder what Larry is even talking about and some of the things he said when he was criticizing Utomi. I know that's one of the topics we have here today. And I heard Baba when Baba was talking about, we're not in the Westminster kind of parliamentary system and all that. I was like, come on. I mean, this guy, if you read what he said, you understand we're not in parliamentary. We see everything does have to be straight jackets. There's no one size fits all. I mean, one size fits all kind of situation in this on this planet Earth. I mean, if you get the drift, what he was talking about, he said he calls it the Big Tent. That's what I think that's the name he calls it. He said the Big Tent. I know he has been throwing that nomenclature, that name around for the past some time. Every time when he gets a chance to be interviewed on any of those Nigerian local TV stations, or he was able to speak on any podcast, he always throw that Big Tent around, like as if it's some kind of solution. But what he said was just basically that, okay, we should just follow me. He calls it a shadow government, not really a shadow government like they want to overthrow, because that already has triggered the Agbado people and the Tribulation people in Aso Rock. I mean, what is wrong with these people? For goodness sake, what is triggering? Why do these people get so triggered? Anything people say or any opposition does things that makes them feel threatened. If you're doing something right, for goodness sake, why would you be threatened? If you have the back of the Nigerians, what am I trying to say? If you have the support of the Nigerians, why should you be afraid of something somebody did or something? At least you have the support of the people. The people will not let anybody to come and just topple you or take you out, and then all the Nigerians will be sitting down and looking at it. It's because you know that you've not done anything right by the people. That is why they get triggered. If it's not at Akinwumi Adesina, it will be Obi. If it's not Obi, IMF talk. That one talk. They did not say they were marketing Nigeria. But when it's Obi, anybody that's not in their bad wagon, even though you are formally in their bad wagon, even though you are in a bad wagon, like the other guy, Jesus Tega, that was talking the other day here. They started labeling him. He's an imposter. He's a mole in the APC. You see what the APC minions were all talking about. We were crying all up and down on Twitter and Instagram and everywhere on Facebook. Like, I don't get it. And you want people you want opposition. I mean, am I surprised any opposition? And that is what this guy is trying to do. That is what Utomi said he's trying to do. Don't get me wrong, I don't subscribe to this shadow government, whatever crap they calls it. You can look for another name because I know such thing would trigger the Agbado people, the Agbado maniacs there. It will trigger them. Maybe people would look for some other name. Because if you say something government now, you see, they want to topple us. they want to invite the military to come and take over from us. That's what they will say. But what is he saying? He said we were going to be providing solution. I mean, among these people that were part of the so-called shadow government that he created, there are Yorubas there, there are Igbos there, there are Northerners there, there are Middle Beltans there, and they have every one of them has their own area of specialty. They will look into any. That's what I was expecting us to criticize here. But Larry went off target. He was attacking what's our friend the professor, the Utomi, attacking his personality. This and that. This is like, come on. Let's talk about the issues. That is one thing that that really vexed me a lot with the Agbado people. You don't talk issues. You want to attack personalities. If it's not me, you rational mind, your papa be like Tinubu, your papa you get kind of Tinubu money. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what is the focus of what this guy is trying to do. He's talking about, he said totally there's no opposition anymore in the Senate, no opposition anymore in the House of Rep, because Tinubu has taken over everything. They've threatened those people there. Those people, they don't even have any voice anymore. I mean, now it felt that there's no point depending on these idiots that are in the House of National House of Assembly. They're not acting out their roles. So let me create some kind of thing that will go by shadow government. But no, we just want to fixate. Well, our fixation is just on you call it shadow government. Why is it called it? Are they trying to topple the Tinubu? Are they trying to create their own kind of government? No, that's not what it's trying to do. It's trying to give constructive criticism. If Tinubu says, okay, fine. Recently, we had Tinubu talk about what's his name? What was that they said recently? They said they wanted to do no importation of no more importation. Is that what you're supposed to do? And they were providing, no, you should not have gone that route. Probably
it didn't say no more. It said encourage sourcing locally as much as you can. Then if you cannot get it locally, then you can import. But the top priority will be local.
But what I'm saying is that they were once opposition, right? They started the opposition three years even before the 2015 elections. So why are they always shitting in their pants every time when they hear people just criticize them or wanted to like make some criticism? So my point is this: it's like
rational mind.
Yeah.
Has there been any government in Nigeria that does not behave that way?
Good Jonathan I've never seen a level. Hold on, I'll answer your question. Let me answer your question. I'll answer your question. There's never been any government in Nigeria, not even Abacha. Not even Abacha. Not even Abacha has done what he has done. And he says that he wants to silence opposition. Yeah.
When you said, they are always triggered, particularly when they see that opposition are kind of like playing some politics. At least for Goodluck Jonathan, one name that I know Jonathan was basically using more of DSS. That was when I knew this Oga.
No.
I knew that.
Let's not rewrite history.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's not like it's just peculiar, right, to this government. They will always have people. That's what they do.
The scale, even Baba Yabo also kind of we know he did, but the scale at which Tinubu took it to some kind of level never seen in the history of that country. That's what we're saying.
Rational mind.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Please let me just ask you this question. So what do you expect the government to do?
Come on, dude.
No, just tell me now.
That's not my question. I mean, I'm not here to come and be preparing your solution to because even the one we provided in the past, they will take it away and then go and do crap about it and then make it look like.
You are saying they are responding to criticism. So what do you expect them to do?
You see, what I've decided to do whenever I come here is I will criticize, I will throw jabs. Within my criticism, it's up to whoever is listening to figure out where the solution lies there. That's what I would do.
Yeah, but RM, what I'm saying when it comes to parties, I think you don't know where I'm coming from. Is that I've always had issues with economic policies comes up with, like example, NEPAD from 2010, the Brazilian Green Initiative about the early 2000s. So the issues I have with him is that when it comes up with economic theories about what worked, it has never worked anywhere. And when he proposes it in Nigeria, if it was tried anywhere previously, like Brazil and all these African countries, they've always been socialists policies that have always failed. And when he was also pushing this green energy in Nigeria, and he kept on bringing up Brazil, like we have like a manufacturing base like they do over there. You cannot base your economic development on just green energy. It has to be a mixture, right? Or you can be more efficient and more environmental conscious about what you're producing. I get that. But he wants to base it solely on green energy during the Obama's presidency. That's what I have issues with. So if you speak about growing Nigeria, making it better, generally, that's fine. But when it comes to actual policies, I don't buy what party is selling is my point.
Well, Pat is
I get that. I get that.
a textbook politician.
Yeah,
Right
he's a textbook guy. He doesn't
He's
know.
never
You can
done
see all of
anything.
that. You can see all of that.
He's
Yeah.
never executed. He's never
And the
executed
one that
any
Tinubu
real.
is doing right now is not textbook, right? And
No,
when
but at least we
it
see
is.
him in action. We see Tinubu what
I
he's
beg
doing in
you,
action.
when I go sit down one place.
Yeah,
So,
Pat
okay,
Tinubu is a
so
typical
when Park was proposing the
professor.
7, hold on, when Park was proposing the 7% New African Partner Development Initiative in 2010, how did that work out? That was a disaster.
So let me say this to you, Babati. You see, we had recently Akim Adeshino was churning out data and facts and figures from way back, comparing it today, and your idiot. I mean, not you. I mean, I'm saying the idiot in Aso Rock, one of the idiots in Aso Rock, the 70-something years old man that is still doing social media for Tinubu, former this journalist. And then he started lecturing. He's lecturing. You see, this is what we're saying. When you have buffoons in government, you have practicing idiocracy. This is what you get. Somebody who is hold on, Joma Binulari, who heads a bank, an international bank owned by the continent of Africa, and also has other Western interest in it. I mean, United States has interest in African Development Bank. I think the EU does, and I think the Asians they do have a money bank in that African. So he's the governor, more like the governor of a huge central bank. Now, and mind you, for you to even occupy that position, you must have the qualification. You must have what it takes. And this guy has been there now for over 8 years now, if I'm not mistaken. And now you're just a journalist. An ordinary journalist, let me use the word of one idiot that came on that rise and was criticizing. Who was he criticizing? I was like, you that is an ordinary journalist. And then you're trying to lecture somebody in economics. He has his facts. That is that's an example of what I'm saying about this Tinubu and his idiots.
No, RM. Most of those stats are incorrect. No. For instance, wait.
No.
When he talked about the GDP in 1960,
he was wrong.
He was wrong. You don't take it in isolation. You take it side by side with the population. Then, even the life expectancy in 1960 was less than 40 years. Life expectancy, and today it's not Tinubu's doing, but it's an aggregation. Today it's, I think, about 60 years. So it has improved. These are statistics. I can go on.
People will always poke holes.
Not poke holes. These are facts. You talk about statistics, and I'm giving you what exactly obtained.
We know how Tinubu and his Agbado,
how
they spin.
If the thing suits you, it's fine. If they counter it with other facts, it's not fine.
Yeah, there's no difference in the GDP. These are some of the okay.
You see, the problem we have is when you want to do analysis, right? When you want to compare two things, it is better, even if you don't compare apple to apple, right? Compare things that are close. And for me, I think Adeshino he knew he was wrong, because you are basically comparing things that are outrightly different. And probably will have just said, okay, fine, he's assuming one or two things are constant, and probably, yes, at least people would definitely understand. And that's why, as an economist, when you want to compare, just even if not just an economist, just a normal financial analyst, you're trying to compare two things, right? Probably things, and you should definitely have, are there things that are close? When things are not close, you saying, 1960 was better. I read that thing, I was like, Adeshino, I respect you more than this now. At least be a professional for once. Not I understand. Everybody is, kind of politically biased, right? Which is normal. But when you are talking in some circumstances, people want to hear you as a professional. And the moment you leave that aspect of being a professional, things that you've built for years, people will doubt it. And that was exactly what happened. somebody like the man that was criticizing addition, because even me personally, when I read the whole thing, I'm like, okay, fine. From which perspective are addition not picking this? Is he speaking as the president of African Development Bank, or just speaking based on his own normal, thinking, how he sees things? Because most people, it's just like, let's say now, somebody that is heading World Bank speaks. People think, basically you're speaking as the president of World Bank, which in most cases, probably you've done some analysis and you're able to really show us these are the things, these are the variables, these are things that you use for you to come to that conclusion. Economics are not meant to, particularly people in that level, to just give a blanket, kind of like give a blanket analysis. People will criticize those things, particularly professionals. They will, and that's exactly what happened. And
we're not
sure.
saying, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. You see, we're not saying that because it's an economist, he cannot make, he might not have made some errors in his judgment or the way he presented things or some of the data or facts that is presented. But the point I'm trying to make here is that this government, at every opportunity that people criticize this current state of Nigerian economy, what they do is to go off tangents, and they will either they attack that person's personality, and they will look for one excuse to poke holes. Are you telling me that entirely what he said in that what he said was entirely wrong? Is that what you're telling me?
No,
at least about 60%, 70% was wrong of what he said. Look, wait, let me help you here. Look, he said, so look, on infant mortality alone, in the 60s, he said, infant mortality was, I think, at about 18%. Today, it is about 55%.
Baba, Sherry, one thing about
adult literacy was 20%. Today is about 60%. We can go on. No, don't go against facts. We're talking facts here.
I'm not going against facts. It's just sometimes it's so exasperating and so exhausting.
No,
to argue,
but facts are facts.
What additional said, right? A normal undergraduate, a 200 level economics student will criticize additional.
No problem. People can criticize. I'm not.
Yeah. So what additional said, that's why for me, it's just like, you have a professor. I by virtue of the role that additional is occupying, right? That role, it's not.
Here we go. So it cannot. You see, this is what we're saying.
That is why.
Why can't he speak? Why can't he speak? You call him African Development or AFDB.
He has the right to speak. No doubt about that.
You see, that's what I'm saying.
Absolute right. But if it's not factual, people will correct him.
No. I understand. It's trying to compare a time in history that is different from a time. I understand. But what he's saying,
exactly the point.
You see, that's what I'm saying. You always, I'm not you, Baba. I'm talking about Tinubu and his minions, and those people that work with him, and all those like that one that ran for president. That's from my state. God forgive
you.
Adewale.
No, I don't Adewale. No, this other guy. You ran for president.
Sure, whatever.
Not sure where. It's from Ondo State. What's that guy's name? It was one of those. Well, it's okay. I forgot that his name.
From Ondo State. Somebody ran from Ondo State. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's from Ondo State. No, Adewale. It's now in his cabinet now. It's one of those people now that is in his cabinet. He participated in last that 2019 election that he did. What's that his name? Anyway, he was recently interviewed by this guy.
Because of attack here.
What's the problem? But my point is this: it's like, look at what that idiot was talking about. This is the same people that were criticizing APC government, but suddenly now to work with Kouadjeun, he's now observing table manners, like just like the one they call Bwala. You see, my point is this: let me not go like the APC does. They always attack personality. But my point is that I'm just saying is that you always find excuses. They always spin narrative. Oh, it's not the same history. Even that time too, mortality rate was figured out. But the question is, how was the economy then? Were we suffering the way we're suffering? I mean, the purchasing power of our money, because that was where he was going with that the whole thing that he was saying was talking about the purchasing power of our naira, of our economy at the time. But no.
Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second. 1 second there. Look at the income per capita of that period, and look at the income per capita of today.
No, so yeah,
that's
so what's
a way to access that purchasing power.
Yes, Mama, can you run up so that we can hear other voices, please?
No,
sorry
Adama, when everybody was talking now, I mean, some people talk for a long time. Nobody.
Go ahead.
They interjected me. They did not even. In fact, okay, let me just leave that because I know there's no point. I cannot. These days I don't.
Aizo, come on board. Come on board.
It's time to even argue points with the APC people or people that lean towards APC anymore, because it's just so tiring. It's just exhausting. Now let me go. I want to quickly talk about something that I wanted to come on one man to have a talk. This insecurity. Tinubu has Minister of Agriculture. I mean, livestock feed. The guy that is heading is an Fulani man. And now we hear of these several killings that has been taking place by this Morondin nomadics from the Sahel that are non-Nigerians. You have NSA advisor, who is a Fulani guy. The two top ministers that are in defense are also Fulani. And you ask yourself questions. What is going on? What is Tinubu doing? And then we hear of the several killings in the states. Tinubu never for once, always giving matching order. This must never ever repeat itself anymore. The minister of IG police, go over there. That is it. And he came landed in Nigeria. The next thing is to go and attend what's it called, a wedding ceremony of one of his political crappy people like himself in Castina. And from there, he was giving that matching orders to the military to make sure that every government spaces that have been taken by all these bandits and the terrorists should be. You see, when we say people don't have empathy, so people are they're not just supposed to be leaders, because leadership is not about what some of you come here and talk about like, oh, people should be master strategists. It's all about empathy, because it's what you will need to be able to govern people. Tinubu does not have that. I said that guy is an immoral person. He's a lawless man. You don't expect him to have it. Now, what is the so-called ministry that he created? Because I know all those things he does, like all the crap that he did recently.
According to Rashta, my leadership is all about empathy. So you have empathy, and you fold your hands. And
dude, don't cut me off and let me just go. That's not that's what you want to pick out from what I said. I said it's part of what
you say it's all about. Listen. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Adama, take your time.
He said what?
I'm whispering to Adama.
Okay. So my point is this: is that maybe if I said that, maybe I said that. But what I'm not saying is that's all leadership is all about. But it's one of those qualities that you need. As don't even let me go to it. So Ministry of Livestock Feed. That's a long style livestock.
Professor Atahiru Jega.
But it's a full animal that is there, and yet you see all this.
Atahiru Jega, that's the name.
No, Atahiru Jega is not the minister, Baba.
So
what's Atahiru Jega's son?
What is the effectiveness of all this ministry that is creating that are not doing anything?
Atahiru Jega is for one.
Suddenly, after this thing happened in Jos, we've seen the idiot, the Ezra ministry. Suddenly he goes there and started doing some money, giving out money. You see, when we say these people, they don't mean anything. They just want to be there and go into the annals of that country as being head of government or whatever crap they call themselves. They're not really there to serve the people. This is their fireman approach to every matters. It's just appalling. What are you doing? Why don't you fire this guy? I mean, after you have one people from one ethnic tribe governing a very important key sector that's been so controversial in that country. NSA, defense, all Fulani. It's only Fulani people that are only in Nigeria. I don't know other people that can work in NSA. But no, it doesn't. As long as he can get their support for 2027, that's all he cares about. And show that to hell with the rest of people. If they kill you during the process, Bolomo. I said this guy does not have empathy. He's a narcissist.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a way of telling me I should shut up, right?
So, rational mind. Do you support him sacking them and replacing them with Southerners?
No, I'm just saying.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's
It's
not what
a
I'm
way
saying.
of reminding you to start rounding up.
Oh, yes, okay. So it should sack them, rejig that area. You cannot put one people from one clan in one key area that has been controversial. Because look at it, we've been hearing of series of I know you say I should round up. I will round up now real quick. We are hearing a series of attacks from the north. In fact, I don't know that I don't know if you listen to what this guy in the Senate today was saying. The Senate, we did not even talk about. I don't know if one read that today. The Senate today were talking about something conference they were talking about today. And they said there's a report that some people are moving from Mauritania. Fulani Arab-looking people, they are moving from Mauritania. They are coming down to Nigeria. In fact, they're already in Nigeria. They're already in Kwara State and Oyo State. That's what he said. Ningi said that. So where is the NSA? The Fulani guy that is there, that's the NSA, that should be getting all this intelligence. But no, they would never do anything about it. So I leave it at that. So it's just a food for thought for all of us to think about, because I don't think this guy is there just to protect Nigerians or just to do anything for Nigeria.
Thank you.
So that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Prince Daddy, are you ready to talk?
Yeah, thanks, Adama. I'm here. Thanks.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So let's go rational. Rational mind said people said some people are coming from Mauritania. Who are they? Who said that? Where did you get your intelligence from that the person supposedly to be in charge doesn't know?
Did you listen to what Ningi said today? Was it Ningi or one of them?
I have not. That's what I'm
so go and listen to the Senate deliberation they had today in Senate today. Babio was the one that chaired it.
But if it's a senator, distinguished senator, I think he should willingly share the information with the NSA and Minister of Defense. So if he had shared it, I don't know why he brought it into the open anyway.
But let's not act like we are.
No, there are things that are not supposed to be in the purview of the public or so soon. We're talking about security matter. And don't forget, Baba Medati and his brother, Buba, whatever, they are from Mauritania. They are just first-generation Nigerians. So there is implication. They are non-Mauritanians. They are in opposition. So if Ningi is coming out with that,
my point is this: what is Tinubu doing? That's the point. Because the box top at his table, like what was that said that? Or was it Abraham Lincoln? Who was that?
Well, you and I, we don't have the intel he has. So, and some people like to do things that are wait. Let me tell you, some people like things that are contrived, like campaigning, shaking hands, hugging, eating with almajiris, carrying babies in hospital. Some people are not caught out for that kind of things. They just want to be practical.
Well, but what you just said, I don't even understand.
All right. Let me continue.
I'm trying to understand.
Rational minds.
What don't you understand in that one? Very simple now.
Me understand because Mama lose the brain cell to understand certain things.
Mama lose the brain cell.
Mama lose the brain cell.
Where is Duke?
Why am I speaking narrative?
Anybody?
Funny now. Let's call Duke and Babati and Simba. They lose brain cell.
Just
okay. Rational mind. I know you run this. You run my session also. So let me just chime in 2 minutes before you take over. Actually, I don't know the topic for the day, but I earlier when one man was shown Tinubu at in Anambra State with Soludo, something caught my eye. The posters they were but I don't know if you saw this. The poster of Tinubu and Soludo. Soludo looks, more like his image on the posters were bigger than that of Tinubu. Tinubu was smaller, right? And I thought usually it should be the other way around. The president should be more prominent on a poster or picture than the subordinate. Or that's not the way it works in Anambra. Did anybody catch that?
No, that's not the way. Because
I
he's
saw
the
that.
one
Yeah, I saw
running.
it.
It's the person that is running that should have the big picture. So the person that is using his brand to support will have the smaller one. That's the way it is. You understand?
I
Tinubu is
understand, but
not running.
is Soludo running for election
He's
now?
running for governorship now. Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
I think November, October. So they're
So,
going to be called.
and is in Abga. I know he's in Abga, right? So, what is Tinubu? Is Tinubu going there to support him for the
Yeah,
election?
he's using his profile now.
He's going there to commission some of the things he did, or that Soludo did.
It's part of supporting him anyway, to the neglect of his own candidates.
Wow, that's interesting. I thought the picture should have been the other way around, but that's okay. Well, let me take my session to ask Patoski to clarify on a question you posed like a couple of weeks ago or so, that you said about interest rates. If the interest rate goes up, you said, I don't know if you remember the question you posed or the answer you gave to the question. If interest rate goes up, then what happens to the economy? Patoski, are you there?
I don't know. I think it's still.
Yes, I'm here.
Did you hear my question about a couple of weeks ago?
If the interest rate goes up, what happens to the economy? A lot of things can happen. You understand? Let me just start. If interest rate goes up, it also means that the cost of borrowing will go up. That's one thing. And
What's going on now? So can somebody mute whoever is not speaking?
On the bank side, the bank have incentive to create more assets. That's more risk assets. They want to create more loans. On the business side,
hold on a second. Yeah, it said if the interest rate goes up, the bank. No. If the interest rate goes down, you said the bank doesn't have incentive to want to loan to people.
If the interest rate goes down, then if interest rates goes down, it just means that the banks will have small incentive to lend. You understand? That means they are not getting good returns on their money. You understand
Right.
what I'm saying? Yeah. So if for example the interest rate is down, that means there'll be incentives for them to lend.
But here, you see, that's the thing. I mean, let me ask you a question. But here, that's when a lot of the lenders here will be asking you to come get money when interest
rate is down. In Nigeria generally, because if the interest,
it's because Nigerian banking system is a criminal banking system.
No.
It is. That is what it is.
Wait.
It is.
Because you see, the structure and the models might be different. For example, this bank, some of these banks in the US, maybe they want to lend to businesses. They are lending not just in terms of loan, they are lending as investment bankers, they are doing letters of credit, so the risk asset is just one aspect of their revenue. So if they are saying, come and borrow money, don't worry, what they are going to make from you as an entity is beyond the interest rate. Can you imagine a bank that is handling Dangote now? All the FX transactions that Dangote is doing, all the export proceeds from Dangote is going to that bank, even though that bank has lent to Dangote at a very low rate. You understand? So it's just like somebody that has so many products. You sell some cheap, you sell some expensive, you just shovel it, and then at the end of the day, you have something bigger in the basket, That's one thing. But back to his question, interest rates going up or down.
Pato, the Nigerian banking system, you see them declaring huge profits.
Yeah.
And then you see that currently right now, the interest rate that the CBN keep jacking up every time. Who wants to lend? Manufacturer association of like, hold on.
So why do you think they make all those profits?
That's what I'm asking you. So my point is, you answer that question, but my point is that how are they making those money? If people are not, people are not.
Rational mind. Can I ask you a question? Is it not what Prince Daddy's turn to speak?
Yeah, but I think he allowed he gave Pato to speak, and then I'm asking a follow-up question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So long as he's okay with it, because Madam AI is here and Oroyo needs to speak as
Okay.
well.
So real quick. So if you look at it, that the banking system here, how it works is that even when interest rate is low, that's when you see they give out, they ask you to come and get money, come and borrow money. In fact, they'll be telling you, come and get money, we'll give you money. But in Nigeria, that's not the same. That's not how it is. So because they need that money in their own in their vaults to be able to show up to whatever crap that they whatever shenanigans they do. Because they're not really
But let
the
me let me
banking system.
explain to you what happens. I think the economy of Nigeria works differently in a little way. If the interest rate is down here, what happens to the real estate market? Property developers want to go and borrow money. They want to build homes. You understand? They want to stimulate certain industry because they know that, and the banks wants to give to them because the bank know that if they have to just lend based on, if they have to just lend to any other person, and they want to limit their revenue to interest rate, interest on loan, they will not get much because the interest rate is low. But if they are able to lend to a property developer as partners, they have they do some, they show up their investment banking activities and everything. The realtor at the point where the interest rate is going down, when he develops his property, has added value to it, he's probably going to make a lot of money. The bank will get a share of that. You understand? So
Well,
that's
don't extend it. Hold on. So that's it from a partnership of some sort. But here's the question. I think I'm remember what the other day the question. If the interest rate goes up, okay, it said the bank well, if the interest rate goes up, people wouldn't want to borrow at a high interest rate,
yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
if that happens, that means less job creation in the economy and less activities in the economy. But just like Rashomon is saying, but if the interest is low, people are more likely to borrow and stimulate the economy as a result of the economic activities, right? So high interest rate.
That's what it's supposed to be, but in Nigeria it's not. Nigeria
Okay.
is funny.
Because it's a criminal banking system.
Why is it upside down? Why is it upside down in Nigeria?
No, it's not. It doesn't have to do the way it is. It doesn't have to do with the bank. It has to do with how the system responds to it. A good example: Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians are poor, actually, and if they do businesses, the businesses thrive on borrowed funds from other people, from banks and stuff like that. So this guy he doesn't have access to investment banking. If he has access to investment banking, his business is probably not structured to take advantage of investment banking, because the alternative to interest rates when it's high is for you to start looking for equity or other form of funding. You understand? In equities case, the risk is lower, even though return is higher, but the return comes when you make money. You understand? So in the West, if the interest rate is very low, then people start looking for alternative form of funding. You understand? People start looking, if interest rate is high, now for example,
No. In the West, if the interest rate is low, people are more eager to want to
if the
borrow
interest
money.
rate is high, that's what I said.
Okay,
People
if it's
start looking
high,
for alternative
yeah.
source of money. But in Nigeria, they don't have alternatives. They will just try and stick to it. And the banks will just be milking them on that. You understand? Even though it will slow down the economy a bit, that's the truth. But because these businesses want to survive, they want to do well. So they are trying to, one of the ways they respond is to cut costs. And when you say business want to cut costs, the first element of cost is human being. They'll just think that, we need to get rid of human being. And if they look at it, in Nigeria, I've been involved in HR consulting. The cost of personnel in most Nigeria, apart from some big banks and maybe oil and gas, is very low because they are not well paid. So if you cut costs, I say with that, when we consult, I say, okay, assuming you even reduce everybody's salary by half, will that take you to profit? Somebody that is making a loss of maybe 50 million, 100 million, and his wage cost is maybe 5 million. You say, if I reduce this wage cost, let's even say you have zero wage cost, you're already in a loss position of about 100 million. That brings you without bringing you to profit. Whereas if you had left those guys and give them some assurance in the midst of trouble, they see that you have their back, even when the economy is down, they will come up creatively and they will be committed to you. That's the problem. We only pay lip service to the fact that, oh, humans are the best form of, they are the highest capital, the highest investment. But in practice, that's not what it is. So Nigerian businesses and individuals, they have limited choices. So the only way what they just do is just accept what the bank gives them. The banks, just like Rational Mind said, the banks give Nigeria a lot of shit. That's the truth. Banks give Nigeria a lot of shit. And not just when I say Nigeria, even their staff, a lot. See the way they treat their staff now. The most harassed set of staff in that country are bankers. The most harassed. As a banker, especially when you go higher, any banker that is listening to me here would agree with me, and they know the truth. If they don't agree, anytime you go for management meeting, you are not likely to know whether you have a job when you come back or not. Not just because you are not performing alone. No. You are not sure whether you will have a job when you come back. When I was a junior person in the bank, I used to think, oh, when I become a senior person, I won't have all this stress. At times, I just pray and say, I wish I am still a junior person. Because at that point, you are meeting the MD, you are going to a session where you have the head of human capital, you have the company secretary, you have the MD. They will just tell the HR there to write your letter. They'll calculate, if in our country, they'll calculate all your entitlement and give it to you. Unfortunately, we are not protected. Nigeria, even when we are protected, we don't even have information that how we can fight those things. So it is a very, very, very ridiculous thing. You understand? It's a very, very ridiculous thing. But Nigeria case does not respond to economy, all those things the way it is.
So and then you wonder why that country is backward. And some of us come here and
no, the country is backward.
Want to throw figures out and data saying that no, was not right.
No.
But how did we get here? How did we get on this decline?
Rational Mind. The country is backward. I would say this. Let's be very objective. It's because we had very terrible leaders. Very terrible leaders. Do you understand? Even the best of our leaders, if you compare them to leaders in other crimes, they are very poor and terrible. This man that is there now, if you compare him to the other ones that have been there, he's still better. But if you compare him to other people, he's a terrible guy. He's not.
How can you say this guy that is there is better than anybody that has been there before?
He's better than those who that.
How so?
No, he's here.
What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about?
Okay, let's look at. This is not my section, so let's not take over. But let me
looking at leaders. 1 second. I think I have like a minute or two left before Madam AI comes on. Maybe this question will go to Rational Mind. Listen, this guy Ibrahim Traore from Burkina Faso, right? He's been getting a lot of accolades online and whatnot. And I sent a text to one man earlier. Is it possible that this guy, Ibrahim Traore, is truly a phenomenon in the sense that is not your typical military African leader? That this guy actually came and is doing the right things by the people, not like IBB and Abacha. That this guy is actually a reformist in the sense that he's actually trying to do good by the people. Is that too far-fetched, or just the same old story is going to turn around and loot the country and find himself out of there? What do you think, Rational Mind?
Well, it's a good question. He's a human being like me. He's a human like myself. So there's no way I can't put my I can't vouch for him in totality. But whatever propaganda that we've been seeing coming out from the country shows that it seems like it's turning around stuff in Burkina. Burkina Faso is one of the most poorest Sahel states, Sahel country. Even Benin Republic here, maybe because Benin Republic has access to the sea. is even doing better than even I know this idiot. The president they have there too is a one mother or one mofo too that has ruined that country. But my point is that yeah, by the standard of that, by the standard and whatever they have there, is really managing whatever revenue the country is able to generate in turning around stuff. I'm not expecting it to be at the same level as either um, Mali or Senegal or the rest of those states that has access to the Atlantic Ocean. But I know it could be some of it could be propaganda, but so far, I think they said he only, but what I saw online somewhere, said his monthly take home is about $800, which is not bad. Compared, if really that's what he gets, that's wow. That would be really wow, like $800 ahead of the government. That's I want to believe that if it's truly that's what he's getting his take home every month. That's that's something to be admired. But then some of the things I'm seeing tractors and all of that, and even they've been starting manufacturing locally vehicles that are suited for their own terrain. I think there was this Burkinabe guy who lives somewhere in Europe. I think he said he's a millionaire or a billionaire himself, who came back and set up an assembly plant or whatever plants in Burkina Faso where they manufacture car parts and even manufacture cars like Innocent and not. So, I mean, if that's all those things we're seeing, if they're truly not just lies, as in propaganda lies, if really this is what it is, I mean, I would say it's doing well so far. And I've seen people, I've seen many protests, even in Paris, protests that were done just to warn the French government and some other war powers that have been trying to take him down to get off and just let him be, you know. I think so far in Africa, here is the most performing head of a government in the whole of Africa so far. I mean, for the standard of that country, because you must realize that Burkina Faso is very, very poor, extremely poor country, very, very poor. In fact, one of the most backward, economically backward.
Rationalman has been talking since I came here.
No, somebody asked me a question now. That's why I'm answering the question. So yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thanks. All right, Adama, thanks. I think Madam AI can step in.
Adama's build up, so Patuski is the one here. So it's the turn of AI. AI, the witch of Tromso, you have the floor. Take as much time as you wish.
I don't even know what you people are discussing.
There are many. Let me give you the menu. I think top on the list is Professor Pat Utomi saying he's forming a parallel government. He named it shadow government, actually. And
he doesn't know it's a crime.
I don't know. He's a professor. He knows better than me.
As a professor as he is, he didn't know that's a crime.
These people are hailing him, and Obi's speech that saying those who went into the street to heckle Jonathan out of power, are they now dead? Why are they not on the street? You laugh.
Do you know why I was laughing?
It's the same reason I'm laughing too.
I don't think you know the reason why I'm laughing.
Yeah, tell me.
You know, when the guy lost the election, I have a very close friend of my father, my family friend. We've known for like 20 years now. He argued with me that Obi will never come like normal thing in Nigeria. When you lose election, you keep quiet. Then when the election is coming up again, if you like, you can come back again and contest. He said, that the guy will just go about his normal business, do his thing, maybe probably arrange underground and come back in 2027. I say it's a lie. I told the guy, no, not the Obi I know. that he will continue this fight till 2027. And since he lost the election, he has not rested. So continue. We sure that you have.
I think those are the two primary and secondary topic for the
No,
day.
they shouldn't be doing that now. Election is around the corner. They shouldn't spoil their case. They should. I don't even know why they want. Is it that they can't win the election or what? I don't understand this. Nigerians should burn down Nigeria. Nigerians should do this. They should do that. You should be telling Nigerians to vote them out. I think that should be a very clear message.
I thought that's the democratic credentials with.
Sometimes it's good for us to always listen to things or read things very well before we just make comments on them. I mean, I know you've not read it, AI. Maybe you've not seen it, but you're making this comment sound like maybe already you just.
I don't understand what you're saying, please.
So what I'm saying is, you make it sound like maybe you've read it. Have you saw the news? That news about what?
Read what?
About Utomi and the so-called shadow government that they call.
There was even a friend of mine that told me that.
He even appointed the ministers.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on, Baba.
It's somebody that told me that.
Didn't he put names there? Those that are in the government.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing we're saying.
Hold on.
We take things out of context.
No.
I'm not. Oh yeah, other panelists, please. Yeah. Maybe my English is not sound.
There's context to it.
Tell us the context in your own context.
I guess one man read it here. Go and read. I mean,
I've read it over and over from 2-3 different newspapers. I've read.
The important thing is that he mentioned that he's forming a parallel government.
No,
shadow government.
He did not form a parallel government, not the parallel government.
I didn't say he's.
No, I used the word parallel, but I said that's my own word. But he said shadow government.
So saying it alone, it's not right. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say he has formed the government. I never said that. Did I?
I put that in that he formed the cabinet because he named names.
Hold on.
It's there in the just put the punch.
Hold on. That is not the direction I'm taking the argument. I don't do argument like that. For all I know, whatever they say or do is not really important as an opposition humans. But it's just taking the argument to another direction. All this trying to create chaos here and there is not gonna help. What I'm saying is that they should come together, prepare themselves, go to the polls. By now, I thought they should be having town halls here and there. Actually, I thought that's what they would have been doing. Getting, mobilizing youth, bringing them one place or the other for town halls, talking to them, show them what you got, what you can do differently. Tinubu did this. If I were in Tinubu's shoe, I would do it like this, I would do it like this. Take it to the grassroots and see what will happen come 2027. But they're not doing that. I actually do not know why they don't do that. I don't know why politicians don't do that. And when they see a politician who is doing it, they mock the politician. They will mock him and tell him, he went to the place they laughed at him. He went to the place they didn't even want him. Look at the place he went to. I don't understand. Take your message to the grassroots. When you win, it's not left for you to do it or not to do it. But you have to send that message. That message is not a message of war. It's not a message to... Nobody wants to lose his life.
That's too difficult. That's too... I mean, going to the grassroots, it takes time and resources to go to the grassroots to mobilize people. They don't want to do that. It's a lot of work.
Praise
then they are not ready for power.
Praise Daddy. Somebody who is donating 20 million naira to wherever has enough resource to do such a thing. Number one, when you talk about resource is actually not actually the money, the best resource any human being can have is human resource. So if you know that people believe in you, according to them, they said they know they give shishi. They will mobilize for you with their money, with their time. Some of them will even pay their own transport to come for that town hall. So what the heck are you telling me? I was even surprised
In
they
this
spent so
economy,
much.
only people like Ekene would do it. In this economy, they use their own money.
You don't say, I know they. When I always judge people with what they say. You see, in 2023, it was later in 2024 that we started hearing how much money they embezzled and how much was stolen and how much they asked some people to pay, and if they didn't pay, they give away their seat and blah, blah, blah. That was a later story after the election. Before the election, what we heard was that they know they give shishi, that the love is organic. So what happened to that? We know they give shishi, the love is organic. You shouldn't be talking about resources. He has human resources. He told us in 2023 that all those people are running around with their own money, that he doesn't touch any money, him and Abure, that nothing like that. But that is the highest fraud I have ever seen. So they should go to the street again and mobilize those, you know, they give shishi and organic love. Talk to them.
Okay, I get you now. You're mocking them.
I'm not mocking them. I don't mock people. If you know me, you will know that I don't mock people. But when I judge you with what you said, it seems as if I'm mocking you. No. That's what they told us. In 2023, it's an organic love. So that organic, he would have capitalized on it and then push it till 2027. I was even thinking by now they would have convicted more people.
Conscripted more people.
I'm trying to look for more.
Converted more people.
Convince
more people.
If you use convince, I'll look up. I'm trying to look for a political word, because if you use convince, it looks decent, because politics is not decent. I'm trying to look for a word that will really, a political word to get those people.
They would have subverted more people.
Okay, whatever. So, yeah, because that's what they should have been doing, you know, since after the election, since they have fissure, they still believe they can give it another shot. That is it. I even heard that, who again? Is it former governor of Delta State? The Camptic. What is all this? Are they trying to turn Nigeria to one-party system?
Look, all this while APC never get 3 states, so they are just making noise.
Eh?
They are just making noise. So out of 36, they have only 22, 11 for PDP as we speak, 1 for the others. Kwankwaso party, LP, and one other party.
That's LP self. Shebi, I heard that they have what is going on with the man?
Kwankwaso.
I thought they said they suspended him.
You mean Kwankwaso?
No, Oti.
Oti, and they've suspended the suspender too. They've suspended Abure too.
Okay, you see what I'm talking about. If you are a politician, would you like to run again on that party? It's a simple question. These are political mistakes people make, and at the end of the day, they say they rigged the election. This is a huge political mistake. That man would have run, he would have run with that Labour Party. Arrange them, design them, collect them, prepare it, wire them to his ideology. and then march it forward again in 2020. But anyway, he doesn't have that capability and capacity to do such a thing. So they can sit down in their houses and be talking, saying whatever. I hope nobody is listening to them. All those calling for Nigeria to scream and shout, it shouldn't hold. It shouldn't hold. All those countries that are screaming and shouting, I'm sure their citizens are not happy. I'm even begging for Nigeria to take care of its security so that at least an average Nigerian can walk freely in the streets of Nigeria, buy the expensive food, eat it in peace, and go to bed in peace. Security and the electricity, that's the only thing I want from any government in Nigeria, at least for now. So I thought, so Utomi is back again. No, wow. That just these people these are the people who want to be president of Nigeria.
Madam Zita.
What?
Madam Zita.
I'm here and I'm listening.
Can you please tell me the contribution of Utomi to Delta State? Because the last time I checked is from Delta State.
Utomi, is he from Delta or from Edo?
Yeah, it's from Delta State.
It's from Aniocha.
You see, that Utomi, if I have one word for him, I will tell him, shame on you. Have you ever listened to that man speak on economics?
Plenty times. Right from when he was a youth.
Okay.
Way back in the 80s.
Do you like his speeches?
I used to like him when he was wearing flip-flop all over the place. And I thought...
No, at a particular time, he started flip-flopping. I think that was when he was going towards politics. He started flip-flopping. But at the beginning, he was a really, really, really well-articulated
very
professor.
solid.
Yeah. But when he started eyeing political positions, he started flip-flopping. I don't want to talk about his later years because he ended up handing Labour Party presidential. I don't know how much Peter Obi gave to him that made him hand over that seat to him. I don't know, my brother, this one you are asking me, I'm not from Delta State. So tell me, you that is from Delta State, tell me, what has Utomi done for you people?
Madam, I don't know. That is why I'm asking, because charity begins at home.
But Oroyo AI, do you know he has contested Guba of Delta before under APC, the primary of Guba?
Haven't you contested for presidency before?
Yes, I even know in 2000 and when Okowa, I think APC was supposed to take over Delta State in 2019 also. But all of them betrayed APC, both himself and Ibe Kachuku. So at the end of the day, these same people were not expecting that they would get an appointment from APC. So you see how selfish and how foolish they are.
Why would you be saying what you're saying? That they betray APC? What are you talking about?
I am from Delta State, so
you are from Delta State. What does that mean? What does that mean? You are from Delta State.
Just hold your peace.
Look, hold on. Don't give me that. Not from your whatever. We know the politics that goes on in the Delta State. What are you talking about?
You don't know the politics that goes on in Delta State.
You tell us that you are from there. Tell us. You come here. Come and want to rewrite history. What are you doing? Why do you like people?
Rational man, you are the only one who knows Nigeria history. That is why it's laughable. Only you know Nigerian history.
Speak to facts. Speak to facts and speak to the.
Do you speak to facts?
No, I do. But you are the one doing that. They say they betrayed APC.
Baba gave you facts. Baba gave you facts today. You are telling me he was writing history.
How did he betray APC? Tell us. What did he do? No,
I think Utomi didn't betray APC. What happened was that when he was running for governorship, before Utomi left the hotel, they have finished the primary. He was
a late comer now. I think it was this retired general that was in charge.
Before
Look at anybody that comes here and doesn't know anything about the data set, you think that this guy is right. Look at what he's saying.
Who tell her to go late for primary?
Hold on. Rational mind.
So,
hold on, please. Let me say something. Rational mind.
I'm here. I listen. I hear you. Go on.
What got you so excited to attack this guy now? What did he say?
No, don't say I attack. It's not attack. And if that's
okay,
it's not attack. And if that's the impression you got,
okay.
No.
What got
I'm
you
not trying
so
to attack
excited that you interjected
Hold on. Yeah, I'll answer your question. Oroyo, I'm not trying to attack.
I hear you.
I'm trying to banter with you. I'm just that's the word I will use, not attack.
No. I'm fine.
So I just want to know what is the rationale behind what he said when he said, "Oh, they betray APC." You just hear somebody now. I remember when the guy was running for the governorship aspirant of is it APC or what was that party? Was it SDP? They betrayed the guy. They sold the ticket. Okay. And so you're telling me that he betrayed APC. How did he do that? He pulled out.
Calm down.
He backed out.
Let me explain something, please. I want to appeal to you. Whenever you hear that a politician betrayed a fellow politician or betray his party, please don't get excited about it. That is what they do. Don't vouch for any. In fact, as I am talking to you now, they are busy betraying them. Sometimes politicians will even betray themselves. Like Utomi.
Not sometimes,
himself,
always.
Utomi will betray Utomi.
So when you hear that a politician betrayed a party or betrayed his friend or betrayed his political opponent or betrayed his people, it is a normal thing.
Hold on. AI. I understand what you're saying. It's true that they don't have they are all people with more. They lack morals. They're all immoral people, most of them. I understand. But when we're talking about actual fact of history that happened, what happened, it's good for us to put it in context. In the context of what he was talking about, that after he lost that APC ticket, was it APC or was it SDP? There was one party he ran under. I think it was APC. After they do their mago, they gave it to who was actually who was that person they gave it to that time? The guy they do their mago. He backed out, and he was still in APC, expecting that Buhari would give him some kind of position, but Buhari never even looking at the side, and that was when he started backing out of APC.
No, rational mind, you are not correct.
So tell us what happened. Tell us.
After the primary, they did a reconciliation, which he agreed that he will be working with his party. So that is where the betrayal coming. So if you know you are not working with your party, you are not working with your party, because I remember you used to speak about morals. Just like in the last 2023 election, where Omar Agege betrayed the current president. Omar Agege worked for Peter Obi. Then at the end of the day, Omar Agege will be expecting the president to be...
Patowski, somebody is at the back. Bring the person in. I don't know who's... somebody's system is cracking.
Okay, let me bring.
Where is Patowski now? Bring the person in. Whose phone is cracking? Thank you. So, rational mind, that's what they do. So I don't even care. But the only thing
I get what you're saying. But like I said,
the only thing I'm saying is that they should mobilize against Tinubu.
Well, yeah,
mobilizing against
mobilize,
Tinubu,
right?
Eh?
No, I hear you now. Say they should mobilize, and then when they mobilize, then
they should mobilize.
You criticize them again, right?
Let me say this: all the people opposing Tinubu, as it is today, Nigeria, we do not have opposition party in Nigeria today, but we do have opposition individuals who are opposing the president. Now, can those individuals come together to form a coalition to fight the president? The answer is yes.
And it will not work.
Wait now, let me finish. No verse, calm down. Can they win him?
No.
From the way they are behaving, I don't think so. Somebody will ask me why. Tinubu is not a superhuman, but the people fighting him are extremely selfish. They don't have a vision, and they don't know what they want. Because El-Rufai wants to be the president of Nigeria. Atiku wants to be the president of Nigeria. Obi wants to be the president of Nigeria. Bala Mohammed wants to be the president of Nigeria. And at least I remember this one. Now, who's going to be the president? Who's going to be the vice? When you form such a coalition...
In 2013, 2014, how many people ran on the IPC when the first time they wanted to do that?
Hold on, calm down.
Was everybody in that party not wanting to be the president?
Oh, please, calm down. Let me explain. 2015 election in Nigeria is what they call conceptional politics. But from what I am seeing, most politicians in Nigeria are not buying into that thing. You are talking about how many people ran in APC. Thank God you use the word APC. That means the coalition has already been formed. So 100 people can run. Whosoever pick the ticket, can pick the ticket. Let me finish before I lose my thought. Sorry. In PDP now, it's already a party. 1 million people can decide to run under PDP. Who picks it, he picks it. That's fine. Okay, let's talk about LP. LP is not a party. Whosoever runs, the same thing with SPDC, they are not forming a coalition. In 2015, a coalition was formed that gave birth to APC. And that is what they're trying to do now. But if you should look at the conception of that APC, everybody in that APC, they were not selfish. They have a vision. They have a mission. They were determined. That is the only way you can kick somebody out of the seat. Who hold money? Tinubu, Amechi, Saraki, Tambowa, all of them. Even this useless article, I have to put useless on his name. They have all the box. They have all the money. They have all the connection. They have all the trick. They have all the plan. But they suppress their ambition and go and look for somebody they think that can make a sense. And then they use their conglomeration around them. The little they have, add to his own, and he becomes the president. Even at a point, they don't even have a vice. Because their mission was to get Jonathan out of that place. They didn't even have a vice. The only person they saw was Buhari. Who can do the job? Buhari didn't even know what they planned. And they came to him. The first time he said, look, this thing is not going to work. I've tried this. They said, don't worry, we don't arrange everything, finish. Make you there come. And we just want you to come. But these people now, can they do such a thing? The answer is absolutely no. They can't even bring their money. They can't even bring their brain. So how do you think they can remove somebody who is already in power? And people will come here and abuse Tinubu, abuse him, call him all manner of things, tell him he's following one single party, he's following one. No! The people who wants to unseat him are the most unserious and selfish and brainless idiots that call themselves politicians I have ever seen in the history of Nigeria.
Madam, the past
To
3
even
elections.
form the coalition or whatever you people call it, they are. Look at the time. Look at the time. And that's this talking from both sides. Talk to Obi. Obi cannot be the vice president again. He must be the president. Atiku is coming out at age 100. And he will be he's the one that has the money. If you pay the Erufai, he has the right, he has what it takes to bring all the nothing. What the heck is going on? Is it hard to unseat somebody? Come on, man.
But
Look at the
let me
time
say
and
this.
date. It's
Tinubu
running
has
out.
Tinubu has been the only consistent theme in the past 3 elections. And yes, without Tinubu, definitely, I don't know what Buhari would have.
How has it been consistent? How has it been consistent? Tell us.
Well, if it wasn't for Tinubu, I would think definitely Buhari would not have won his first and especially his second term. He would not have won because nobody campaigned and strategized more than Tinubu in those 2 elections, and all the way to the Tinubu's election now. So the past 3 elections, the common denominator is Tinubu. So it shows you that Atiku, see, apart from the last election, Atiku has a history of non-performance, if you can say that. Atiku's run for 3-4 times, maybe 5 times, and it's always lost. Atiku's problem has never been money. I think we all know that. He has money, he has influence, he has connection, he has all these things, but he's a poor leader and a poor strategist. Every time, one way or the other, he finds a way to mess up the election for himself.
He's so bad that he cannot.
And the one of the strategists, how far has that gone with your economy in Nigeria? How has it? Hold on.
You see, rational mind.
Zita, hold on. Make a land. How has he? What impact has it done? How has it impacted the lives of Nigerians in a meaningful way?
Can I answer you? No, hold on. Let me answer him. Let me answer him. You see, rational mind. If somebody who you have agreed that is a strategist, a planner, won an election, and he was not, according to you, able to impact the life of Nigerians, according to you, how much more if somebody who is brainless, planless, leaderless goes in there? Have you ever thought of that?
Your answer doesn't even make sense to me.
I just answered your question.
No,
you said
you answered it, but
you shifted.
Listen.
Look, you shifted.
For the fact that somebody is a strategist,
hold on.
Does not
answer
any question.
To performance. Hold on. We are not talking about performance.
We
are talking about winning an election.
Hold
on. We are talking about winning an election and how a sitting president can be thrown out.
You see, as long as we continue doing this strong man thing,
all of a sudden, the shift, you move the conversation to and so the one that is brain.
What's the point of election? What's the point of people being elected?
Thank you. And I kept to you on that level. That level you just dropped now. I landed with you on that level. And then I ask you, if somebody in 2023 who was able to maneuver his head can plan, strategize, corner, and find himself in Aso Rock, in the thick and thin, and all the grammar and all the drama and all the way that happened in 2023, he maneuvered his way. He was so smart. Give it to him to get there. If he is finding it difficult, according to you, to handle Nigeria, then I ask you, these ones now that could not even handle themselves, let alone form anything, if they get there,
your logic, that logic is flawed. Your logic is flawed. That's your logic. I can tell you how your logic is flawed.
No problem.
There's a way
you might not understand.
You said what? You said what?
I said no problem. You might not understand.
No, I get what you're driving at. You're saying because
don't worry about it.
He was able to get himself elected and blah blah blah.
Madam Zita, why are you wasting your time discussing with Rational Man? Are you trying to convince him or what? What are you trying to
that is, he get himself elected, and if he could not do it, that's why he was able to maneuver a way into the power. How much more people would have could not do it? My sister, that's your reasoning is so flawed.
So
Rational Man, let me tell you this. Let me ask you this: these people that you are even vying for, that you are saying, okay, have they not been in government?
Don't put word in my mouth. I did not vie for anybody. Don't get me wrong. If anybody I lean towards, maybe Obi. And that's the only person I lean towards. Don't tell me that.
You don't tell us that crap. Don't tell us that crap. You have wanted even a devil instead of Tinubu. What are you saying? No, we know you now. You can't be hiding for us now. We'll be here together. So what are you saying?
Yeah. Rational mind. What impact do you think that Peter Obi will do that will be better than what Tinubu is doing?
You see, that's another thing. If you ask me this question the way you ask me, I won't be able to tell you much I won't be able to tell you based on what he campaigned about and what he said he was going to do. I know everybody will say,
like what? Tell us now. Remind us those things that he said he wanted to do.
Dude, would you just calm down? I would explain. I'm the one talking. I will explain. Now, he campaigned about, okay, besides other things he talked about, that he talked about production. He's going to spoil the economy. Now, so many things he said about that. Let me just focus on one of them. He talked about subsidy, which Tinubu said he was going to remove. Right? Everybody.
What did he say about? What did he say about? We're asking you a question. You are the one talking now. You are
you are interjecting. You ask one question. You ask another question. Let me finish one before you ask another one. That's what I'm saying.
He's shifting the conversation.
Somebody
he asked me a question.
But I have answered him.
You started your conversation by saying beside every other thing. What is the every other thing beside every other thing? How can you start a discussion like that?
And that's what I'm
beside every other thing.
I'm trying to give you how he would have done better than Tinubu. Tinubu announced a huge policy on the day of his inauguration. That alone itself, it's a problem. We understand that the guy that hold on, you can take me on that.
Are you talking about Obi and I want to understand? Are you talking about Obi and Tinubu? Is that
I'm comparing what he said he was going to do to what Tinubu actually did.
Okay, so you compare a noun and a verb. You compare a doer and
there you go. But somebody asked me a question now. Somebody asked me a question. That's why I'm asking you a question.
Rational mind. But I want to take back my question. I've gotten your answer. You are referring to it.
Another thing again, he did that. He never said he was going to subsidize the currency, float the naira. Obi never said that.
Okay.
Tinubu said he was going to do that, and he did that.
I want to
so what are we talking about? So these are two policies again. These are two policies that are inimical, that are very, 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 very germane to the economy, how that country is going to be run.
Okay. I want to withdraw my question because you don't really have answer. You have manifesto answer, which all of them can lie about. But let's say
is it the president? What are you talking about? You asked me a question. What would he have done? So how do you expect to answer my question?
That's why I said
I'm answering the question based on what he said he was going to do. So is he the president? So why are you asking me that question if he's not the president?
Anambra.
Let me
Anambra State.
So Anambra State is in Nigeria now, right?
Why are
you people, the way you people reason sometimes it's so appalling.
Why are you angry? It was just a question and you don't really have any legitimate answer. So I'm going to...
Why are you asking me the question when you know there's not any legitimate answer?
I know, I didn't think you would give me an illegitimate answer.
Because you know where you're going with your question. Your question makes no sense.
Okay, where am I going with my question? You see,
you answer that question yourself.
All right. So let me upgrade the question for you. Based on the promise.
I'm not going to ask any question anymore again. I mean, you already said that there's no answer to it.
Why you said
there's no answer to it? There's no answer. Yeah,
you cannot defend your candidate.
No, let me just give your own talk here, and then let us listen to
defend your candidates now. Okay, so you said that your candidate has all these promises that every politician used to promise. Now, we know that your candidate has the antecedents of being friends with his godfathers, his crooked criminals, the people that slaughtered all his people. He's friends with all the enemies of Nigeria, all the citizens, all the citizens' enemy, everyone oppressing Nigerians. He's their best friend. All these promises that he said he's going to do you think that he's going to deliver it, knowing fully well that all his friends would not want him to deliver those promises? Who do you think he cares more about, his evil friends or the Nigerian citizens? I've upgraded the question. Thank you. Defend your candidate.
There are no candidates anymore.
If you want to talk, make it talk.
There are no candidates anymore now. The election is over.
The election is over. They are all useless because they want to use criminality to beat Tinubu. Tinubu that is a master of criminals. You know, is a master.
It was a matter of criminal, and yet you are here. You are championing him like as if he's some kind of genius.
Please, okay, rational mind. Mention the fact.
Don't please me, I beg you. Don't please me. Please.
No, you can't be making false allegations just like that.
False allegations.
You know that is slander, right? You know that is slander. What you are doing?
What's slander? What is slander?
Mention the area.
What is slander? I'm asking you. What is slander? Can you slander?
Mention the area where I slander means false accusation, and it's something that I can take you to court for. That's the word they use, slander.
So what is that slander? What is that slander? What is that act of slander that has taken place right now?
Because you are taking words out of my mouth and putting it out there like I did something. You said that.
What was that word now? But boy, mama dance around. Just give me an example of what. So what is
SL?
No, lost school. I don't know what they call slander. Dictation.
SLANDER.
Okay.
You can Google it.
And so slander.
Can you bring Prince Daddy here?
So what is that slander? Give me an example of that I said.
I'm giving you an example. You said that I came here and I was championing and I was
championing. Guys, what is that? Go on. I'm sorry.
Answer your question now. Okay, you said that I came here and I was championing Tinubu. Please mention how I did that. You know that's a slanderous accusation.
You come here and slander. I mean, you champion Tinubu.
Mention how I did it.
Because you said that nobody else can defeat Tinubu. That's what you said.
Okay, mention who is defeating him and started. How is that?
Rational mind, don't shout on him now. It's making sense. It's only you that you are just getting angry now.
You are making false allegations.
You said
I said somebody is a criminal, and you cannot use criminal activities to defeat him because he's the master of all criminality.
So
how is that? Unless you champion criminals, right?
Padoski, let us do another it's very hard.
If I took you to court, I'll win, right?
You see the problem I have with this liberals. We are discussing something now. Do you see how this guy has turned this discussion into another thing?
No, he asked a question now. He asked a question. I mean, AI, let's not do
this. He's running around,
starting. Okay, gentlemen, AI still now. AI, please bring it home and let's move on to the next.
You can't even defend your candidates.
AI should bring it home.
You are just supporting another criminal. That's just all you are doing.
Sorry, please hold on. Let AI conclude. Yeah, conclude.
Conclude what?
It was your turn now.
I'll finish saying what I'm saying about collation and correlation or whatever.
AI, sorry. What you are talking about? A coalition is not even coalition that they had in 2015. Now it was a merger of parties. Now, because all those parties did not even exist again after their, so everybody.
What's the difference between coalition and
there is a difference between coalition and you know the problem that you have is that wait now.
Simba, you are not right.
What is the meaning of merger? What is the meaning of coalition?
Right, because some of them came from PDP. PDP is still hold on, let me finish. Some of them came from PDP. Some of them came from NMPP. Some of them came from SDP. Some of them came from LP. They come together. Those parties are still existing. They didn't come with their party. They didn't come with their party.
No.
It's
okay.
I like the word merger. I think merger it's a better description of what happened.
Hold on.
Let me tell you, we have CPC. No, wait now, Zita. CPC did not exist again after it. ACN ceased to exist. What is it? ANPP ceased to exist. In this case now that what they are discussing now, they are not discussing collapsing all those parties. What they are discussing is that okay, let us all of us have a consensus candidate. So merger is different from coalition. Coalition is okay. All of us we have come together. Okay, this is the person that we want to vote for, and those parties will continue to exist after.
I would not call it merger.
Have they told you that that's the one they want to do?
I will not.
The word, let me tell you, the word that everybody is banting about coalition is even that there is totally different.
Do you know why I didn't call it merger? In as much as ACN and the CPC is no longer existing, they were virtually dead at that time. All the people in CPC did not join that thing. Why all the people in ACN did not join that thing? It's not merger. I won't use the word merger. It's some group of conglomeration of gangsters that came together, looked on somebody they think we can buy, and put it in the hem of affairs. That's all. And I asked this set of conglomeration of gangsters to do the same. That's all I'm saying. They should stop telling Nigerians to go to the street to burn down their country so that some of them will die. That's not the way to kick somebody out of office. They should do the same to Tinubu. Thank God to remember that Tinubu...
Zita, you know, we have...
Zita, that is the way Tinubu kicked Jonathan out of office now.
Hold on.
How?
They have done series of demonstration. Tinubu is still there. They have even called for... I'm sure that Tinubu, when you say that Tinubu, that was the way he kicked Jonathan out of that place. Tinubu and his group never called for military to take over Nigeria. Do you know why? Because they were focused. Their focus is to go in there. But these people that are so focusless to the extent they're calling for the military. So they have done everything they need to do. But the only thing they have never done is to sit down together, put their heads together, and have a mission, have a focus, and go get us wrong.
Zita, let me ask you this. Let me ask this question. Even the people that are supporting this opposition, are they focused? Talk less of even the opposition, the leaders, their leaders themselves. The people that are supporting Obi, are they ready to say, okay, Obi, step down for another person? So both their leaders and the followers of the opposition are confused. And
how are they confused? You see, you people come here, you like to do this thing.
Don't say you people.
No, hold on.
You don't need to even
okay,
comment on whatever I see.
Okay. Let me
wait. You've been talking. I wake up, I hear you. Let me finish what I'm saying. You understand? Yes, now I've been hearing your voice.
Let me ask him why you said that. Let me tell him. How much?
But this guy wants to talk now. Hold on.
I can give Zita time to talk. Zita, talk.
Okay,
want to talk. And it's only your voice I don't want to hear.
That hiring a stadium or a hall in any part of Nigeria can cost? So why don't they hire a hall, get their organic supporters, and talk to them? This is the time to start the ginger. They're already
Zita,
late.
let me even ask you this. Look at even the so-called major parties that we have. At least the two major parties that we can say we have as an opposition is Labour and PDP. Look at the problem that they are having now. Look at what is happening in Labour. This one is sacking this one, the other one is sacking. So who is in control of that party? And the so-called leader, they supposed to have, because Obi supposed to be the leader of that party. He kept mute. He's not even saying anything. He's not coordinating anything. We are not even hearing anything from him.
Hey, Boromiro.
Simba, I told you, it's still my time. Let me bring it home.
No, it's not your time.
I told you people here
AI. Come
that
on, let's not do this.
PDP is the most selfish party I have ever seen. They cannot bring out their money. They only spend money when they're in power. And it's our money they like spending. Some of them are multi-billionaires. But they cannot come together to bring out that their pocket money and use it, bring money from their pocket to join. Look, let me close by saying politicians should go and look at the conception now politics done in 2015. Take that blueprint. Spend money. Since PDP left power, PDP left power, they've been tumbling and fumbling and jumping and they can't even, since then they can't find their head. So it's all our money.
But Zita, because all of us now we are talking about opposition. What is the basis of having opposition? It's just to keep the ruling party on their toes. But the kind of opposition that we're even looking, Nigeria, even all of us, we are even confused. Okay, now the people that were asking, let them strategize and
you are confused. You are confused.
Don't let me finish.
No, don't give me that. Yeah. You're the one confused.
We've been talking
what I'm saying is this.
It's happening.
When we are looking for an alternative,
don't tell me I've been talking so long since. I think it's open session now. Anybody can talk. Don't try to stifle me, telling me that I've been talking for me. You've been talking as well.
I want to answer Madam Zita's question after all this. So. Hello.
Soli, is that Soli?
Yes.
Oh yeah, say what you want to say.
Madam Zita, I'll just summarize it. They are all criminals. If you think that you are going to use this strategy or that strategy, it's not going to work. And that normally that's how politicians behave. Even when Tinubu wants to go for election, he's not going to try and use his own money. He's going to try and look for money somewhere to siphon and use that one for his election. That's how Nigerian politicians normally do. If you say you want to do coalition, is it not still coalition of criminals? Whatever strategy that they want to implement, Tinubu will know how to counter it. That is why I said that criminals cannot beat Tinubu because he's a master criminal. He has people in every party. If Nigerians want a change, they have to literally go from the bottom of their hearts. Not people like Rational Mind that wants his own type of corruption, but he doesn't like Tinubu's type of corruption. They have to agree that they don't want to benefit from corruption at all. That's the kind of mindset that can remove Tinubu. If you want to come with an average politician, you are not beating him. That's why I said that Sowore's ideology is the only kind of ideology that can defeat somebody like Tinubu.
I better leave that one.
Let me finish now.
That one that cannot defeat.
Okay, yes, he cannot defeat. Yes, let's say he cannot defeat. Who is that noise? There's a noise coming from somewhere. Yes, let's say he cannot defeat a local government chairman. But whose fault is that? Is that not Nigerians? Nigerians want to choose their favorite criminal and expect
their fault. And they don't want to. Is that their fault? Tell yourself now. You say
Can
they
I
are
finish?
selling a product.
There's nothing new that you are saying.
You are selling a product. Customer is not buying. You say it's customer's fault.
Yeah, yes. Then the customer will suffer. If the customer says that they don't
No,
like
they have
this,
alternative. They have
okay,
alternative.
they are alternative.
Solely.
Can I flow? If their alternative is a
They are
criminal
flowing
that is,
away now. That's why we are trying to correct you.
your voice is even
They are
cracking.
flowing.
Please, first of all, please fix your internet because all of us can't hear you. It's cracking. You know, so you need to sort that out.
Solely,
First. Maybe
Nigerians don't hate criminals. They don't hate corruption. It's only when it's not favoring them that they cry.
that's what I'm saying. So Nigerians have to decide that they don't want to benefit from corruption. If not, nothing. See, if Tinubu wins this 2027 election, which is almost 99% guaranteed for him, Nigerians will enter the greatest suffering that they will not be able to imagine the kind of suffering that they went through. And Nigerians are very hard-headed. If they believe that their own favorite criminal is the best, and they keep on insulting somebody, they keep on being proud with poverty that, oh, he cannot even win local government election, then after 2027, nobody should ever pity any Nigerian. In fact, I will start campaign. I will look for ways.
No. So is that the way you want to campaign for your candidate?
My own campaign is to try and block any bank that wants to allow money to be sent to Nigeria. I will start filing petition up and down so that no money will be sent. Yes, because I must contribute to their suffering. Maybe they like to insult, they like to look down on
So
people.
now Showore go serve them.
Me personally, I will make it my personal mission to increase their suffering. Whatever way I can do it, I will make sure I will even spend my own money to look for ways.
I bet you quiet. Which money you get? The way you spend. What kind of anger are you displaying?
He's defending his own criminal. Everybody gets his own criminal.
How is Showore a criminal?
Obi's supporter came here and told us he's the best. Tinubu supporters came here and told us Tinubu will so. This one is fighting for his own criminal. So make him leave him.
I asked you, how is he a criminal? Do you think that anybody is going to come and change Nigeria without fighting corruption? Do you think even if
Showore go fit change Nigeria? This is ridiculous.
You see, you are in the comfort of your own home abroad, saying that it's because you think that it is the people that you like that will help you. That is our problem, and it's usually the people that you don't even know, that don't even know you that well, that usually come to help you. You want to choose your favorites. How has your favorites been working out so far? The people that you like, the people that are sweet to you, that treat you how you want to be treated, how has it been going for you? How? You just like to look down on people. I don't understand that kind of Nigerian mentality. Nigerians love their favorites, but their favorites never help them. Tell me one Nigerian person that the person that he likes has ever helped him in their life. If you can give me an example, I'll leave this panel and I'll say that you've won. Everybody that you like never helps you, or you keep on acting like a slave. That is slave mentality. He cannot win. He
was free mentality.
Please, can another person?
Rational mind. If let's say Peter Obi wins, like let's go your route.
Don't give me this. I'm not going to answer your question. I'm not going to defend
because you can't answer it now. You can't answer it. You just answer your question
because I don't have the time for.
Can somebody speak, please? You have been speaking all day.
Why are you interrupting me?
I'm just trying to make you understand. I'm just echoing you.
I don't want to understand your criminal mind. I don't.
Can somebody come in?
Criminal.
MOP. Just hold on a little.
Hello, can I?
You don't have morality or integrity. If you have
morality, please hold on. Let's hear from man of prestige. I think he's been in the background.
Lack of integrity.
Okay, greeting everybody.
Man of prestige has come with his own lamba now.
Greeting everybody. I greet everybody on the platform. I just come in because something caught my attention because of what Madam AI said. He said all these liberal, progressive that come here like they live in alternative life. So my question to you and Priest Daddy here, how is your conservative in working out for you now? That's a question to you.
MOP, don't take us to US again.
I'm going to pivot to the main topic.
Don't take us to US.
I just wanted them to answer that question in a minute. Don't go in detail. Just a simple question, but you don't have to answer. So let me go to my let me go to my decision. Let me go to my main topic. You don't have to, you don't have to, you don't have to answer that question. But anyway, so the problem I have is that, look at the condition where we are right now. I mean, it's kind of baffled me when all these agbados here, come here and the ones in Nigeria and the ballot to this guy that's completely inefficient. I mean, what do you see in this guy? I mean, the guy is in ape. He doesn't have a single clue on how to lead the country. I mean, the only thing that is good is gangsterism, corruption to the highest level. I mean, this guy spends most of the time sleeping in Aso Rock. He doesn't even know what's going on. I mean, it's so bad for me, and you think that this country is going to ever, go in the right direction. I mean, we already plateaued in our progress long time ago, 10 years before APC came in. We are all regressing. I mean, look at all metric, to judge, a country. We are all falling apart. Just not that you're going to come here and tell me all this nonsense about student loan and all, I mean, nothing. I mean, even dollar, dollar that has weakened, but it's going up right now. That weakened a couple of weeks ago.
Hold on.
And your Naira is depreciating.
Man of prestige, Asian currency, they are all gaining against the dollar. Only
yes, every other country is getting against dollar, and you're coming here and talking about, and talking about your external reserve has grew 5 point something. How does that help the common man? I mean, sometimes it just baffles me how you come here, all talk, speak English that doesn't even make any sense. You need to come here with a constructive, a constructive point how to better that country, not a ability to this inefficient human being we have over there.
MOP. Okay, give us your own alternative. Yeah, tell us now. Give us your alternative.
Remove Tinubu there.
No, give them. Don't give them.
Bring somebody who's alert, because the guy is not alert. Bring somebody who's alert with a common sense. I can do better than him.
What we're supposed to be discussing is the issue. Okay, you have raised issue now. Okay, tell us your own man how he's going to solve the issue that all those issues.
What is my own man? Who is my own man?
We know where we know the person that you are supporting now.
Yeah, I supported Obi, but Obi is not in power, so I'm not going to take that.
Hey, we are not saying. Tell us.
No. Don't give me that crap. That's not going to work.
Hold on, Simba. What we are saying here is, you guys have said the man in Aso Rock is a dead man. Now, how do we carry out that dead man out of Aso Rock? That's the discussion. But rational mind, they put it here. The whole discussion has scattered all over the place. The topic is, you said the person there is incapacitated. He cannot walk. Now, the question is, how do you get him out? That's the argument. Who is going to take him out?
In a constitutional democracy.
I mean, most of Nigeria can do so, because
how do you take him
out
the
merger or the coalition that we are having right now,
Baba, what did
they're
you
not
say?
being serious.
I
This
said
is my problem with Nigeria.
You complete that sentence. In a constitutional democracy, how do you take him out?
Thank you. That is the thing. How do you, election is coming.
The Nigerians have to take him, or they have to be able to elect somebody, not all this nonsense magic. I don't think anything is going to come to any fruition because they are not serious. I mean, I completely agree with what Madam Zita said, about how they are coming about with it. I mean, nothing is going to come out of that coalition because they are selfish. Everybody wants to be a leader, So that's the way I don't even have any. I don't even have that anything is going to come out of that.
Man of prestige. You agreeing with Zita does not even answer anything. Because even these
No,
people
no,
that are
because you don't look at
even
what's
people like
happening.
Sika,
Labour Party, Atiku, all of them. They want to be a president. I mean, if they don't start working right now, nothing is going to come out of it.
you see, hold on. You see, you're helping them make their case.
No, I'm not making their case. I'm making my own case. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to come here to make a rational mind. I'm not going to come here to make your own case or make any other person case.
But the
I'm making my own case.
Sorry,
I just said I don't want to go through what Madam Zita said again. I agree with her in that point that, the coalition hasn't been effective yet, because they are leaderless.
They are making a mockery of it. That's what they're doing. If you hear them what they say make it look
I'm not making a mockery of it. Until they change my mind, but so far.
A man of prestige. Can I say something? You see,
is it not a mockery? Is it not a mockery? Little criminals want to be big criminal.
Man of prestige is not trying to win an argument. That's why he's not trying to win an argument. He's just saying, I agree with what this person is saying. I agree. But in your own case, obviously, with that statement now, it just shows that you are trying to win an argument. When somebody speaks, you go against the person, you put this on.
No, I'm not trying to win an argument. What is that going to do for me? I mean, win an argument. Is that where we are right now? Winning an argument. How is winning an argument going to solve the problem of Nigeria?
Exactly. So we are saying this, man of prayer, and I want us to start discussing this now. You see, Nigerians deserve more than we have now. We deserve better leader than we have now. We deserve better opposition than we have now. We deserve better armed forces than we have now. In short, we deserve better followership than we have now. So how do we make that happen? How do we make sure that
first of all, you have integrity? Stop pushing for criminals and expecting good. Have some integrity.
How do we shop for those that are okay? Because all of them that are out there now, they are the same. Some of them cannot manage their parties. In short, the worst among them.
They are not the same. They are not the same.
Patoski, let me tell you, before you can talk about
most, to be honest, let's be realistic to ourselves. Most of them are the same. Most of them, I mean,
so Rem is managing a party that is almost just the size of a classroom, and he's not.
But you like thief that is managing country. That's your own big thief. That is what you like. Lack of integrity.
Slowly. Don't come here with your myopic idea, okay? Don't worry. Can manage it.
That's what you like.
Can manage nothing.
Big thief. That's what you like. You don't like small goods. It's big thief. You love to praise. That shows your morals. It's too small. His goodness is too small. It's the big thief I like. I only like when my thieves are big. I only like.
Don't mind them. Let me say this, Patoski.
Who is the small thief?
Patoski, sorry.
You said
something. You said something earlier on. You said you talk about. Let me tell you, if you have followers that are confused the way we are confused, how can you now get a good leader? I think where we're supposed to start is a reorientation.
How are you expecting to get good leader from criminal? You people should explain this thing. How do you expect to get a good leader from a thief? I don't understand.
Where are the thieves reside? Where are they getting the thief? The so-called thief, where are they coming from?
To me. How do you expect good leadership from a thief?
Sorry, just hold on.
You are expecting good leadership from only.
Wait now. I give you a that is the problem that you have. Oh, come on, some other people.
Why is this guy barking like dog now? Why is this guy barking like dog?
I think, in my own opinion, I think the problem we are the product of our leaders, vice versa. So that's the problem.
Our leaders are our product. It's not product of our leaders.
No, it's a lie.
Our
both
leaders
ways.
are our product.
You like thief. You like thief. There are good people there. What did you just like only is your best friend. That's what you like.
How can you be product of your leaders? Your leaders are your product.
We made them. I think vice versa.
The raw material. If you have a bad
material, vice versa. That's what I said. Vice versa.
It's your only choice.
You go both ways.
You choose thief. That is what you like. The one that is not a thief, you say you should go for local government because you don't like him.
The one that is a
Pato,
thief,
let's structure the discussion,
and you are
please.
crying that is
One
thief your only
voice
choice?
at a time.
Is thief your only choice? Thief is not your only choice.
Who has the
But
floor?
One house.
you like thief. That is what you
One
like.
house. Hello, Foley, hold on now. Madam Zita has finished speaking, and Man of Prestige is the one that is supposed to speak now. No, Simba, because Simba came before Man of Prestige. Sorry.
I'm supposed to talk now.
Simba, the floor is yours. Please,
I
if
think
you want to
Oroyo was here before. Oroyo was here
Let
before.
Oroyo
Simba.
talk. Let Oroyo talk.
Oroyo. Okay, go on.
Sorry,
Sorry.
the next person to continue. I'm with
But
baby.
if Oroyo is speaking, please don't interject. If you want to interject, ask him. Do you allow interjection? Yes. Interjection should not more than 2 minutes. Then he gets back to him. Don't take over. Don't interject by taking over the session from Oroyo. Please carry on.
Patoski, let the next person continue. I'm busy with baby.
Okay, let me my own submission is not actually long. What I want to say
Let's
is
have
this.
you. Are you free?
Yes, let me
Remy is
just
coming
go.
in now.
Let me just
Remy,
say,
I'm bringing you in,
okay.
but don't use go.
Who? Okay, I can leave for Remy if you need somebody out. Pato.
No, you can't.
If I'm bringing Remy in, the house is full. Let me see what.
Let me go. Okay, let me go to the background and let Remy take over.
No.
Remove
I volunteer
Man of
Rational
Prestige.
Mind to go to the background.
Man of Prestige.
That's okay.
Rational Mind. No. We need his voice.
Remy,
Okay, let me leave.
Remy, what I do you now, Remy?
So she removed me.
Patoski, remove me, Oroyo.
Okay.
Okay. Oroyo, okay. Let me you and bring
National Mind has spent enough time on the platform. Remove National Mind.
Should I have the floor now?
Okay, hold on. Oh, why is my phone doing this? Remy, you are in now, so Oroyo has given you the room and Simba. So let's hear you.
Okay, so what
Remy, I'm sure
you know, let me tell you now. If you look at a lot of Nigerians are angry with the government, and this is not even the first time they will be doing that. But you know, my own concern is any decision you take with anger is not actually going to be the best decision. The way they are going about it now is Nigeria are not searching for a good leader. People are divided based on whether religious or tribal affiliation, and that has been our problem. We don't usually look for a good alternative. Whenever we are looking for alternative, we look for anyhow alternative. We just don't want this one. We let him go. We put another person there, and that is the cycle that we have been maintaining, and that is why we find ourselves in this mess that we have. So to me, even whether they remove Tinubu in 2027 or not, who among these people that we are now floating now that I say, okay, they are looking as an alternative that can now take that country to the promised land that we are looking at? There's none of them as it is now.
Okay,
and what I want to say is this. Let me tell you, if you have a pool of people and whenever they want to, you choose among it's the way people look at leader as if they have a pool of leader different from the followers. Oh, these are our leader, as if some people are born to be leader. All these people that we are talking about, they were like us. Some of them are like us before. There was a time Jonathan came, he was saying that there was a time he doesn't have issue, and then he became a leader, he became one of the worst leaders that we had. You understand? But you know, if we want to start, we need a total reorientation of Nigerians. Because Nigerians don't even know what they wanted. And that is why we are where we are today. Anytime we are just talking, is our leader, is our leader, is our leader. Is what we demanded for our leader, the way we program our leader. That's the way they are dealing with us, and it's because of us. So that's what I want to say.
Okay, let me have my floor now so that I can live on time. You see, what I would just say is this: given the situation of Nigeria as at that of 2023, with all the mismanagement of economy from all the since this present republic, no matter the hatred, no matter how bitter some people are, among all the leaders, among all the candidates that were jostling for the presidency in 2023, Tinubu still stand out as the best. And why did I say so? Each of every of these candidates has been tested with one level of leadership or the other. What were their scorecard? It is easy to criticize. It is easy to talk blah 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 blah. But the reality is different when you get there. And there's something I learned very early of my life, and that is there are certain set of people you shouldn't engage, you shouldn't argue with. The first set of people are the people who lack knowledge. You are superior to them in terms of knowledge. Another set of people are the people who are really determined not to accept defeat. No matter the point, no matter what the analysis are, no matter what the reality are.
Sorry. As a name in this category, I beg. As a name in this category, please put name behind it.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying generally that
I'll put name behind it. That'd be nice.
No, I don't. This is not only. This is. Hold on. Let me have my points.
Okay,
I'm not here to disrespect anybody. Okay, so I'm just saying that there are some set of people. Okay, that no matter what the point is, no matter what the reality is, they have just vowed not to accept defeat. And there are another set of category of people who don't know, they don't want to know. They are just completely dumb. They don't want to widen their knowledge. They don't even interested. But they just prefer that position of ignorance.
Philosophy, what you all this philosophy? I mean,
brother, I'm just making points.
Let him finish so that we can attack him after. Let him finish.
You can come after me. Just let me make my point. Don't be scared. If the thing is, if you fall in any of these categories,
nobody's scared, my brother.
Okay. So the point that I'm now making is, given the situation in the situation of Nigeria of 2023, okay, all the candidates that presented themselves, each and every one has been tested with one level of leadership, and their result is abysmal. So, in conclusion, Tinubu still stand out as the best, no matter how the hatred, no matter how the anger, no matter how the bitterness. Tinubu still stand out as the best among them. Maybe it's not the best in the whole of 200 and something million we have, but among the candidates that presented themselves 2023, it's still the best. It's still the best.
Yeah, great analysis. I agree with that.
Can I ask you a quick question? Are you living in Nigeria?
I live in Nigeria presently, but I came back from abroad.
Okay, stay there.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Okay, the point you made, you use the past.
Oh, new question.
You use the past to judge about people president, which is an antecedent. Okay, but that has to be where everything is equal. When we talk about, let's just use two example, Lagos and Anambra. So the
Okay.
comparison of Obi and some, and Tinubu.
And Tinubu.
But you
Okay.
can't really judge Atiku or Obi what they could have done because they're
Okay.
not
Now,
president.
now,
Sometimes
let me
it's good. Will you
now let me
justify
now
it, Prince
let me
Daddy?
answer
Who
you
is
this
that?
way. Let me answer you this way.
Oh, I'm
When
sorry.
No, he has not answered your
Obi
question. Let him ask now. He has not asked the question. Let
is
man
he
of God
has
finish
already
answering
asked, he
that
said
question.
comparison.
I've not finished now. You didn't give me a chance.
Okay,
So
okay.
the point I'm trying to make, you can't really use it to judge because Obi, Atiku, or whatever, none of them is the president, So you can't still really say what they could have done, what they could have done. Like I stated earlier, both of them has an antecedent, passed already. But the level of field, the level is not equal. You can't use Lagos to judge, to compare to Anambra. In fact, I
Okay.
mean, not even close in anywhere, not in IGR, GDP, anything you want to talk about. So that comparison is not valid in this case.
Okay.
Well,
If
Now
Obi has come to the
well,
power,
quickly,
then
see,
let me answer you
Prestige.
this way.
One
Just hold
second,
okay.
on.
Prestige.
Let's take it one after the other. Okay.
I don't want to answer the question. Well, give me a second. I don't want to answer the question. I just want to say, Prestige, what you just said right now. Earlier, Rational Mind actually did exactly the opposite of what you said. We talked about what Obi would have done better than Tinubu is doing it right now. So what you said, I agree with you, makes sense. But to Rational Mind, when I was trying to tell him earlier, it did not accept that rationale. But go ahead, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So let me just answer you this way. You see, leadership, there's nothing like bad leadership. Okay, it's either you are an effective leadership or you are not even a leader at all. You see, the situation where Obi met Anambra, we can all agree that it's not chaos like Nigeria of 2023. We can all agree to that. Okay? The chaos of Lagos when Tinubu picked up Lagos 1999, we can all agree that it's not as bad as Nigeria, but it's also a little bit worse in terms of dirty, littered everywhere, decades of infrastructure, all those things. We can all see that. Okay, for the sake of this analysis. Okay, where did Peter Obi left Anambra when he finished? What was the level? What was the level of development? What was the very legacy projects that he can be remembered of? What was the legacy
What legacy
structure?
project did Tinubu do that benefited
Okay.
the majority of the
I'm
people
coming
of
one
Lagos?
after the other. I'm just talking about Anambra first. Okay.
Okay, talk
What
about
did he-
Lagos too. Do
I
comparison.
will
Please tell
come
us
to
Lagos
Lagos.
legacy project.
Please. I will come to Lagos. What is that institutional framework that Peter Obi left that it is still running up to date in Anambra? You see, one of the biggest achievements of any leadership is after you have left, your legacy is preserved. That is, you must have raised a successor who will take over that visionary that you have implanted. And this is what all this
your definition of a leader is successor. Is that what it is?
Just hold on.
Godfatherism you are pushing for. You must leave successor, so Godfatherism.
So the problem here is that there's hatred in your mind and you don't want to let go. And you've closed your mind not to accept reality. That is your problem. You see,
The lives of Lagosians,
Listen, your mind is closed. Your mind.
As the average life of a
Listen, your mind is closed.
the living
not to
standard
accept
of a Lagosian, has it
your.
increased or
So
Listen.
definition of a good leader is successor.
Listen.
That's how you define it.
Listen.
Gentlemen, let's
Let the guys finish now, please. Let the guys finish.
Standard of an
I know your
average
mind is
Lagosian,
closed.
has it improved
please hold
or
on.
reduced?
Please hold on. Please hold on.
The
Let's
living, no,
pick
just
one
you
time.
should just answer this question.
Hold
The
on, let me
living
speak
standard
now.
of
One
an average
moderating.
Lagosian,
Hold on.
has it increased
Okay.
or
Would
reduced?
you allow me moderate, please?
Okay. Now, let me now, without delaying too much, let me just quickly say this. Everything that is going on in Lagos.
Chairman, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I say let's pick one after the other. If you want to ask question or interject, ask the person that holds the floor. If the person is willing to do it, he will say go ahead. And 1 minute, 2 minutes, you are done. But if the person say no, I don't want interjection, let it be. You have your tongue. Thank you. You can go on.
Thank you. So, in terms of structural framework that is going on in Lagos of today, whether in terms of transport system, in terms of structure in the government institution, there's no one, or let me say, majority started from Tinubu. Majority. And he has continuously built successor to take it over from one place to the other. Whether you call it for the godfatherism, whether you call it whatever you like it to call it, you cannot take the fact away that every of the people who come after has continued from where he stopped. And that is
Where did he start from? You say he stopped. He stopped.
Let him finish with his lies. Let him finish with his lies. Let him finish with his lies.
Okay. I know you for you in your own dictionary everything is lie as long as
It's
it's
a
not
lie now. I can back it up that it is a lie, and I have proof. Once you are done, I will tell you why what you are saying is a lie. A categorical 100% lie. Finish your lies.
I heard you. The point here is every of the candidates that presented themselves 2023, they have the opportunity, of leadership. Every one of them, whether it's Atiku, whether it's Peter Obi, whether it's Tinubu, even let's say Sowore's party, since ever I've known that guy, is the chairman, is the presidential candidate, is the secretary, is everything. Is that how to run a leadership?
Another lie. Another lie. So
no, because if you say it's another lie, tell me the name of the party chairman of Sowore's party, and tell me the name of the secretary.
You have Google. You are just repeating what
you mean now you are referring me to Google.
Anyways, you can finish your lie so that we can finish
the point. The point is, guys, let us be sincere. Let us be realistic in terms of our analysis.
Can I take you up?
No. Let me first of all debunk his Lagos lies.
No, you
have anything to say? Simple question. Who is the chairman of Sowore's party? It's just a simple question. Haba, answer.
So I don't want to talk about Sowore. That's not my
issue. Okay.
Hold on. You came here, you started with your philosophical lines and make it sound like people are not supposed to be arguing with other people. Be like, come on.
The lie was that Sowore is the secretary. He's not.
We know when people.
He may be the chairman, but he's not the secretary.
Oh, come on. Can I?
Okay, but is the one.
You said he built Lagos.
Patoski, I thought it's one by one. Maybe Rational Man has the floor to interject. Please, can we handle it better?
I just want to debunk his Lagos lies.
Okay.
I just want to debunk his Lagos lies. That's just my own.
Hello?
Okay.
Did I lost
debunk it now? Let me hear you.
Can you hear me?
First of all, Tinubu did not bring anything brand new. You do know that Lagos already had master plan before Tinubu was ever there. And all of them are just picking out bits and pieces from the master plan. You can literally, Shebi, you are in Nigeria, go to Secretariat.
You can go there and ask them for Lagos Master Plan, and you see it there. It is when they want to do White Elephant project and when they want to siphon money and steal money and want to do the project for 10 years, 15 years, so that they can keep on stealing money from the project for years and decades. That is when they bring one of the projects from the Lagos Master Plan and start implementing it. Now,
Okay,
you
you
say that
agree they bring out project. You bring out, you agree
you
they
can go to
bring out
Secretariat, you can
project.
go to Lagos Secretariat yourself and check it there if you think I'm lying.
Hold on.
You said that he has improved, he has done legacy projects. Now, my question is, let's not even look at the average Lagosian. Let's look at Yoruba people ourselves. As the lives of the living standard of the average Yoruba man in Lagos improved or reduced, when you first enter the airport, who are the people begging you from the airport to your home? Who are the people begging you from the airport? Are they not Yoruba people? So how has it improved?
How do you profile them? How do you profile them? For you to know that they are Yoruba.
Using to satisfy their ego and using to steal money. The average Yoruba man, how has our living standard improved in that Lagos? Tell me.
Okay, now let me answer you this way. Let me answer you this way.
Are we not becoming Amalji?
Hold on, you just asked question. You just asked question. Okay, you just asked question.
Do you care about Yoruba people?
You just asked question. You hold on now. Hold on. It is very, very convenient for you to come after, to come after the people you hate. Okay, leaving the people you are supporting, without even thinking from the angle of, okay, what was the situation before this person take over? In Lagos, 1999, when Buba Marwa left, okay, you don't see what Lagos was in terms of decay, infrastructural decay, the institution that Tinubu has bring into government. Since that time up to date, is still running. For instance, Kai, okay, Kai, no matter what you think about it, it solves a whole lot of problem in Lagos in terms of hold up, in terms of compliance, in terms of traffic. Okay, that is one institution. IGR, where was it? That same Lagos that you so bitter about that he didn't do anything. If Anambra was in 1/3 of what Lagos achieved, I'm very, very optimistic Peter Obi will not be staying in Lagos. Very, very sure. Very, very sure. Peter Obi will never be in Lagos.
You know you're not answering my question.
Hold on, I'm answering you, but the hatred in your mind didn't.
Sorry, you allow me to talk to this guy. Wouldn't allow me to talk.
But it's not answering my question.
See.
I asked you a simple question. How has it improved the living standard of the average Yoruba people? Are we more beggars? Don't tell me about any stupid projects. Are we more beggars, or have we improved in our society? What have we turned to? Beggars and agberus, or we have improved? Don't tell me about any Kai or anything. Tell me about the average.
Okay. Now let me now ask you this way. Let me answer you this way. Can you tell me the number of people that enter Lagos in average number of people that enter Lagos in a day? No matter what if the provision of infrastructure that is provided today is meant for 20,000 people. On every day, on average, 100,000 people enter Lagos. Why? Why are they coming to Lagos? Just answer me.
This your argument is so lame. So lame.
I believe it will be lame when it comes to you.
Hold on. Have you heard about Indonesia?
Telling us that why are people coming to Lagos? Have people not been coming to Lagos before Tinubu was there?
I don't know what is wrong with something.
Not been coming to Lagos before Tinubu was there? Yes or no?
And what was the average of people coming to Lagos as at that time?
What does that have to do with the living standard?
Because those people, they are habitants in Lagos. So if
this living standard is not good, people will not be coming now. So
don't mind them.
Let them just be
what
kind of dumb
blindly.
argument is this? If the living standard of
and a particular town or a
If
particular
there is not
area is not
opportunity,
good,
why are you in
there will
Europe?
be
Why
influx
don't you
of
come back to
people in the
Nigeria?
place. Which kind of wahala be this now?
If the standard there where you are, if it is not good, why not coming back to Nigeria?
People are coming to Lagos to do their own individual thing, not because they are
Because there's
benefiting.
opportunity provided in Lagos, my dear. There's opportunity. Where there's opportunity, people goes there. Don't you
But
know?
it's not the government that created that opportunity.
It is you.
Not. It is
or
not.
Peter Obi?
It is
It is
not.
Peter Obi that.
Tell me the opportunity the government created that the people
My
are
brother,
benefiting.
I've just summarized your matter in the category of people who are not supposed to argue with. Go and check which one you belong.
Okay, but tell me what opportunity Tinubu created.
Oriola, you are making some
on.
point, but you are making a mistake. This is not about P2B, okay? You need to concentrate about the present government. Don't be making the comparison just Obi. There's I think other people. So the comparison shouldn't be about Obi. Continue.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Please let me
we know them now.
also
We know
say
them.
this.
That's what they do. But can I challenge
this?
the
Tinubu that people are benefiting from? Please tell me. What did Tinubu put that people are coming to Lagos to benefit from?
Hold on now. You have been asking. Let's hold on. Let's discuss. Let's not argue for argue's sake. He's just
because
made a point.
He's not answering the questions directly.
Some of us are.
My brother, I'm not ready to engage you again. You are not.
Yes, because you have nothing legitimate to say.
You are not open-minded. You are just guided
with
your nonsense that
I don't want to be open-minded to crime. I don't have your kind of low morality level.
Which country are you? Which country are you?
What does that have to do with Lagos?
Because it has to do with what I wanted to ask you.
So you can't ask the question without knowing my country. I'm in United States.
Solid, okay, can you answer him? You ask him where was
United States.
Why are you lying, Solid?
United States provide opportunity, okay, that make you to go to United. Why don't you go to Belarus?
Somalia.
Oh, Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Or Bangladesh.
Are there no Nigerians going to Bangladesh?
No, or Yemen. Why don't you be in Yemen?
Are there no Nigerians going to Yemen?
Why
what is your
you as a person, you as a person, and with the number of people who wants to enter to US, okay, and you in particular, why are you in America? Is there no Nigeria in Yemen? Why don't you go to Yemen?
Hey, hold on. The question, you have a very good case, but when he told you he's in United States, the next question would have been, why United States? Why did you choose United States?
Why
not among all the countries in the world? Why did you choose United States? I don't understand what he means by this question. They always ask, how has it benefited Nigerians? I don't understand that question because
okay, let me explain that question.
No, hold on.
When you look at a country like China, right? Look at the Chinese. How many people were brought out of poverty? 4 times the amount of the whole population of Nigeria. They structured their environment with the little resources that they have to benefit the people. They brought the people out of poverty.
My friend, you are best. You fall in the. Hold on. It is my flaw. It is my flaw. Hold on. It is my question. It is my question. It is my question. Hold on. Hold on. Please. Hold on.
Let me give you the standards, not your criminals that
who
you
is
put
even
in position.
Who is even in charge of this platform?
You asked a question.
Who is
and
the
I'm
moderator of this platform?
Patowski.
Because if somebody come here and said that the letter China has, I don't know where he got that one from. Because
it's not.
Hold on, let me answer. Let me answer him.
America made China so rich.
I've just put him in the basket.
I don't know where he got the letter.
If he's going to allow people to speak without unnecessary interjection, it's just interjecting people, and if he was ready to speak without unnecessarily just cutting in people and alliance, it's okay. I'm not used to putting people in the background, but at least I'll put it in the background for now. Please continue what you are saying.
So,
please, can we respect Patowski as the moderator, please? Whatever he said, we have to listen, please.
Okay, thank you.
If you want to interject, you can interject. But as the person that is speaking, if he says yes, I want interjection, fine. If he say he doesn't want, he will soon
It is
round up, and then you take your turn. Please, sorry,
thank you,
bring it,
Jerry.
my brother,
So
bring it home, so
it
that
is
we will
very
get started.
it is very convenient for you guys to be shifting posts. You bring up the issue of China. 1/3 of what is going on in China, in terms of the leadership that has ever been, no democracy, nothing. If 1/3 of what is going on there, if 1/3 of it is practiced in Nigeria, it is you, these same people, that will say, this guy is not democratic, it's not this, it's not that, it's not this. You cannot compare the trajectory of development.
Tinubu will not be alive if he practice what is done in China.
He will not be alive.
Yeah.
Thank you. He will not be alive. You people will have
probably they would have. You know what I'm saying? They would have.
Okay, you mean they will have executed him? So also Peter Obi. So also Peter Obi.
I'm trying to make a whole city, a whole state. His own
Yeah,
kingdom.
I agree with you. He will not be alive, to
What's
be
the point?
sincere. But Peter Obi too will have long time gone.
No, because he never did what Tinubu did. You see,
Okay.
this is what you people do. This is what you people do.
That is because
like
that
you
see, it is very convenient. Now, listen, you hold on. It is very convenient now for me to accept your point. You see where you are so blinded.
Because he did not control a state. After he left the scene, he just
That's the problem I have with them.
So
he pushed
always trying to compare this Tinubu and I don't know what you guys like.
Nigerian politician, none of them what's anybody dying for. Let me first make that point clear for you.
And yes, you are here making point for Tinubu. It's not what that
is. I said I agree with you that if what is going on in China is practiced in Nigeria, Tinubu will not be alive. Okay, I acceded to that fact. Okay, but and I'm also saying, if what is going on in China is practiced in Nigeria, okay, long time ago, Peter Obi would have been executed. Because if somebody come on live TV and accepted that he puts the government money, the state money, in his private business, and he puts government money, or maybe, well, for whatever reason.
You see,
okay?
Hold on. You see, you people always struggle. Because you see, when you try to
my friend, don't tell me people always struggle. See, listen. Rational mind. You hold on.
Okay, go on.
You see, one of the greatest problems you have is that you are blinded.
Yeah, you
are so blinded to the extent that you don't even know.
Can I interject? Me, I'm not blinded though. If they want to unalive Peter Obi, they should unalive him too. I agree.
I concede to you now. I concede to you that if what is going on in China is practiced in Nigeria, Tinubu will be gone.
Hold on. Can I say sorry.
Can I interject for 1 second, please?
No, you have been saying
for a long time. Let me say something, please. Please, I beg you, rational.
I started speaking before you now,
Remy.
Remy.
You want to interject first?
Remy, I spoke before you say you wanted to interject.
It doesn't matter. I'm asking
Who do you want?
Let Oroyo decide.
What do you want me to interject to you, or you want Remy to interject to you? Our friend that is talking, the guy that has the floor.
Okay. Let Remy interject.
Okay, all right.
So what I just want to correct an impression you guys have about China. First, China does not lift over 800 million of their population out of poverty. That is a blatant lie. Whoever said that, that's a lie. As of today, there are still more than 200 million people under the poverty level in China, considering the population of 1.4 billion people. Second, China practiced like a one-party system in which they choose their leader.
Sorry. quickly, sorry, Remy, you have just contradicted yourself now. You said they didn't have about over 800 million out of poverty. You said they have
Yes.
200 million.
No,
You
no,
said
no,
the
I
city
did not
has
say
got 200 million.
I did not
And the
say that.
population is
You can't
1.4
come here
No,
billion.
no, no,
and
no.
That
I
means
did not say that. Listen
you can't
carefully. I
come
will
here and
repeat
be
myself. I repeat myself again. Please
no, that
don't
is a
let us
lie.
your
don't let
numbers
us
are
make
not
it an
adding.
argument.
That is a pure lie.
Let's
Let's
have
say
the quorum,
let me
please.
repeat
Let's have the
again.
quorum.
Let me repeat it again.
But the guy is
The total
telling lies
population
now.
of China as of today is around 1.35 or to 1.4 billion people. And according to the statistics they have lifted over 500 million out of poverty. But there was a speaker here before that said that they have lifted over 800 million out of poverty. And I'm saying that
so it is.
So please don't. Please
Did they
just
lift people out of poverty? Yes or no?
Just keep quiet. I don't want to listen.
Did they lift people out of poverty? Yes or no?
Please, I'm not talking to you. Just keep quiet.
Your own leader can never lift anybody out of poverty.
Can you allow? He's interjecting me now. He's interjecting me now.
Okay. So they still have over 200 million on the poverty baseline. That is under the poverty baseline. They still have over, and they are trying. Fine. Now, considering the political setup of China, what they did normally is very simple. They have like a one-party state.
Communist party.
Communist Party, in which they choose their leader from the they unpick some of their local leaders. The president of a country, in conjunction with the 7 powerful people, they unpick governors. They can pick you from Sokoto to go and be governor of Lagos. They can pick you from Lagos to go and be governor of Borno State.
No democracy.
So at the end of the day, that is what they call their own democracy. And every year, they pull people all around their country for 2 weeks, revival in their capital city. This 2 week revival they always do, the government always have 5 years plan. And now they will not deliberate on this 5 years plan and they will not pass it to law. Most of them will always say yes, because nothing they can do. Because this set of leaders that put them there. What I just want to say is this, in a nutshell, these people, to be frank with you, they are patriotic and they support their leader, whether he's doing bad or good. They don't care. This is our leader. They support them. You cannot tell me that they are not corrupt. They are as corrupt as Nigeria. But if you're in the good book of the leader, nothing will touch you. But immediately you are not in that good book anymore, then you're doing straight away. So if that is what you want in your country, it's fine and good. They will cage all the population. You must follow the biggest leader, which is number 1, the president. And if you rational mind the way you are talking, you will find yourself in Gallo for a long time. So you don't go out and criticize any president. Nobody can be that because support the president. So the way they do their stuff, that is why they wipe their people into order. And it has worked for them. Can it work for Nigeria?
Thank you, Remy. Now let me just.
Now you allow Remy
I have
talk.
not asked you to interject me for goodness sake.
But you can allow Remy talk, and he was talking.
It is my time now.
He was talking to me. He mentioned my name.
Oh, why are you doing like this, rational? You will be difficult to manage, you. See, let me tell you something. When you are coming to argument or a platform like this, come with open mind. Don't come with all this your orientation that your opinion is what everybody must take. Okay? So even without conceding to your argument,
you okay me for what? What are you okay me
even
for?
without conceding to your argument, even without conceding to your argument, and thank you, Remy. Thank you for that position. Without conceding to your argument, rational mind, I agree. Okay, that
You guys are mentioning my name and you don't want me talking. What kind of
just hold on. Let me make my point.
Bring it home now. You will bring
I will bring it home. So without, so I agree that if the way they handle people in terms of not just judicial process, anything in China is practiced in Nigeria, Tinubu will have long time gone. Okay, but Peter Obi will not be here as well. But that is so difficult for you to accept because you are so blindfolded with your hatred that you close your mind and close your eyes to atrocity Peter Obi has carried out with just little opportunity he has to govern his state. And now, nobody can even reckon with his footprint in that same Anambra to say, Peter Obi has passed through this state. This is the legacy he left behind. Let us come with open mind to argument. Okay? I may not like somebody. It does not take away that what he has achieved or what he has accomplished. And with that,
open mind, Abby. Is that what you were asking me?
Open mind to criminality. Open mind to criminality.
I do open mind, Abby.
Just be open-minded. Be open-minded. Leave yourself out of this category of people who have closed their minds.
Please bring
not
it
wanting to accept. Not wanting to accept the
people are
defeat.
waiting. Let's not have people.
So I need floor.
Bring it home.
I need floor.
Thank you very much.
Patoski, yeah, I've been itching to that.
Sorry, you wanted to.
Yes, let me talk about China. Let me talk about China.
I get the one. Is it not man of president, the next person to speak?
No, but
I came before everybody. I came before, but I've not gotten my turn.
Patoski, they mention my name. Two of them mention my name. Can I not do my own butter?
Let me give you that chance to just respond to the
please. I beg you, please.
Man of president. You see, please let man of president respond. Don't interject, please. As the man of president, rational mind. Sorry, let rational mind respond.
Right, I thought you said the amount. Okay, all right. So yeah,
no,
so
rational mind. I mean, man of
thank you.
Mind.
All right, so you've said so many things here. I just wonder, like, I'm not really wondering, but I'm just like, I just wonder, like, well, let me not say wonder. Let me just go straight to the point, because when I say wonder, I don't want the wanderer here. So Remy was talking about China. Now, Remy has become an expert in China. Like, some of us don't even know what is going on in China. Like, we've never ever been.
I will also respond to you because you are mentioning.
It's okay. I beg you. Don't cut me off. Now, my point is this: is that if Tinubu, if we were to practice what is going on in China, I bet you probably Tinubu will not be alive. He will not be alive because
that's a lie.
Probably, very likely, will not be alive because if he has dipped his hand into a cookie jar, into a state coffer, it would have been called to order.
That's also a lie. That is not the way it's been run. Continue.
Well, we've been to China before. We know what goes on.
No, not you. Not you. You have not been to that country.
Don't start this. It's okay, dude. You know, when you were talking, you didn't allow me to interject.
I'm not doing
something.
Please let him finish so that me I can go next now. Please.
Come on. You're right. Continue.
You two, you are also putting some lies there.
I'm not talking to you, sorry. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to rational mind.
The point I'm trying to make here is that you came here, you made Tinubu look like some kind of Lord and personal savior of the people of Nigeria, or the Yoruba race, or whatever you want to call them. You start spewing that he had successors, and so his successors equated to his own success. No, Tinubu was a total failure when he was there. Agreed, he met some rubbish on ground. I mean, I agree that I will concede that yes, there was a lot of lapses, but he had opportunity to do so many things. But rather, he was making plans for how he's going to hold that state to ransom. That was all he was doing. He wasn't really there to govern, to really bring about the change that will really transform that Lagos. He was planning his dynasty in that Lagos. Because what's the point of he doing everything or doing what he was supposed to do when he's there, when he's going to put somebody there invariably? Why were they so scared that they had to kill Funshaw Williams if they know they did very well? If Tinubu yes.
Oh, come on. Conspiracy. Continue.
See, madam, please don't follow this guy argue again. Just leave him with his thoughts, please.
Because you like crime now, that's why you want to keep silent.
Padoski, let our friend continue. These guys are not watching.
Can I speak about my China now?
Go and
can I speak about my
China?
Can I speak about my China now? You will know. But see, look, when I mentioned China,
am I talking to you?
Yes, because you lied about China. When I mentioned China, and I was talking about bringing people out of poverty, no matter where you want to Google it, even if you say that, okay, it is 500 million people that were brought out of poverty, that is a very significant number. That shows that it is quite possible. I did not talk about the governing style. I did not talk about any other thing. Can I finish? You have told your lies about China, but can I finish?
No, you mentioned, you said, listen, let's make it a conversation so that we don't make it like an argument. You said, from your analysis, you said they have brought out more than 800 million because the population is 1.4. And you said they have brought out more than 800 million. And I said, no, that is incorrect. Yes. And I gave you my analysis. How can you compare? Listen, let me ask you a question. If you deduct 500 million from 800 million, you cannot tell me 300 million people is insignificant. 300 million people is more than the total population of Nigeria, even as of today. Counted or not counted.
All right.
So when you go ahead.
All right. So your problem is semantics. Not that
I don't have a problem. Please speak with decorum. Okay? When you are here, when you talk to me, listen carefully. When you talk to me, I will speak with more dignity and respect to you, and I want the same from you. Please, okay? I beg you.
Yeah. You are not speaking with dignity because you are trying to invalidate.
So I don't need to talk to you anymore. If you are here just to disrespect me and just to talk to me anyhow, you can't do that way. Please, I just want you to talk with more respect. I'm not saying you should respect me as a person.
I'm not
the way you craft your
hold on. Sorry, please. Have you made your point?
I've not made though. He keeps interjecting me every time I try to make my point.
Just leave him. Let him make his point. Then you take over from him.
You are talking like how white people used to talk when they want to say something sly, but they will say it in a nice way.
I don't want us in our conversation to be personal and direct with people. Let's just make our case.
Okay.
Don't attack anybody.
When you are saying, oh, it's not 800 million, it's 500 million, you are trying to invalidate and take away the point that people were brought out of poverty. I don't care what the number is. People were brought out of poverty. Whether it's 100 million, whether it's 50 million, whether it's 200 million, I don't care. People were brought out of poverty, a significant chunk of the population. What has our government continued to do? Plunge people into poverty because it is a strategic mission to keep power. Because when people are poor, they can easily buy votes from them. They can easily misway them during the election. They can easily suppress them. They can easily make them so poor that they cannot stand up for their right and stand up for themselves. That is my point. They use poverty as a weapon. China could have left people in the same position also. When you are building your house and you see that your neighbor did something that is nice and works, does it mean that you copy the house word for word? Did I say that Nigeria should go into dictatorship? Can't you bring people out of poverty without going into dictatorship? Why are you acting like a child? But the point is that you want to promote a criminal. You want to act like it is impossible to bring people and Nigerians out of poverty with all the resources and all the manpower and all the labor that we have. You are acting like it is impossible. That is the strategy. And that is why I find what you said offensive. Because you are trying to invalidate that point. That key point.
Can you
go to the airport, you see Yoruba people begging. You don't even have shame. You don't care about the tribe. You only care about you being Yoruba. You don't care about Yoruba people. You see your people shame you at the airport begging. Every tribe that enters that country, the first thing they see is Yoruba people begging.
What is going on? What is going on?
You don't have shame. You don't have shame.
What is going on?
You don't have shame. And I'm telling you.
Okay, thank you, Solly. So let our tribe have some pride.
Let people be
Let
able
I
someone
to
think it's
think.
respond.
my turn now.
Let people be
Let
able to
Remy
think. Let
respond.
people be able to
Solly.
have a life. You are coming to come and say nonsense about China having dictatorship. Who
Solly,
spoke about that one?
can you just
People
can
are
you
starving.
let's not be
And
emotional.
you are coming here
Solly,
to be
can you
coming to be
let him
sly
respond?
and cunning because you want to promote a criminal that you are not begging, you are not
Then
benefiting
mute
from.
this
Can
guy
you
now.
let him
The criminals
respond?
chased you out of your country. They chased you out of your country. You come here to come and promote them because they are from your tribe.
Decorum, please. Decorum.
You don't have any integrity. You don't have no integrity whatsoever.
Can you mute this guy?
Because you want to.
I don't think it's referring to anybody. It's just talking in general terms. I don't think it's referring to you or Remy.
You cannot think, please.
Okay,
let me
make my contribution.
No, not you, not to. I don't think there's any of us here, but just to anybody that's
speaking to
we
us.
are not kids.
Speaking to
We are
us.
not kids. We are
We are
not
not babies.
kids.
You know, he's speaking to us. It's not. Remy, please make
I will make my.
You, right? Okay.
Yeah, I will start my contribution by giving everybody good morning from here, and I hope everybody is in good health, and I wish everybody good luck in whatever they are doing now. And okay, except rational mind. I wish everybody good luck now and in the near future. Actually, we all know that Nigeria have a big problem, and we know that this problem manifested from so many decades ago, and it cannot be cleared in 1 or 2 years. If we are lucky to make Nigeria a better country, if we are lucky, it will take us a cycle of good governance for the next 16 or 20 years. And then we will be talking about a good country. Obviously, there is division in Nigeria. When there is division, some people will capitalize on it, whether through tribe or through religion or through their own political ideology. The one thing I don't like is this. Everybody come here to say, my man is better than your man. My man is a better thief than your thief. What I see going on in Nigeria is that most Nigerians are gullible. I'm sorry to say this, because most people does not understand even the federal, the democracy we practice. Most people does not understand separation of power. Most people always thought that anything that goes on in their local government or in their state government, we should continue to hold the presidency accountable. I think, and it's not their fault because the government did not do proper orientation for most citizens. And secondly, the system has been bastardized for a long time that at the end of the day, normal human being does not know what to do. When we say our leaders are terrible, what about the followers, the ordinary citizen? Are they not the one that voted for them directly or indirectly? So, and when you're now saying everything I know is that in the Western world, when they go for election in America and they choose their own leader, everybody will come one way or the other to support the present government. Because if their lot improve, that means the improvement for the citizen as a whole. I've never seen a country where some people will wish their country bad luck. I've never seen a country where they will always continue to say, if it's my God that is there, it will be better than this. No. Government is a continuum. Whether you like it or not, if this guy is going to spend 4 years, he will spend his 4 years and go away. If he's going to spend 8 years, he's going to spend his 8 years and go away. And when we look at other democracies,
your own dream, Abi. Your dream, Abi.
Can you just keep quiet for a while, please?
No, your dream now.
Because okay, when we look at other countries, the way they practice their democracy, whether it's the Western democracy or the way the Asian does their own, I always ask myself a lot of questions. These people in Asia, the way they sacrifice for their country, the resources that Chinese are enjoying today were sacrificed in the 1980s to the 1990s. The country was locked down for 20 years. And people that are professors, they were brought to the interland to be leader in the farmland. Can Nigeria close their country for even 1 year or take less of 2 years? So in a nutshell, what I just want to say is that we should all come together and support our country. whether we like it or not. For now, God have destined this man to be there, and he's your president for now, whether you like it or not.
God will destiny. God will destiny.
So you do not ask for permission from me before you interject me. I think that is not good.
You need permission. You need permission.
Okay. So Timba interject. We're not about the bell. Ni binu abi. Okay. So I am begging you not to interject me. So I will also use this opportunity to now compare and contrast. The present government are doing their best. Maybe it's not enough, but at least we have passed the time that compared to 2023, the last 6 months of 2023 before the election. Now, probably our currency is being floated. We are hovering around 1.5 to 1.6 to $1, and then subsidy has been removed, and then there is competition. Today it can be 900 naira per liter. Another day can be 800 naira per liter. I hope that the other refinery
currency is not being floated. Currency is not being floated.
I don't need to answer you, Mr. Man.
It's not being floated. Don't stop that crap.
Please don't interject me anymore. If you interject me, don't let me be rude to you, okay? Because you always say you are a Methuselah. Okay, so and at the end of the day, I think we are talking about defection. We are talking about what the topic is about, Obi and the rest. Unfortunately for the opposition, they did not get their act together. Today, Labour Party is divided into 2 or 3. So nobody can say it is Tinubu that instruct the Oti and Usman Kakos and Obi Kakos to suspend Abure. And nobody can say it is Oshiomole that instructs Abure to suspend Oti and the rest. So they are fighting among themselves. So if your house is not in order, you cannot blame your neighbor that you cannot blame your neighbor that is your neighbor that comes to your house to disrupt your house. No. And when we talk about coalition, a lot of Madam A have given a very good example. In 2014, they came together that we want to wrestle power from the federal government, from Jonathan government. And when they came together, they go for primary. I remember in that primary, Atiku also contested, Buhari contested, Kwankwaso contested, and at the end of the day, Buhari came first, Kwankwaso second, and Atiku third. And they all work for him. But when we are talking about coalition, I'm talking about Atiku now. You are talking about coalition, but you have put yourself in the front to be the benefit of the coalition without even talking to your own party first. So that means you have jumped the gun. That means it's already one-sided. So that coalition cannot work that way. Nobody is stupid in Nigeria. Even
so there's a one-size fits all.
Can you keep quiet, please? Please.
There's a one-size fits all.
Don't interject me. Obi too is not.
I'm asking you. There's a one-size fits all.
I don't want. You are not interjecting me, so I'm not giving you that thing to answer your question. Obi too is not stupid. Obi already read between the lines. So before everybody come together, you already put yourself first. I mean, Atiku. So you want to be the presidential candidate without going to any primary. You just want to be the party candidate for PDP and Labour Party or the coalition. No, it won't work that way. Obi too, unfortunately for him, he does not build on his successes in 2023. I was surprised. You are with 6 million votes, and there are people that fanatically likes you and they still support you. That is a good base for you to start from. But what did you do? Nothing. You just mismanage everything. Now, the people that supported
you,
they were there together with you. They were there together with you.
How has he mismanaged?
I'm not going to answer. Please don't interject me anymore. I will finish soon. I will finish soon.
The monologue, right?
And then you can interject. You can come after me. Obi does not build on his successes, and most of the people that supported him in 2023, and most of the people that came to good position from that party, they are cross-carpeting to PGP and APC. That shows you the man does not have leadership quality, and that is not the kind of material needed to govern a complex country like Nigeria. Now, I will talk about the little noise. I call them the little noise or the little whisperers. I'm talking about Shure. That one too, he knows that Nigeria will not vote for him. I think he's just having fun of his life. So far, he can still maintain the source of money he got from international body, and then go to Nigeria to be a whisperer there, do this, do that. I don't think he's really interested to be a Nigerian president. He's not interested to be a Nigerian president. And I think when he came here, I asked him a very good question. I said, you are the leader. You are the presidential candidate of your party. And you are also the chairman of your party. And he said, yeah, he knows, but they are working on it, that maybe probably they will change it. That means he acknowledged it by himself, that is not good. So for me, if you want to rule Nigeria, that is not the way. Because in politics, you either buy some people in kind or in cash. Politics is not just talk blah, 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 and rude and disrespect people anyhow you like. No, it's not done that way. So if you are supporting
that's how they buy people in your Finland where you are right there. That's how they do it. They buy people.
I will not. You know what you are doing now. You know what you are doing now.
I don't know what I'm doing. Me, because I'm retarded.
Okay. My shape and I feel like my worry. At the end of the day, come 2027 election, the opposition, they are already in disarray. I hope they can find their way back. But if they cannot find their way back, that is a plus for the ruling party. That is policy for you. So I'll rest my case here. So you can now start your own. Now start your own, and I will give you what you are giving. I will give it back to you.
You want me?
Blessing. Sorry. Oh yeah, blessing. Sorry. Start talking.
Am I pretending? Maybe I like Nigeria from afar.
You this Methuselah, you never stop talking. Can't you just stop talking? Anybody on the platform can take over from me.
I cannot stomach your Kanu lies that you come here.
Go and sleep.
Narrative like as if you're
go and sleep in your Alaska. It's still cold over there.
I will. That's why I'm here.
Go and sleep.
First time.
Go and sleep.
Go and drink my bourbon.
You know which bourbon? She will lower bourbon.
No.
Hello guys.
No, this guy doesn't want me.
Thank you very much. I think we have passed the round. So at this point, maybe we'll take it to the background then and get people to just
overshot down
and I want to take it to the background, so that we can continue at the background. Men, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for being part of One Man Went to More today. Tomorrow is going to be another day, and please join us. If you have not liked, shared, or subscribed to this platform, please do so. Let's work together to increase the profile for this platform. Thank you.
Anybody,
if anybody wants to come in, let them come in so I can bring them in.
If you go move us survive. Coca-Cola. Yeah, so we'll go to the year now. The year one.
You have a sharp mouth. Sharp mouth.
You let it sharp mouth.
I want to take it back.
Only one man. Nobody really like me. I'm a very gentleman.
You are not a very gentleman. You're already very, very old.
You support criminality, and I hate it. I hate criminality. So, and when people are championing a criminal like you people do here, I can't stomach it. I cannot. That is why I mean when I say Alafia, but As in, we cannot have make peace. We can't make peace.
It's not. It's not on the. It's not backstage yet. So
it's not what
backstage. Let him take you to the backstage, because.
Yeah, me fẹ́ lọ sùn ní mo fi gbogbo ilẹ̀ mo fọlọ́ ọ̀ṣọ́ gbogbo yín mo fi ọlọ́ọ̀ṣọ́ gbogbo yín bọ̀dá àfi ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jẹ́ alágbàdo yẹn mi ò fọlọ́ ọ̀ṣọ́ mo fi ṣọ́ gbogbo yín ẹ̀yin alágbàdo yẹn lọ́bẹ̀ burúkú yín akóṣìbò yín. Pato, is Pato still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm trying to share the link.
Section. You're not in the section now.
I'm trying to share the link so that guys can come in.
Okay. Okay. All right, everybody. Good night, everybody. I just have to go. Remy?
Just share the link.
Okay, try. I told Tony to no. No, KGN.
Why report the phone video?
Our crown prince.
Askari, my report.
Which one is EKG?
Yeah, I've actually shared the link. If you still want to join us, please join. I think we still have one more space.
No, it's just annoying me that how they just used to come up with so many things just to defend crime. And they live in a country where all the things that they are supporting can never be done. Saying that Solid is unserious because he's not using money or he's not using thugs and agberu. Somebody said that he wants to come in without crime. And you people are saying he can
just
hold
on. Let me ask you this.
And you are saying he can never make it.
Okay, bro.
I don't want to go on because how can we have this kind of? You just want to push criminality. That's just what you want to do. I don't understand
your approach. Even you that you are projecting,
Hold on.
Do you think that if you have an election on this platform now, the way you are behaving, you think you get vote?
I don't care. I still have,
that is not the way to rule human beings. Now we are not animals. Now you are not appealing to people. You are just using
your
what kind of
argument? My lack of integrity, but me, I don't like. I would rather lose.
You are just a bully. You are just a bully. You are a real-time bully. Let me tell you, there's no saint.
The person you are supporting is a saint. It's not a bully.
There's no saint in politics. Every politician you see in Nigeria have one skeleton in their cupboard.
There is no saint. There is no saint in Nigeria. There is no saint. You can't be a saint and be a politician anywhere in the world.
So everybody have one thing or the other.
That's how they do it. In the country,
how do you measure Olela? Show this to
criminals in power, right? In the country that you are in, you have criminals in power.
That's why I thought you said you are going to sleep. Go and sleep now.
Can he sleep? The hatred in his mind cannot make him sleep. The hatred in his mind. We will not allow him to sleep.
Why are you losing sleep? That's not my. Why are you losing sleep because of Tinubu?
Imagine you are trying to
the hatred will not allow him to sleep.
You are trying to shame me for hating a criminal. I pity anybody that is having.
Who is criminal? Who is criminal? Who is not criminal? And who is not a criminal? And who is not a criminal?
Oh, okay. So that is how you defend.
No, answer simple question. Who is not a criminal?
Your support for crime.
Even you yourself, you are sounding like a criminal. I ask you, who is not a criminal?
You can't continue this now.
There's no doubt about it.
Solly, calm down now. Solly, calm down. We wanted somebody like Shawori. Okay, tell us what approach do you think we can use to get Nigerians to have that kind of mentality? How do you think it's not this way where you are taking it that we appeal to people? What other approach do you think he can use if you think he's the best?
me, the way I
You
see
can't
it is
force
that
people. You know that you understand. You have to appeal to
yes,
people. You
Simba,
can't just
I
force people.
understand. I
And you
understand
cannot
what
be
you're
rude to
saying.
people.
Yes. Okay, let me tell you something. If I tell you that take umbrella, that is going to fucking rain, you must take the umbrella or it's going to destroy because you don't like the way I talk. If you think you are smart to go out and let rain beat you, then let the rain destroy your life. It doesn't matter how I say it. You should be smart enough to take that umbrella, whether you like the way I say
Just
it
because
or you
just
don't
because you are
like
the one saying it.
So,
now,
so
you
is
ask
that
me a
the
question.
approach that you think?
Are you going to let me finish? You ask me question now. I don't
Why are you
expect.
not taking my own points?
Okay,
So that
but
you'll be smart.
can I finish? You ask me a question. Can I finish? Now, I don't expect Sowore to win the election. But for you to come and be
Cancel us if you
can
cannot win.
Can I finish? But for you to come and be promoting criminals over somebody that wants to bring in justice is where
How did
I
they
will
promote criminal? How did I promote Tinubu, for instance?
you are promoting somebody that's plunged Nigerians, especially Yoruba people, into poverty.
How is it responsible? How is it responsible for the?
You are promoting somebody that has taken state funds that should benefit the people and privatize
And
it.
what has he done to do that? What has he done to do that? You see, the problem the problem on ground.
The fact that you asked me that question shows how
Listen, my friend. The problem with you guys is that I give the fact that you hate somebody.
I don't.
And
I hate
also
criminals.
Why do you
I
have
hate
to always say, hold on, dude?
I don't care where criminal is from. I hate because
you hate him.
No, I agree with you.
Yes.
You hate him.
Yes.
See, listen.
What is the problem with hating a criminal?
You
What
hate
is the
him.
problem with hating a
So
criminal?
my problem with you is this.
Come on. Good.
As you hate him, so also some other people hate who you prefer. Okay?
Yes, because it
Can
was
we
good.
see
Because you
the
have a
middle
criminal
ground?
mindset.
The middle ground is
That's
this.
why.
The middle ground is this. Let us be open-minded.
I'm not open-minded to crime.
Tell me one politician that is not a crime, that is not a criminal.
The one I'm supporting.
Who?
Sorry.
Sowore is not a crime, but it can be the presidential candidate, at the same time party chairman, at the same time secretary. See,
That's a
the
lie.
light
It's
of
not the
Sowore,
secretary.
the light of
It's not the
Sowore.
secretary. That's a
See,
lie. That's a lie.
in advanced country, listen,
Okay.
in advanced country where democracy is fully practiced, okay, the light of Sowore will not even emerge. Look at Emmanuel Macron. Emmanuel Macron started somewhere. He entered into the system. Okay, he have the agenda of what he wants to do when he have the opportunity. Okay, but he play along with all the big player in the game. He didn't come out. He didn't started from insulting people, talking down on everybody as if he's the only saint in 200 million population of a country. Nobody emerged leaderships with that kind of approach. You can stay on your social media to talk blah 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 blah. All this thing does not in any way.
You come here, you'll be using false.
Now let me reply.
Sorry,
no. Let him. No, I will not take long. I will not take long. I promise you.
It's
I
France.
promise you.
I promise.
No, I don't want. Please, I just want to reply exactly what he said. Basically, you are saying that for somebody to lead Nigeria, they have to come in through the seats, and that is the only thing that you see that is acceptable. And you keep on wondering why we keep on getting plunged into more and more poverty, because we keep on following people that deceive us, talk to us nicely, pretend that they are going to come and do something good. That in your own mind, that is the best strategy that should be used. Deceit, to be deceiving people. Is that how you do your own business?
All this your nagging will not be listen.
Will you buy somebody? Will you be happy buying something from somebody?
Listen. You see all this your nagging. All this your nagging. All
Yes
this
or
you're
no?
nagging. All this
If
you're
somebody
nagging.
deceive you, will you be happy
Listen.
buying from
All
them?
this you're nagging will not even go anywhere. Now
You
listen.
cannot answer my question.
Dismantle
But
your
answer this question. Answer
candidate.
this question.
Let me
Will you be
dismantle your
happy?
candidate.
Will you
Let
be
me
happy
dismantle your
buying from somebody that
let me
deceives
dismantle
you?
your candidate for you.
No, but
Did
okay,
you
but
know that?
answer my question.
Did
Answer
you know
my
that
question.
for the
No,
past
don't
4
skip my
years
question.
now?
Don't skip my question. Will you be
What is
happy
your
buying
question?
from somebody that
What is
deceived
your
you?
question? What is your question?
Will you be happy buying from somebody that deceived you?
Buying from somebody that deceived me. And you think Nigerian leadership is by buying from candidates? You see, your
So you will not
Showore
answer the
cannot
question.
live. Your
Will
Showore
you answer
cannot
the
live.
question?
Your Showore cannot live in a
Will
peaceful
you answer
environment
the question?
where there is
You
peace and
said you
tranquility.
don't want to buy from somebody that deceive you, but other people should take it. You cannot even
Who is
answer
this?
this question.
Deceiving in what sense?
They use deceit. They told you that this is iPhone and they gave you Samsung. Will you be happy?
And who is deceiving who in terms of what we are discussing now?
You are promoting deceit. Did you not use
How?
Macron as an example? You said
I
Macron
said
came here,
Macron
pretended.
started listening. Maybe you have problem of hearing, or what
That is
you
deceit.
planted in
You
your
have
mind.
problem of
See,
understanding. You are promoting deceit.
the problem is your mind is closed. It's not open.
My mind is close to criminality.
Who tell you that you yourself you are not a criminal?
Explain how I'm a criminal.
Because what you define as criminality in another person's book might be a saint, and what you define as a saint.
What does the law say?
And what is the law? And what law has Tinubu commits to be a criminal? What has he done?
Sorry. Sorry, people, you are like that. One man lost school.
They lack integrity. They just lack
You
integrity.
that have integrity. What has Tinubu done to pronounce him as a criminal? Just tell me. Because the last time I checked, listen, my friend, the last time I checked, Jonathan's government prosecuted him. Obasanjo find so many loopholes. Okay, they didn't get him. So, what pronouncement has the law make on him that make you to tag him as criminal?
Let me explain. Do you know all this NURTW?
Okay.
And let me you told me to explain his crime now. Do you know NURTW?
NRTW, yeah, everybody knows that.
Do you know that they harass people for money on the road, right?
And that must have been Tinubu.
Who brought them in?
You are so dumb in your thoughts, you. With due respect.
Do you know how much they make a day? Do you know how much they make?
Listen, as far back as the life of
Do you know how much
NRTW,
they make a day?
Listen. As far back as the life of NRTW, it has been there before even Tinubu come as governor.
Do you know how much they make a day from harassing Nigerians?
Whatever they make a day, how is that one a fault of Tinubu?
Okay. Do you know that it is treason to take state funds and use it to benefit yourself?
And NRTW, listen, I will answer you. I said you are so dumb in your thinking. NRTW is only present in Lagos. It is only in Lagos NRTW is available.
Look, you have a criminal mindset. You have a criminal mindset. There's nothing that I'll say. Even if you catch Tinubu red-handed,
I agree with you.
You're only supporting him because
he's listen. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. But my own point is this. Okay, NRTW that you cited. Okay, is it only present in Lagos? I like people who are very intelligent in terms of argument. Is it only present in Lagos? So Tinubu must have been a superman to be responsible for NRTW all over Nigeria. My brother, grown up now.
You can continue with your monologue of criminality. I don't care anymore.
Sorry, let me ask you a question.
Tinubu is not the one who created the NRW.
Rational mind.
Who did?
Let me
I
ask
want
Solly.
you make it
Let me
difficult
ask
for me
Solly
to
a
agree your
question.
point.
You don't hold Laura Millennium. Oh, any argue, and you people argue.
Come on. Please let me ask you.
Let no Ronnie. Joma Bumi your papa to go.
National might.
Yeah.
National might go and sleep. BT. BT, people go and sleep. Because the hatred of the hatred you have for Tinubu will just damage you one day.
Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ò ń ju hatred.
It will damage you now.
Dami Eyo.
Don't you people have any other vocabulary?
So now, Chairman. Dami Eyo, I'm finding it difficult to add you to the studio. I don't know. It looks like I can't see. I sent a link. I can't see where I can add you. You understand? So can you maybe you go out and then come in again? Maybe that will make it easy. And to Solly, I want to ask you a question. So we already live in the US, where they boast about democracy and everything. Can you imagine a situation where Donald Trump, who is the presidential candidate of a party, or Kamala, who is the chairman of the presidential candidate of the party, and then it will be the same, it will be the chairman, it will be the presidential candidate, it will be everything for that party. And she already lives in the US, and he's talking about being champions of democracy and everything.
And he carry US passport too.
And at that level, he cannot uphold
He doesn't have US passport.
Please, even if does not, let's forget about passport. Let's not leave that point.
No, he cannot carry US passport and be Nigerian president now. What do you mean by let's forget?
You want this?
Well, he doesn't have US passport. Why are you telling lies?
Who is talking about US passport now?
This is APC meeting.
Let's be objective. I'm trying to get something out now. You have distracted.
Okay, it's only his children.
Please,
sorry.
hold on.
Let us allow Patoski ask the question.
Hold on. So we are saying that this is the man who lives in the US and who represents democracy in Nigeria as a student leader. He was fighting for democracy. All this Tinubu, they were not fighting. They were hobnobbing with Abacha, Obi, all of them. He was the one. He brought his picture with MK Abiola, you know, and then he lives in that society. Can you imagine if the one person is the chairman of the Republican Party, that same person is the presidential candidate, and that same person is the face of the party, is the PRO, is one speaking for the party.
I understand your question.
So how does that work on the moment? Surely, represent democracy that just
let me die alone.
Oh, need that alone, rational mind. Meaning, just alone now. Solely that alone. My judge, can I do for you? No, dude, I will not let you talk. Because you do the same thing to me. So we are go ahead. We are my deaf my fellow. You won't talk. You will not. Let's only answer Patoski. The question is not for you. It's for Solly.
Okay, let me answer. Like, in fact, you guys are right. You guys have won, right? Him being chairman and him being chairman of a party is a big anomaly, and that means that he will never fight corruption. In fact, that means that he will become a dictator. The people that practice democracy very well with your standards, the standards that you approve, right? They will save Nigeria. In fact, they will bring Nigerians into increase a better life. They will reduce poverty in Nigeria. The people like Tinubu that is practicing the democracy that you approve, that is the standards. Nothing below that is not what you want. You want Tinubu's kind of style, right? They are doing the good work and they will bring Nigeria out of poverty. You win. The criminality, the bribing of people, the plunging people into poverty, that is the best strategy for Nigerians. That is what Nigerians deserve. According to you people.
You're just saying they're talking what you don't know anything about. And I asked you just now. Hold on. I asked you just now. Where did they pronounce him criminal?
I will delay now. Am I not supporting you? Yes.
The more
my brother,
Nigerians,
go and sleep.
Now I go. You are when I was not supporting you, interjected me. Now I'm supporting you. You are still
Go and
interjecting.
sleep. Oh, you are not making any sense.
No, now, no. Let me lower myself into the mud and remove all the integrity that I have and morality.
Solid. Let me help you.
The only good thing that I like. Let me finish now. I will leave this platform once I finish. Let me just finish. You will not see me again. The only good saving grace is that your generation will soon die out. So all this kind of support that you always have for criminals that I cannot understand, it will die out. Unfortunately, you people have your mindset and your morality.
My brother, go and sleep. You are not making any sense. Because save your sleep.
Because you people have nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. So yeah, this crime that you are supporting, continue with it. Thank God you
Let him be ranting. For people who don't,
generation might outlive you.
People that they don't even know where he is.
Let me answer
Patoski.
Patoski, let me answer you. As far as I used to be a Shiwore person. Not like I totally abandon him, but it's just I feel like the way the politics right now, I don't think it matters in the calculus, in that political calculus of that country at this point. I don't think Nigerians are ready for him to lead them. And I think if he understands that, he should just take the back seat for now and wait for a right moment.
Then let them suffer. Let them suffer.
Solely. Yeah, I can't suffer. But the point I'm trying to make here is this: is that to your question, Patoski. At the beginning, they had a chairman. They had somebody who was a chairman. At least, maybe at the beginning, maybe he was the chairman, but later he ceded the chairmanship, which led to the other guy who usurped the party, who hijacked the party, and he took the party away from them. And because he had to step aside, let me use Babangida's word, step aside, somebody else became the chairman, and they did their rigmarole, and then they wrestled the party out of his hand, and it was gone from them for so many years. I mean, not so many years, like 2-3 years, until when they were getting close to the 2023 election. Hold on. So I can understand for one. Hold on. I can understand for one. If he continues assuming the chairmanship of that party while still a presidential candidate. Because we saw what happened with other parties, like even the Labour Party, where we had some people, fractional groups that were trying to wrestle the party away from Abure at the beginning, even though we thought that Abure was an innocent guy, never knowing that himself was some kind of criminal himself too. So we saw Lamidi Pampa and what's his name, Rabambi, the traitor of Labour Party that took the hand of Abiodun when during that at the heat of that governorship election of 2023, how he became a traitor to his party. So, but that's by the side. But my point is that the way Nigerian political party or the political scene are being governed by money politics and treachery and all of that, I can understand for one, if he continues assuming chairmanship of that party at the same time doubling as the presidential candidate, because at this point you don't know who to trust. Because if you trust somebody and you put him there, who knows if that person, like the guy that took the party away from them for like 2-3 years before they got it back. So I'm not excusing that, don't get me wrong, but sometimes I believe that sometimes some necessary evil that might be done, it could be some kind of, when I'm saying evil, not really a evil like that, but I'm just saying, if I want to equate it to being an evil in some ways, I can say, well, maybe that's it. So, but I believe that there's some necessary evil that has to be done so that you can correct certain things. But I think by now, you should have, hold on. By now, I will allow you, but let me just conclude this way. But what I expected him to have done is to have grown that party a little bit, grow the party, do a mass registration of younger people. But the way he's going about it, that was why I took my tent from his side. I just go pick my tent. I lean towards Obi, not because I hated him or whatever, or I dislike him. Let me even use this Agbado people. What you call Roche and by similar hate. Let me not use the word hate. Not like I dislike him. I still like him. He's still one of the people I still consider to probably someday. But my point is that I can understand if he continues doubling.
Sorry, you don't have a point. I'm back. I won't allow you to talk. The way you are
doubles,
go and take your bubble and go and kill me. You are doing the same thing. You did the same thing. You are too deceitful. When he lost that election,
Patoski, can you shut this guy down?
Go and sleep, Lawson.
Patoski, shut the boy down.
Go and sleep. Go and
no, never. No. When you are doing
you are not moderating now.
Remy, you walk on the platform now. You can do the platform.
You are there when he was interjecting me.
But interjecting me, should be what you
I moderated.
Should be Agbero, boy. I should more. LAPC. I won't
allow you to talk. My own.
Getting sorrow now, but boy, getting sorrow now.
No, I won't allow you to talk. It's high time. You are too late. Don't you think the woman will be waiting for you for a long time?
Background.
Just let him. So, just to answer your question, Patoski. I hope people can understand it from that point of view. But don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to support
I'm saying that Remy is a rational mind. Now, the executive of that party, the executive that he needs to get to run that party, I don't think they're up to 12.
Of course, I know he didn't grow that party. That's what I'm saying.
If he cannot if he cannot get 12 people out of people like Solid that is almost become the enemy of everybody. I mean, if he does not trust someone like Solid enough, the first day I met Solid on this platform. In short, he said you are a fool. That was what he told me. I said, I see this small boy now.
That's a lie.
I never said it.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
I think I remember. Anybody ever heard me call somebody a fool before? I don't use the word fool. So that is a lie.
Is it folly? No, I think it's folly. That one in Ekiti. That's your guy in Ekiti.
Okay, is that the one? Okay, I don't know. But I know somebody called you a fool here.
That one is folly, Abi.
Folly, yeah. Folly one. No. Solid is an Ekiti guy now. Solid is an Ekiti guy.
He's also a Shore person, you know.
If
Shore cannot trust them enough, those guys are ready to put their lives on the line for him. Then to be able to choose 12 people, how do you think you'll be able to put together a cabinet of 36 people?
Patoski. You see, I totally agree with you on this point you just made now. I mean, like I said, when I was making my own submission, I said, why is that all this while, at least since 2023 election, what has it been doing? Why hasn't it grown the party? But you see, I've said it here many times. I said the way and manner in which Shuwari is going about this whole thing about wanting to be president or leader, it's not going about it the right way. And I've said it here. Sometimes you might need to do a little bit of evil to do some good. Now, the evil I've said there is like one of them is just like what he does by taking the party chairmanship to himself and at the same time wanting to be the presidential candidate. But the question is, why haven't you grown that party? Like, look at what the Obedience are trying to do now. They're trying to register so-called 20 million youths. I don't know how they're going to do that, but we are going to be here and see how that's going to be possible. So, can I defend
now?
I would like to defend
if the Obedience succeed in raising 20 million youths now, Shore will say they hijacked his followership.
But you
he said Obi is hijacking the people that are supposed to be.
You see, the problem with Shore is that he has trust issues. I think he has trust issues.
Who does not have trust issue in Nigeria?
He has trust issues.
Tony. So you cannot trust people like you. Yeah, sorry, are you telling me you are not trustworthy? You cannot
do you think it is social secretary of your party? Okay, let me ask you a question. Is it easy to trust people in Nigeria? Is it
then
easy?
We should not listen to you. Your principal say you are not trustworthy to even be anything. So you will
It's not a member. Party as an example. Look at Labour Party. Have they not removed
Solly, are you a member of AAC?
No.
So it's not. You cannot hold any position in AAC.
So you are just making noise here. When you know
No,
that
it's just like me.
The party
Like
are you a member of APC? Are you a member of APC?
I'm a member of APC now.
And what do you benefit from it? What do you benefit from it?
I don't have to benefit from the party.
What do you benefit from it?
Look at you. I don't have to benefit from the party.
You are worse. Because me that is not a member of APC. Patoski, me that is not a member of APC. I have benefited from APC.
Let me speak.
No, I must say this. Me, Patoski, do you know that me that is not a member of APC, I have benefited from APC more than you have ever benefited from your entire life. So
the truth of the matter is politics is difficult.
Nothing to them. Your membership is useless.
Party membership is expensive than all these things you are saying. Even look at it from this angle. To fund a party up to presidential level, you know how expensive it is from what?
I think so you are just talking.
And now you are now assuming that somebody who cannot even contest a councillor has the money to fund himself up to presidential level. Showore doesn't have the money with all this noise that he's making. He doesn't even have 1/3 of what he can make him to win councillorship, not to talk of governor, not to talk of president.
Yeah, we understand that Nigerian
politics everything together.
But
even in abroad, don't you know politics is expensive?
We know it's money.
And so, what are you? Do you not believe that in a journey that is so expensive as politics like that, people you find there are saints?
What point are you trying to make?
The point I'm making is you cannot be thinking of people being a saint in politics because it is expensive and you're talking about power, for goodness sake. You that want to believe that one person is a saint, one person is even you within the small politics you practice in your family sphere. Are you not in one way or the other a liar?
So your point is that
that's your reasoning. That's your reasoning.
My reason is that you don't have respect. You don't listen. My reason is this. Let me make my reasoning. My reason is
I understand your
you
reasoning.
don't understand anything. You just jump from A, you jump from A to G, from G to Z. You don't even understand anything. You just model things up. If they win you from this argument, you took it to another one. You took it for another one. You don't even know what you want. You don't even know what you are talking about.
Can you explain yourself now?
How many governors have you met? How many senators have you met? How many local government chambers? Have you even met anybody that is in APC that has power?
You have to take this guy.
You that you know more. Have you met any political person in your life? How many people have you met?
Because I didn't met. That's why I didn't talk upside down the way you are talking.
But no talk upside down. You want to talk straight, Abi? I would you want to talk straight.
How many of these people have you sat down in a room?
Are you the only one talking straight?
Politicians.
Talking to people and understanding the terrain of a particular subject like politics. It takes certain wisdom. It's not the matter of you talking about A. We have not even finished it. You jump to D. From D, we have not even handled it to one level. You jump to G. Politics is a science. You don't have to know anybody. Politics is a science. And if you don't go to school to study a basic science, don't talk. Don't talk quiet.
Okay.
Politics is a science. That is why they call it political science.
Patoski, are you there? I want to address Awodele because he said something a while ago. Now,
Awodele, hold on now.
Patoski, I mean, sorry, please, Nisu.
Yeah, sorry, said something. I said the cat can't remember of APC. He said, what have you benefited? I said, I've not benefited. He said, look at you. I've not gone into politics to seek my own interests. That's the point. If I want to seek my interest and benefit from politics, I know how to do it. But
You
I
are
can
just
use
an
that.
avid supporter of crime. You are just
No,
passionate
listen now.
about
Will you
supporting
allow
crime.
someone to speak for once? I've listened to
You are
you.
passionate about supporting crime.
Can you keep quiet and let someone speak? I don't mean to be rude, but I mean, let's respect ourselves now. I have not attacked you and say you are this, you are that, but you have called everybody, including me, name. You are supporting criminal.
I'm
You are
saying the
this, you are that.
truth. I do
Can
not
you
attack
stop
them. I'm saying the truth.
that kind of approach and make your argument and without coming directly
Because
and attacking people?
there's no basic knowledge of civility.
I mean, you
Oh,
can
pero
respect
yellow
people
now.
now
I would
without
What to see the way
you can respect
the way
people when
you
you are
even
making
talk
your
down
point.
on people. You didn't present yourself as somebody who have basic knowledge of what you are
No,
talking about.
I would
You are
delay.
asking for what somebody benefit. Politics is a science. People go to school to study it. So if
No,
you
we know
have
it's a science.
if you lack knowledge, if you lack basic knowledge, don't argue what you don't know.
Patoski, you allow this guy talk, now you show me off, and then this guy started talking again. And I wanted to talk.
So what I'm
Because
saying is that I am into politics not necessarily because I have a personal interest to seek, but I seek interests of collective people, interests of I can represent interests of people, and it doesn't have to benefit me. It doesn't have to. That's just the truth. We are not all there to benefit ourselves. Are you telling me Showore is in politics because he wants to benefit himself? If that's what he's
There
doing,
there
then
has to be benefits. There has to be benefits.
oh, okay, he wants to
Even
benefit himself. That's the thing.
no,
So you can see
it
why
has
he
to
will never
benefit
be
somebody.
president.
It has to benefit somebody.
why
That is the point of politics. You put
Is
in
it, he
leaders
said, you
there to
ask me, say,
benefit
what have you
you and the
benefited?
people.
That's what you are saying. So obviously, that's why
You
Showore
are just
cannot be.
passionate about supporting crime. That's just it.
Solly, can you just allow me to just talk, because you've been talking. I've been wanting to come in. Now let me address Awodele.
No, you can come in. I'm okay.
Yeah, so Awodele, now you said something.
I'm here with you.
You were saying something about politics is money, blah blah blah. But I mean,
No,
yes,
I said politics
I'm
is a
taking us to the
science.
background now.
People go to school to study it.
I
So
hear that.
you must have basic